Chapter 1939. Xiaohua took it and scanned it with his divine thought. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Cultivator Huang." "Sigh, I don't dare." Huang Tianle sighed and said, "I didn't expect Cultivator Xiao to wake Xiang up. I was negligent earlier." Haha, what a coincidence. I didn't have any confidence at first. Thanks to this guy's reminder. Xiaohua looked at Zhang Ziho, who was still standing there, and smiled. Humph. Huang Tianle sneered. "Although the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain is declining, we can't be bullied. I will send people to Meng Kingdom to ask the Zhang family of Ascending Mountain why they came to Tianmen Mountain." Huang Mengxiang, who was not far away, had heard about the danger just now from Yang Yu. Her face was red. She waved her hand as if she was going to throw a yellow talisman at Zhang Ziho. Huang Tianle was so scared that he quickly waved his hand and said, "Xiang, don't move. This is evidence. Not only will we punish the Zhang family of Ascending Mountain, we will also interrogate them to find out who the mastermind is." Humph, this guy got lucky. Huang Mengxiang looked at Xiaohua with her beautiful eyes. Xiaohua quickly turned around and walked back to the table as if he didn't see anything. "Congratulations, senior brother. You helped the Huang family get rid of the big trouble." Xueqi smiled and said charmingly. Huang Mengxiang, who was far away, was also looking at them from afar. "Congratulations, senior brother Xiao." Chong Li Hao and the others were all red as they bowed and said, "Haha, I was just lucky." Xiaohua smiled and said, "Who are you waiting for?" "Ah?" Chong Li Hao and the others were stunned when they heard that. Then they were overjoyed. However, after that they were disappointed. The four of them looked at Chong Xuemei. "I have a fire attribute body." Chong Xuemei was so excited that her face was shining. "You got lucky." Xiaohua threw the sparrow drink and the jade bamboo slip to her and said with a smile, You really gave it to me?" Chong Xuemei took the sparrow drink and asked unconfidently, "Actually, your cultivation is not high enough to refine this item. I intend to give it to Chong Li Hao. Unfortunately, his body's property does not match. I'm afraid it's not appropriate," Xiaohua said impolitely. A trace of envy and disappointment flashed in Chong Li Hao's eyes. He quickly said, "Thank you, senior brother Xiao, for giving sister Xuemei this celestial device. She is more suitable for this celestial device than I am. I dare not compete with her." Thank you, senior brother Xiao, for bestowing me with the magic tool." Chong Xuemei finally calmed down and bowed toward Xiaohua. There's no need to be polite. Since you followed me to Tianmen Mountain, it's fate. Take it." Xiaohua waved his hand. In the distance, Xie Yuji and the others were dumbfounded. They had gauged the heart of a gentleman with a yardstick of a villain, thinking that Xiaohua was the instigator and wanted to obtain this mystic instrument. But Xiaohua didn't even look at it before throwing it to a 9th-layer qi refining female cultivator. This was really beyond their expectations. Could it be that Xiaohua was just putting on a show? Everyone thought at the same time. On the other hand, Chong Li Hao and the others puffed out their chests, their faces full of glory. Although they didn't get the celestial device, Chong Xuemei did. She was also a disciple of Mo Yun Village. Mo Yun Village's strength was 1 level higher. Haha, well everyone, because fellow Taoist Xiao was 1 step ahead and exposed Zhang Ziho's plot, Xiang was also saved by him, which solved the big problem of our Tianmen Mountain. Come, let me propose a toast to fellow Taoist Xiao. Everyone, let's have a toast. Huang Tianle said with a smile on his face. Good, let's toast to fellow Taoist Xiao. Everyone suppressed their emotions and raised their cups. "I don't dare. This is Miss Meng Xiang's fate. Even if I didn't come, someone else would." Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand, secretly putting the 3rd wine cup into his space. "All right, it's a bit noisy here. I'll open the array of the Vermilion Bird Palace and let Xiang and the others go out to rest. We'll continue the banquet here." Huang Tianle put down the wine cup and slapped his hand. He first took out a light red elixir and swallowed it, then took out the Vermilion Bird statue. However, when Huang Tianle activated his Fa Li and the Vermilion Bird's scarlet brilliance once again sprayed towards the surroundings of the Vermilion Bird Palace, the flames on the walls did not gradually subside as Huang Tianle had expected. Instead, they burned even more fiercely. Ouch! Huang Tianle's face changed slightly. He rolled his eyes and smiled. I just activated the array and consumed a lot of my magic power. Everyone, please wait for a moment. Then, he took 2 more elixirs and activated the statue again. Unfortunately, the situation was still the same as before. Fellow Taoist Huang, what's going on? Su Mingyu, who was the closest, had already seen that something was wrong and hurriedly asked, could it be that the array can't be opened? Fellow Taoist Huang. Fellow Taoist Huang. Everyone who had seen the vermilion bird flame array was shocked and hurriedly asked. This. Huang Tianle smiled bitterly and said awkwardly, I really don't know why. I can't open the array. Quick, let Huang Mang open it. Xie Yuqi hurriedly urged. Huang Tianle shook his head. This vermilion bird flame array can only be opened by Foundation Establishment Huang family disciples. Xiang is only at the peak of qi refinement, so she can't open it for now. What should we do? Everyone stood up. Tonight was really not safe. Fellow Taoists, don't worry. Huang Tianle said with a smile, although I can't open the array, no one will come in from the outside. With this array protecting us, nothing will happen. As long as I recover my magic power, I'll naturally be able to let everyone out. Oh, I see. As soon as Huang Tianle's words came out, many of the panicked cultivators calmed down. Although they were still whispering, the panic on their faces had lessened. Senior brother Xiao. Chong Li Hao and the others were a little surprised, but when they saw Xiao Hua sitting there, they felt as if they had eaten a weight. They didn't panic at all and only asked in a low voice, it can't be. Something big happened again, right? How would I know? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Today's events were really full of ups and downs. First, it was Shang Qinghe, then it was Zhang Ziho. Just as the situation was about to turn around and things were going to be perfect, they encountered the vermilion bird flame array that couldn't be opened. Don't be impatient. Let's wait and see first. Xiao Hua said in a low voice, and these words were like a reassuring pill. Chong Li Min and the others sat down very quietly. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you really don't show your true colors. You really let me see. Yu Qian, who was at the side, seemed to be a little scared. After hesitating for a long time, he came over and smiled apologetically. Hee, fellow Taoist you, didn't I say it was just a coincidence? It's really. Xiao Hua spread his hands and said with a smile. How could Yu Qian believe him? He smiled apologetically and said, there seems to be something wrong today. Fellow Taoist Xiao, if there's anything, I hope you can hold back a little. Chapter 1940. Yes, I understand. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. Thank you, fellow Taoist Xiao. Yu Qian heaved a sigh of relief. He raised his hand and brought the table closer to Xiao Hua. His disciple also sat to the left of Chong Li Hao and the others. Fellow Taoists, Huang Tianle still had a smile on his face. My Tianmen Mountains disciples are to your left. If anything happens, we will definitely be in front of you. Just as Huang Tianle finished speaking, a cultivator's scream came from a corner of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. When everyone looked over, they couldn't help but turn pale with fright. They saw a young male cultivator around the 6th layer of qi refining holding his stomach and rolling on the ground in pain. His entire forehead was covered in sweat and his face was abnormally ferocious, as if he was in incomparable pain. Fellow Taoist. Just as the Tianmen Mountains disciples were about to walk over, they heard the cultivator yell, "It's so painful that I want to die." He clenched his hand tightly on the ground. On his palm, there was an oval-shaped 9-colored spot, which looked very strange. The cultivator's fingernails were all broken by the hard crimson ground. The cultivator raised his head and spat out a mouthful of stinky black blood. He immediately lay on the ground, no longer moving. When the Tianmen Mountains disciples turned over the cultivator's corpse, they saw that the cultivator's face was covered in black strands. Moreover, his entire face quickly withered and soon shrunk into a ball. Dove poison. Suddenly, an unknown cultivator exclaimed in shock. This is the poison of the 9-headed dove. But before this cultivator's voice fell, a series of screams came from the other corners of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Another few cultivators around the 6th layer of qi refining were poisoned. Huang Tianle Yu. This is. Su Mingyu and the other Foundation Establishment cultivators were shocked when they saw this. They hurriedly checked their bodies and found that the poison had already entered their bodies. They couldn't help but be furious. Huang Tianle's face was pale and his eyes were dull. He smiled bitterly and said, "Everyone, not to mention you, I have also been poisoned." As he spoke, he raised his hand. Sure enough, on Huang Tianle's palm, a 9-colored spot appeared intermittently. It was the poison of the 9-headed dove. "Father, the boy. The boy is not poisoned," Huang Liang hurriedly said. "Grandfather, the boy didn't either," Huang Mengxiang also said in a low voice, but his gaze was slightly worried as he glanced at Xiao Hua. "Father, your daughter-in-law doesn't have one either," Yang Yu hurriedly added. Huang Tianle rolled his eyes and raised his voice. "Which fellow Taoist hasn't been poisoned yet? Huang Tianle, this is all your fault. With the exception of your son, who else hasn't been poisoned?" Several cultivators swore, gnashing their teeth. Reporting to the patriarch, "We didn't." The Huang family's disciples standing nearby bowed and said, "That's strange." Huang Tianle scratched his head. It was as if yellow mud had fallen into his crotch. He couldn't explain it clearly. "And this Xiao hasn't been poisoned." Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with anger, but he forcefully suppressed it. He coldly stood up and waved his hand. 3 wine cups filled with dark green spirit wine were lined up in a row. He asked, "This Xiao doesn't like spirit wine. I didn't drink these 3 cups of spirit wine. I presume that the 9-headed dove's poison was placed in these spirit wine. Fellow Taoist Huang, how do you explain this?" "Spirit wine?" Huang Tianle looked at the spirit wine on the table and was somewhat surprised. "Fellow Taoist Huang, if you don't give this Xiao an explanation and cure my junior sister's poison, don't blame this Xiao for being ruthless and washing Tianmen Mountain with blood." Xiao Hua coldly said. When Huang Mengxiang heard that Xiao Hua hadn't been poisoned, she was happy at first. However, after hearing Xiao Hua's threat, her beautiful eyes looked at the unusually calm Xueqi. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't worry. This poison really wasn't done by this Huang. If it was done by this Huang, how could Xiang Xueqi and the others be here?" Huang Tianle explained. "This spirit wine is from your Tianmen Mountain. It's a banquet for us. Now that the wine is poisoned, how do you explain this?" Xueqi sneered. At this moment, a Huang family's disciple said in shock, "Patriarch, look at Zhang Ziho." When everyone heard this, they immediately looked at Zhang Ziho, who had almost been forgotten by everyone. They saw strands of black hair growing from Zhang Ziho's forehead. His sweet smile looked strange and terrifying as the black hair spread. Moreover, on his outstretched hands, 9 colored poison spots appeared. "Oh no," Huang Tianle said anxiously. He knew that Zhang Ziho had died here. Everything would be hard to explain to the Ascending Mountains Zhang family. Moreover, "Grandfather, this Zhang Ziho was Qi refining stage 8, right?" Huang Mengxiang said, "Qi refining stage 7 cultivators haven't been poisoned yet. How could he be poisoned? I'm afraid someone wanted him to die early." "Do you still need to say it? Someone must have done it." Su Mingyu sneered. "This person must be in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall." After speaking, he turned to look at Xiao Hua. "That's right, fellow Taoist Xiao." Xueqi walked 2 steps forward. Together with Su Mingyu, they stood on both sides of Xiao Hua. He said, "In the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, aside from the disciples of the Tianmen Mountains Huang family, you're the only one who hasn't been poisoned. He. And Huang Mengxiang was also awakened by you. I don't think I have such great abilities. I didn't think that an unknown guest of Mo Cloud Village would have such abilities." "Shut up for this young master," Xiao Hua said angrily. "Don't think that just because this young master is more capable than you, this young master is heavily suspicious. If you annoy this young master, do you believe that I won't kill you right now?" When Xiao Hua saw that Xueqi had been poisoned, he had already been annoyed. Unfortunately, even though he knew how to refine pills, he had never refined a detoxification pill before. He also didn't have a pill recipe for this kind of pill. He was at his wits' end regarding Xueqi's situation. Now that he saw that he was being suspected, how could he not be angry? "Senior brother," Xueqi said softly, "this is this lowly concubine's fate. Why take your anger out on others? Your anger is making this concubine scared." Xiao Hua's eyes widened in anger. It seemed that he was really on the verge of exploding and killing people in an instant. However, when he heard Xueqi's words, the corner of his eyes twitched a few times. He forced a smile on his face and turned his head to say gently, "Hee hee, senior brother is just scaring them. Don't worry, senior brother will definitely be able to detoxify you." After he finished speaking, his mind spun rapidly, trying to find a way to detoxify the poison. At the same time, he rummaged through his space for a jade slip. He had just killed Shang Cheng of the 10,000 Poisons sect and took his storage bag. However, there were many storage bags that didn't belong to him in his space, so he really didn't have time to look through them. Now that he needed to use them, he looked through them to see if there was any way to detoxify the poison. "Hee hee, this Xie wants to see." Xie Yushi sneered. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Huang Tianle anxiously say, "Fellow Taoist Xie, it's useless to say anything else. It's better to quickly think of a way to detoxify the nine-headed dove's poison." Fellow Taoist Xie. Su Mingyu saw that Xiao Hua's anxiousness wasn't fake and hurriedly signaled to Xie Yushi with his eyes. "Forget it, today's situation is urgent. This Xie won't lower himself to your level." Xie Yushi snorted and turned to walk towards Huang Tianle. "Fellow Taoist Huang, at this point, we naturally have to find the culprit. Only he has the antidote to this poison." Li Mingzhu anxiously said, "I don't believe it. Fellow Taoist Huang, don't you have any doubts in your heart right now?" This Huang sighed. "To be honest, really, I can't think of who would do such a thing. This is simply killing my Tianmen mountain." Huang Tianle also said bitterly, "What about fellow Taoist Huang Tianming? Where did he go?" Mu Lanshan and Lan Ping, who had been silently thinking, suddenly asked. "That's right. What about Huang Tianming? He is the steward of Tianmen Mountain, a foundation establishment cultivator second only to fellow Taoist Huang." Everyone suddenly realized, only he could poison the spirit wine. "No, it can't be Tianming," Huang Tianle said firmly. "This kind of harmful thing to Tianmen Mountain is definitely not done by him. This Huang can guarantee with his life." "But, what about Huang Tianming? Where is he?" Everyone was talking at once. Now that the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall is sealed by the Great Formation, who can activate this formation other than people from Tianmen Mountain? Who else can do such a thing? "Hee hee." A cold owl-like voice sounded in the sky above the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. "I didn't expect a group of people who are about to die to be able to guess that this was done by this old man." "Tianming! Tianming!" Huang Tianle shouted as if he had just woken up. "What's going on? This. How can this be you? It's really Huang Tianming?" Not only Xiao Hua, but even Huang Mang and Yang Yu were stunned. "Why can't it be me?" Huang Tianming's familiar voice sounded in everyone's ears. "Huang Tianle, you must have suspected this old man when Shang Qinghe came out, right?" At this time, Huang Tianle's face was indescribably bleak, and even a little distressed. He shook his head and said, "That thought only flashed through my mind. I definitely didn't think much about you." "Hee hee, the Vermilion Bird Flame Formation can't be used. Other than you, the head of the family. Isn't this old man the only one who knows? Who else could have revealed it to Shang Qinghe?" Huang Tianming said with a smile. "But this old man didn't expect that in the end. You still hid it from this old man. You actually used the Vermilion Bird celestial body and your blood essence to activate the Great Formation. Presumably, the head of the Huang family, who has lost all his blood essence, will die in a few days, right?" "Father." Huang Mang was shocked. Huang Mengxiang was also shocked. "Grandfather. Tianming." Huang Tianle looked like he had aged 10 years. He sat shakily on the chair and murmured, "Tianming, Huang Mengxiang's matter was naturally done by this old man. It's a pity that Zhang Ziho was too unlucky. He couldn't be the next head of the Huang family, and was actually taken care of by a little foundation establishment stage from Mo Cloud Village. He can only dream of his own great dreams." Huang Tianming was a little annoyed. "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have made it so complicated. In the end, I still have to do it myself." Fellow Taoists, this old man's nine-headed dove poison doesn't have to be activated. If nothing unexpected happens, the antidote will be sent up in a while. If you want to blame someone, blame the little foundation establishment stage from Mo Cloud Village. This guy ruined my plan, so I had to poison you all. "Old man." Zhu Feng and several other foundation establishment stage cultivators scolded angrily. We came thousands of miles away to help Tianmen Mountain, and you treat us like this? Tianmen Mountain has its own internal conflicts. Why did you poison us? Even if we become ghosts, we won't forgive you. Chapter 1941. Become a ghost? This old man hasn't seen it yet, but today is the 15th day of the 7th month, the legendary ghost festival. If you are fated, then go and become a ghost. Wait until you become a ghost, then come find this old man. Huang Tianming said with a smile. Tianming, I've thought about it for a long time, but I still can't understand why you did this. You have no reason. Huang Tianle said with a bitter smile. What's there to think about? Huang Tianming sneered. My cultivation is not worse than yours, and my ability to handle the affairs of Tianmen Mountain is 100 times better than yours. Haven't I been working hard for Tianmen Mountain for hundreds of years? What have you done? Where are my children? Why can't they take charge of Tianmen Mountain? You're not Tianming. Hearing this, Huang Tianle immediately stood up from his chair and said angrily, Who are you? Where's Tianming? What did you do to him? Everyone was stunned. Huang Tianming's voice also calmed down. After a while he said, This is strange. How do you know that I'm not Huang Tianming? I've been by Huang Tianming's side for 20 years. I've seen all of his actions and remembered them in my heart. Even in the past 10 years, you haven't seen any flaws, have you? Why did you suddenly realize it when I was done today? You're Huang Jingming. Huang Tianle suddenly realized and shouted, 10 years ago. Sigh, I understand now. The one who was killed 10 years ago was my brother. You were the one who did it. That's right. You finally thought of this. Huang Tianming's voice sounded. Huang Jingming, the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain has treated you well. We trained you for decades and finally sent you to my brother. In the future, your children will be the children of the Huang family's concubines. Your cultivation seems to have been passed down by the Huang family, right? Why did you do such a thing to kill the children of the Huang family? Do you think this old man will say such things? Huang Jingming's voice was filled with pride. If it wasn't for the fact that this old man wanted to personally witness your deaths and the feast that this old man had designed, this old man wouldn't even have shown himself. Not only was the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain exterminated by this old man, but they were also hunted down by other cultivation families or sections. Not even a blade of grass was left. Huang Tianle sucked in a breath of cold air and bitterly smiled. Huang Jingming, from the tone of your voice, I'm afraid you have a great enmity with my Huang clan. However, this old man has never provoked anyone like this in his entire life. How could this old man? It's true that you haven't offended anyone in this lifetime, but what about the previous generation of your Huang family? What about the previous generation? What about the generation before that? Have they always been good people in the country of Xi? Huang Jingming sneered and said, Look at the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Which one of them doesn't have blood on their hands? This old man will kill all of you to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Don't use your divine sense to search for me. I wasn't even in the array. Huang Jingming scolded coldly. Xiao Hua and the others could only helplessly withdraw their divine sense. Xiao Hua had a lot of jade slips in his hands, but he didn't have any pill recipes. He also didn't have any traces of the detoxification pill. As for the 9-headed dove, there was no record of it. Xiao Hua had so many spiritual herbs in his space, but he didn't know which ones were effective. Continuous screams came from a corner not far away. Presumably, they were from low-level qi refining cultivators. Senior Marshal Brother. Seeing Xiao Hua's gloomy face and the jade slips he kept taking out, Xueqi took a step forward and reached out to hold Xiao Hua's hand. She calmly said, Meeting you is the greatest happiness of this concubine. Being able to accompany you for so long, even at death's door, this concubine is already satisfied. You don't need to worry. Everything is fated, this concubine. Xueqi. Xiao Hua clenched his teeth and looked at the Vermilion Bird Great Array. This great array was very strict and imposing. Xiao Hua just swept it with his divine sense and knew that this array, which was said to be able to kill nascent soul cultivators, absolutely lived up to its name. With his cultivation, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to break it. There are too many people who can become enemies with my Tianmen Mountains Huang clan. This Huang really can't guess who you are. Huang Tianle sighed and said, however, there are so many fellow Taoists here. They are all innocent and didn't participate in the grievances between our two clans. Why do you have to drag them into the water? Ha ha ha, this old man originally didn't plan to do so. Huang Jingming laughed and said, but by a freak combination of factors, they came here. Moreover, their deaths can be exchanged for the destruction of your Huang clan, so why not? Besides, back then when my family was destroyed by your Huang clan, which cultivator in the state of She stood up? Now, let them be buried with my ancestor. Isn't that what my ancestor did in the underworld? Then, he seemed to ponder for a moment and said, Huang Tianle, this old man won't let you die unjustly. Tell me, how do you know that this old man is not Huang Tianming? If you can tell me the reason, this old man can consider telling you who I am. Obviously, Huang Jingming was very conceited about his decades of planning, but he didn't expect that Huang Tianle could still see through the flaw, which made him very puzzled. Alas, this was originally the secret of my Tianmen Mountains Huang clan. No one will know it in Xiao Er's generation. Huang Tianle smiled bitterly. Since it has come to this, it's not a big deal to say it. Otherwise, Xiao Er won't know his identity in the end. Father? Huang Liang was surprised. In fact, as early as when this old man took over Tianmen Mountain, my father originally wanted Tianming. Huang Tianle ignored Huang Liang, but said tirelessly, Tianming is meticulous, and his cultivation is higher than mine. If Tianmen Mountain is in his hands, it will be much stronger than before. However, Tianming grew up with me and was very attached to me. He felt that Tianmen Mountain was mine, and if he took over Tianmen Mountain, he would be taking away my things. Therefore, he threatened my father with his life, insisting that he didn't want my father to abolish his position. My father had no choice but to change his mind and hand over Tianmen Mountain to me. Tianming also swore that day that he would assist me, his elder brother, for the rest of his life, and would never betray me. Tell me, Tianming didn't want the things that were sent to him back then, so why does he want them now? Maybe he's not satisfied when he sees that your power is monstrous and you control everything. Hee. This old man has to discuss everything with Tianmen Mountain with Tianming. Huang Tianle sneered. Don't you think that this old man has asked you a lot of things over the years? This is indeed. Moreover, this old man's child died early, and I had no children. Xiao Er was adopted by Tianming, so Tianmen Mountain will belong to Xiao Er from now on. Tianmen Mountain will belong to Xiao Er, and Tianming will be the heir. How could he take away his son's family business and hand it over to an outsider? Huang Tianle hesitated for a moment then said, therefore, this old man has never doubted Tianming. Chapter 1942. Father. Huang Liang exclaimed. Why didn't you tell this boy? Hee. What's the difference between telling you and not telling you? I loved you as much as your second uncle did, and Xiang Er and the others grew up in front of me. If it weren't for today's incident, I would have never told you. You evil thief, where is my father's corpse? Huang Liang raised his head and shouted angrily. Ha ha ha, I didn't promise to tell you this. Well, it's fine if you don't tell me. Huang Tianle nodded and said, tell me, who are you? Hee. How did your Huang clan start? Where did your Huang clan's spirit stone veins come from? Huang Jingming's voice became colder and colder. Don't tell me you don't know these things? Spirit stone veins? Huang Tianle pondered. After a moment, he said in astonishment, your surname is Lan? You're the descendant of Lan clan? It's been so many years. Huh? You old ghost. You still remember my Lan clan? I really underestimated you. The cultivator called Lan Jingming said in a strange manner. Alas, since you're the descendant of Lan clan, I have nothing to say. Huang Tianle sighed and said, this old man has checked the ancient records of the clan. For tens of thousands of years, my Huang Tianming Huang clan has done many evil things. However, the thing that this old man despises the most is your Lan clan. Ha ha ha, Lan Jingming laughed wildly and said, unfortunately, my Lan clan was annihilated by your Huang clan, and only a child is left. It's hard to survive on the Xiaoyu continent, and I don't know how many natural and man-made disasters have happened, But my Lan clan hasn't been completely wiped out. Alas, the heavens are unfair. Why did your Huang clan decline until now? Why can't my Lan clan produce a cultivation genius? It was only at this point that he could kill his enemies with his own hands. All the glory of your Tianmen Mountains Huang clan should belong to my Lan clan. How can you deny it? Of course, it was your Lan clan's ancestor who discovered the spirit stone veins. If it weren't for my Huang clan's ancestor, I'm afraid this place would be the foundation of your Lan clan. Huang Tianla admitted without hesitation, but, since you've already tasted the hardships of the world and been haunted by hatred, why do you have the heart to inflict this pain on others? The Huang family of Tianmen Mountain will bear your wrath and release all the other fellow Taoists. How about that? Ha ha ha, how is that possible? Lan Jingming smiled and said, You can all die in there. This old man has already explained the whole story clearly. This old man wants to see how many of you can turn into evil spirits and cause trouble for this Lan. After that, there was no more sound from the array. Sigh, fellow Taoists, I've implicated all of you. Huang Tianla sighed and cupped his hands. At this time, no one cared about the enmity between the Huang and Lan clans. All they wanted was to get rid of their poison. However, the nine-headed dove's poison was famous in the Xiaoyu continent and was extremely rare. Many cultivators had brought along antidotes, but none of their antidotes were effective. Suddenly, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up and the jade slip in his hand stopped. After looking at it for a moment, he waved his hand and took out a pink jade bottle. He opened it and sniffed it with his nose before handing it to Xueqi. He transmitted his voice. This is the antidote of the 10,000 poison sect. It is said to be able to cure all poisons. Sigh, this 10,000 poison sect doesn't live up to its name. They don't even have an antidote for the nine-headed dove. They only have some poison techniques and poison methods. Thank you, husband. Xueqi took the jade bottle and looked at it. She frowned and said, Husband, there are only 3 pills inside, but there are 6 of us. Take it first and see if it is effective. If it is effective, let the 2 female cultivators of the Chong clan take it first. I will think of a way. Xiao Hua said very decisively. Xueqi poured out a pill from the jade bottle. She frowned as she looked at the dark and smelly pill. She swallowed it and a bitter and indescribable taste came from her mouth. Xiao Hua looked at her with concern. After waiting for a moment, Xueqi's eyes flashed with joy. She raised her hand and transmitted her voice. The 10,000 poison sect is really powerful. Although it can't completely cure the nine-headed dove's poison, my life should be safe. Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, The remaining poison can be refined with magic power. Give the pills to Chong Yulian and the others. Yes, husband. Xueqi smiled and said, But this antidote is really bitter and smelly. If you didn't look at the jade slip, I would have thought it was poison. Oh, Xiao Hua's face was filled with joy. He seemed to have thought of something and quickly took out another jade slip. Xueqi handed the jade bottle to Chong Xuemei and transmitted her voice to her. Naturally, Chong Xuemei and Chong Yulian were overjoyed. They reached out to take it. At the same time, Xueqi transmitted this matter to Chong Lihao and the others. Sure enough, Chong Lihao and the others didn't hesitate at all. They immediately nodded and agreed with Xiao Hua's opinion. Although Xiao Hua didn't particularly care, he was secretly happy when he saw that Chong Lihao and the others were very affectionate. He didn't help the Chong family for nothing. Xiao Hua took out a jade slip and looked at it for a moment. He transmitted his voice to Xueqi and said, Wife, I found a way, but I don't know if it will be effective. Tell me. Although Xueqi had already cured the poison, she was still happy when she heard that there was a way. As the saying goes, fight poison with poison. If we use another kind of poison to cure the nine-headed dove's poison, it should be effective, right? Ah, really? Xueqi nodded, but then she frowned. However, we have to consider the details. Otherwise, if one poison doesn't work, we'll add another. Won't he die faster? Hee, we don't need to try. Xiao Hua looked at Chong Lihao and the others. Although their cultivation was shallow, they were still above the 10th layer of the qi refining realm. For the time being, they didn't show any signs of being poisoned. He got up and walked towards Huang Tianla. Huang Tianla seemed to have given up. He just sat on a chair with Huang Mang, Yang Yu, and Huang Mingxiang beside him. His face was slightly sad, and Huang Mang's face was extremely gloomy. Xie Yujiang and the other Foundation Establishment cultivators from Cultivation sects and Chu Yuchang and the other Foundation Establishment cultivators from Cultivation families were divided into two groups. They sat together and discussed something in low voices. However, everyone was frowning. Obviously, they didn't have any useful ideas. When Huang Tianle saw Xiaohua coming, he quickly stood up and cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist Xiao, thank you for saving Xiang Er. Unfortunately, because of my Huang family's matter, I'm afraid you'll be implicated. Then he turned around and said, "All right, Xiang Er, come and thank fellow Taoist Xiao for his kindness. I wanted to wait until tomorrow morning to thank you, but it seems I won't have the chance." Huang Mengxiang stared at Xiaohua and walked over with light steps. He bowed and said, "This servant thanks Xiao Senior for his kindness." This servant made Yongyu frown. Huang Mengxiang bowed and winked at Xiaohua, making Xiaohua feel quite embarrassed. He, get up. Little friend Huang. You didn't forget to thank me in the restriction just now." Xiaohua waved his hand and didn't let Huang Mengxiang kneel. Huang Mengxiang took the opportunity to straighten up and naughtily stuck out his tongue. He turned around and walked to Yongyu's side, acting like an innocent and lively girl. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, what's the matter?" Huang Tianle smiled apologetically and said, "This Huang has already given my most powerful magic tool to fellow Taoist. There's nothing else that can satisfy fellow Taoist." Fellow Taoist Huang doesn't have it, but this Xiao has it." Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. He took out a jade bottle and handed it to Huang Tianle. "What's this?" Huang Tianle took it with a puzzled expression. He opened the jade bottle and a faint fishy smell spread out from the jade bottle. Huang Tianle stared at it and scanned it with his divine sense. He still didn't understand and looked at Xiaohua strangely. "This is the poison of the azure python," Xiaohua said indifferently. "Azure python? Poison?" Huang Tianle frowned at first, but then he came to a realization. He was pleasantly surprised and said anxiously, "The azure python is a famous poisonous creature in my country of Xi. The poison that an adult azure python spits out is something that even Foundation Establishment cultivators can't resist. Although it's inferior to the nine-headed dove, but it can be used to fight poison with poison. Unfortunately, this Xiao is not a doctor nor an alchemist, so I can't use it to make an antidote. I also don't know how to use poison to fight poison, so I'll give it to fellow Taoist Huang," Xiaohua said with regret. He didn't finish reading the jade slip of the 10,000 poison sect, so he really couldn't find a way to use poison to fight poison, so he didn't dare to say anything. Seeing Xiaohua walk over, Xie Yuji and Chu Yuchang's groups naturally paid attention. By the time Huang Tianle's words reached their ears, a few people had already separated themselves from the two groups and walked over. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this item. This Huang has some experience in using it in his early years. If fellow Taoist is not worried, you can let this Huang test it." Huang Tianle held the jade bottle in his hand and said to Xiaohua with a smile on his face, "If this succeeds, this Huang will immediately detoxify the disciples of Mo Yun village." "Good." Xiaohua clapped and said, "Fellow Taoist Huang, using your own body to test the poison can make up for your negligence." Huang Tianle understood and bowed. He was extremely grateful and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, thank you for giving me this opportunity. However, this is fellow Taoist Zhao's merit, so I don't dare to take it all for myself." "Fellow Taoist Huang, what is this?" Xie Yuji and the others came forward and wanted to take the jade bottle from Huang Tianle's hand. Humph! Xiaohua knew that Huang Tianle's Dharma body had used up all of his essence blood and didn't have much magic power left. He snorted and rubbed his right thumb and middle finger together. A ray of magic power shot out and blocked Xie Yuji and Huang Tianle. "Fellow Taoist Xie, what is the meaning of this?" Xiaohua said coldly, "You want to steal my item in front of me? Why would I want to steal your item?" Xie Yuji was a bit scared, but he looked at the other Foundation Establishment cultivators who came with him and said, "Mo Yun village and our cultivation sects all have people who are poisoned. Since you have a detoxification method, you should share it with us and see if it works." Chapter 1943. Hearing Xie Yuji's soft words, Xiaohua was too lazy to argue with him and only said, "This is something I gave to fellow Huang. Don't have any other thoughts, or else I won't be polite." "So what if you're not polite?" A cultivator from a big family scolded, A little foundation establishment, what are you being arrogant for in front of us? Aren't you afraid we'll kill you? Xiaohua looked at that guy with disdain and ignored him. Sure enough, someone next to that cultivator immediately persuaded, we're all on the same boat, why bother? Humph. That cultivator snorted and sat down, watching coldly. Huang Tianle looked at everyone, thought for a bit and said, this is fellow Zhao's jade bottle. It contains the poison of the green python. Without waiting for Huang Tianle to finish, everyone understood. Their faces showed joy as they shouted, good, the heavens never bars one's wave. Haha, I'm willing to use my body to test the poison and see if I can cure the poison of the nine-headed dove. Huang Tianle and the others stopped cheering and said with a smile, fellow Huang, don't worry. In the distance, a 10th layer qi refining middle-aged cultivator shouted, Junior is Mudu. Here's an ancient recipe. It's a secret method to make poison, but I've never used it before. Junior has been thinking about it, but I can't find a poison that matches the nine-headed dove. Now that we have the poison of the green python, Junior is willing to offer this recipe. Good, everyone is collecting firewood. The fire is really strong. Hearing this, Xiaohua was overjoyed. Since there was a secret method, it was much better than Huang Tianle's trial and error. Sure enough, Mudu handed over a silk-like item to Huang Tianle. Looking at the small jade bottle in Huang Tianle's hand, he smiled and said, if it works, Senior Huang, Senior Xiao, please cure Junior's poison first. Of course. Huang Tianle didn't discuss with Xiaohua and nodded. Seeing that there was a highly toxic poison and a secret formula to detoxify it, everyone's hope soared. Subconsciously, they all rushed over. As for the cultivator who had just reprimanded Xiaohua, he became somewhat restless and kept looking over. Disciples of the Huang family, please come and maintain order. Huang Liang shouted when he saw that the situation was getting out of control. Yes, many of the Huang family's disciples who weren't poisoned answered and stood in various places of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Although they were very scattered, it was clear that they had practiced this many times. The cultivators of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall were separated by the disciples of the Huang family. Their emotions were calm, but they didn't sit down. Instead, they quietly watched. At this moment, a few more low-level qi refinement cultivators were poisoned to death. Their painful cries echoed throughout the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Under everyone's gaze, Huang Tianle opened the silk cloth, squinted his eyes, and carefully read the words on it word by word. After a while, just when everyone was getting impatient, Huang Tianle closed his eyes again and seemed to be thinking carefully. Alas, it really is an ancient technique. It's really strange. If I didn't look at the silk, I absolutely wouldn't have been able to think of such a method. When Huang Tianle opened his eyes, a trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes. Sighing, he casually unintentionally handed the silk to Xiaohua. Then, with a stretch of his hand, a drop of transparent liquid with traces of blood flew out from the jade bottle. Xiaohua took the silk cloth and was clearly stunned. Mu Du was on the other side of Huang Tianle. When Mu Du saw that Huang Tianle had mistakenly handed the silk cloth to Xiaohua, he raised his eyebrows and reached out as if he wanted to take it. How could Xiaohua let go of the secret method that was delivered to his door? Xiaohua glanced at Mu Du and unfolded the silk cloth without any hesitation and read it word by word. Mu Du's hand reached out, but his fingers were slightly trembling and he couldn't say a word. Huang Tianle took out a drop of the green python's venom and flicked his hand. The venom did not enter his mouth, but instead floated in mid-air. Huang Tianle reluctantly mobilized his spiritual power, and several strange-looking spells hit the venom. The venom was gradually divided into 10 portions. Then, with a point of his hand, one portion flew to Huang Tianle's forehead. The moment the venom touched Huang Tianle's wrinkled forehead, it immediately seeped into it. In an instant, several black threads flowed down his forehead, and it really looked like he was bitten by the green python. But when the black strands reached Huang Tianle's neck, several strands of 9 colored stripes appeared under his neck and rushed towards the black strands and quickly tangled together. Just as everyone expected, the pitch-black lines and the 9 colored stripes gradually disappeared. When the black lines disappeared, the 9 colored stripes rushed up again. They saw Huang Tianle pointing at the venom in front of him again, and another portion flew into his forehead. It wasn't until Huang Tianle used 8 portions of the green python's poison that the 9 colored stripes on his chin disappeared completely. Great kindness. Huang Tianle clapped his hands and said, I've neutralized most of the poison in my body. The rest is nothing to worry about. However, Using poison to neutralize poison is an unconventional method. I have to use this secret method. Otherwise, the two poisons won't be able to neutralize each other. It will only be poison on poison. Senior Huang, Junior. Junior can use the green python's poison to neutralize the poison? Mu Du asked urgently. Of course. Huang Tianle pointed his finger and a drop of green python's poison flew in front of Mu Du. Mu Du didn't dare to hesitate and cast a seal. The situation was very similar to Huang Tianle's, but he only used 7 portions to neutralize the poison in his body. Thank you, fellow Taoist Huang. Mu Du bowed in front of everyone. Haha, no need to thank me. This green python's poison belongs to fellow Taoist Xiao. Huang Tianle pointed at Xiao Hua. Thank you, fellow Taoist Xiao. Mu Du bowed again. Xiao Hua smiled and put the silk in his hand. No need, your secret method is not bad. Fellow Taoist, are you interested in making a deal with me? What deal? Mu Du was surprised. Haha, fellow Taoist, just wait a bit. Xiao Hua smiled. At this time, seeing that Huang Tianle and the nameless cultivator had neutralized the poison, the crowd became noisy again. Fellow Taoist Huang, quickly give us the poison. Senior Huang, quickly tell us how to neutralize poison with poison. Huang Tianle was about to speak when Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, Fellow Taoists, don't worry. Fellow Taoist Huang's jade bottle only has 4 or 5 drops of green python's poison. It can save 6 people at most. What? Only a little bit? Xie Yusin was shocked. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why should I say so earlier? Xiao Hua was surprised. This is my own poison. Why should I tell you how much there is? Xiao Hua originally wanted to take out the venom to help everyone detoxify the poison, but after hearing what that cultivator said, he changed his mind. In this world, no matter how precious something was, as long as it was obtained without paying a price, who would cherish it? Chapter 1944. What is the meaning of this, fellow cultivator Xiao? Xie Yuqi asked coldly with a gloomy face. Nothing. Xiao Hua reached out his hand and took the jade bottle from Huang Tianle's hand. He said, Fellow Taoists, although you were innocently dragged into the grudge between the Huang and Lan clans, this wasn't something that fellow Taoist Huang could decide. We can't blame fellow Taoist Huang. We can only blame Lan Jingming. Of course, since this fellow Taoist and I have the antidote, I naturally won't be stingy and will definitely help all of you. However, since I'm going to give you all such precious green python venom, shouldn't you all show some appreciation? What? Xie Yuqi and the others were dumbfounded. They really didn't expect Xiao Hua to do this. Hee, fellow Taoists, please take your time to think about it. I'm going to help all of you. As Xiao Hua spoke, he pulled the wooden boat towards Chong Li Hao and the others. As he turned around, he scanned the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall with his divine consciousness. He opened his mouth slightly and the Dream Executioner flying sword flashed. It followed his Taoist robe to his feet and disappeared. Chong Li Hao and the others were overjoyed when they saw Xiao Hua. There were too many joys and sorrows today that these qi-refining disciples couldn't take it anymore. Then, Xiao Hua used Mu Du's secret technique to detoxify Chong Li Hao, Chong Li Min, and Chong Li Qiang's poison. When Chong Li Qiang bowed and thanked Xiao Hua, Yu Chuan quickly went forward and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Xiao, yes I know. Xiao Hua didn't even look and waved his hand. Another drop of poison appeared. When Xiao Hua finished detoxifying Yu Chuan and his disciples, a timid voice came from the side. Senior Xiao, this junior's cultivation is too shallow. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for long. This junior's spirit stones and yellow talismans, if Senior Xiao likes them. A little 7th layer qi refining cultivator was pitifully handing over some things to Xiao Hua, while the poisonous spots on the 9-headed dove in his hand were growing larger and larger. Don't be impatient. Sit down. Xiao Hua smiled. After the little cultivator sat down, Xiao Hua wasted a bit of his magic power to detoxify the cultivator's poison without saying a word. Then he looked at the spirit stones and yellow talismans, blinked, and said, I can't accept these things, but there are no rules. You're the first, so I'll be thick-skinned. I don't dare. The young cultivator gratefully said. It's a pity that I don't have anything else, otherwise, I would have given everything to Senior. All right. Xiao Hua pulled his hand and split it in half, saying to Mu Du. Fellow Taoist Mu, How about we split it in half? Ah? All right. Mu Du opened his mouth and nodded in agreement. He really hadn't thought of this. Senior Xiao. All the aura-refining cultivators were overjoyed. They shouted and rushed over. Huang clan's disciples, help maintain order. According to your cultivation base, from the lowest to the highest. Prepare your spirit stones and other things. Xiao Hua didn't hold back at all as he loudly ordered. Do as Senior Xiao said, quickly. Huang Liang saw this and immediately ordered. From the lowest to the highest cultivation base, you also need to prepare your spirit stones. Huang Mengxiang stood not far away, holding Yang Yu's arm with his hand, watching Xiao Hua's actions with great interest. Fellow Taoists, yeah, look at this guy. Li Mingzhu was a bit annoyed and whispered. He actually robbed on the spot. Saving people is one thing, but taking people's spirit stones on the spot, what's the big deal? And he doesn't even put us in his eyes, letting these low-level cultivators. Huang Tianle next to fellow Taoist Li laughed. At this juncture, since he can turn the tide, why care about such trifles? And the low-level cultivators are poisoned first. Who do you think should be detoxified first? But how long will it take for him to detoxify the poison by himself? We've already learned the secret technique. Won't we be able to help others? Xie Yuxing also complained. A secret technique is naturally a secret technique. If others know, how can it be a secret technique? Huang Tianle shook his head and said, this secret technique is Mu Du's. Who knows if Mu Du is willing? Can he not be willing? Immediately, a foundation establishment cultivator sneered. I'm afraid this is fellow Taoist Zhao's misgivings? Huang Tianle replied without any trace of politeness. Senior Xiao, there should be other considerations. Huang Mengxiang, who had been watching Xiao Hua's actions with a smile, suddenly said. Xiang Er. Yang Yu scolded. You've just recovered from a long illness. It's better if you don't talk too much. Other considerations? Huang Tianle was stunned, then immediately realized and said in shock. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Sure enough, at this moment, they heard a cry of surprise from the Vermilion Bird Flame Formation. Xiao Hua's bastard son. You dare to spoil this old man's plans again and again. This old man just left for a moment, and you actually helped others detoxify the poison? If this old man doesn't take your life, how can I be worthy of the thousands of lives of my Lan family? Following Lan Jingming's angry roar, the formation runes on the roof of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall gradually began to flash with a vermilion brilliance, with the same power as when Huang Tianle activated the formation just now. Io, how can he activate the formation? Huang Tianle also cried out in surprise. This formation can only be activated by my Huang family's bloodline. But the roaring flames on the four walls of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall had already covered Huang Tianle's cry of surprise. All of you, get out of the way first. Xiao Hua's divine sense had always been exposed outside, but when he heard Lan Jingming appear in the formation, he immediately flicked his sleeve, and his figure floated up to the roof of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Fellow Taoist Xiao is indeed a benevolent person. Huang Tianle's face was filled with indescribable astonishment and amazement. In his entire life, he had probably never seen such a benevolent and righteous cultivator. And Huang Mingxiang's mischievous pair of big eyes stared at Xiao Hua's thin and tall figure with incomparable worship. His two delicate hands slightly clenched, as if he was abnormally worried. This young master has been waiting for you for a long time. I didn't expect you to come out now. Xiao Hua's body was in midair, and he coldly said, this young master definitely doesn't care about the grievances between you and the Huang family. You know how to activate the formation and detoxify all the cultivators, then you and I will go our separate ways. Ha ha ha, Lan Jingming's figure did not appear, but his arrogant voice reverberated in the formation. A mere foundation establishment cultivator actually dares to be so arrogant. This old man will let you see what is called a method. Wang wang, a burst of sound, and the flames on the roof of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall burned fiercely. The pattern of the vermilion bird on the roof of the palace hall became more and more dazzling, gradually emerging from the top side. The vermilion bird sculpture that Huang Tianle placed on the table, at this time, also gradually emitted traces of brilliance along with the changes in the formation. Huang Tianle understood that he was already powerless to activate the formation, and Lan Jingming's side was very obvious. He had already obtained the other sculpture that Huang Tianming should have. Squeak, a cry sounded, and the flaming vermilion bird took shape once again. However, just like before, the pressure that assaulted Xiao Hua's face made him feel suffocated. But the appearance of the vermilion bird was still blurry. Xiao Hua slapped his forehead, and also released his own pressure. He forcefully endured the pressure that was comparable to a gold core cultivator's pressure, and his entire body trembled in midair. Ha ha ha! Lan Jingming's figure appeared on the back of the vermilion bird fire ape. Unexpectedly, it was still Huang Tianming's appearance. What an ignorant child. Even if you detoxified the poison of these people, so what? This old man only needs to sacrifice Huang Tianming's blood essence, and all of you will be killed by this old man. Possession? Huang Tianle was so angry that he trembled, and he pointed his finger at Lan Jingming and shouted, "You can activate my Huang family's formation. Isn't it because you used Tianming's blood essence?" Possession. Hearing these words, Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he directly stared at Lan Jingming's eyes. The pity that he previously had for Lan Jingming had already disappeared. Hee, what do you think? Huang Tianle, if not for this, how could this old man trap all of you in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall? If not for this, how could this old man discover the final secret of the Vermilion Bird formation? Unfortunately, this old man's cultivation is still a bit lacking, and Huang Tianming's memory is missing too much. Otherwise, how could there be so many mistakes? Lan Jingming clapped his hands, and a crimson ring flew up into the air. Then, the numerous flames on the array were torn apart by the ring. Vermilion Bird Ring. Where did you find it? Huang Tianle was shocked once again. Lan Jingming laughed. Naturally, this old man's ancestor killed your Huang family's ancestor, and I obtained it. Do you still need this old man to explain? Below Xiao Hua, Xueqi and the others also took action. Each of them took out their magic tools, and wanted to fly into the air. If this old man was you, I would quietly stay down there. If this old man was defeated by Xiao Hua, you all might have a chance to survive. But if you all go up and help, this old man will activate the Vermilion Bird formation. You all saw how Shang Qinghe was killed just now, right? Ask yourself, can you withstand the Vermilion Bird's attack? Lan Jingming seemed to be not nervous, and said casually, "This." Xueqi and the others' faces changed greatly. At this moment, the whole place was filled with the pressure of the Vermilion Bird. Although they were not as weak as Xiao Hua, when they thought about how the Foundation Establishment middle stage Shang Qinghe was not a match for the Vermilion Bird's flames, how could they dare to go up? Seniors, if this old man kills Senior Xiao, we will have no way to survive. Since that is the case, why not take a gamble? At this moment, Huang Mingxiang said in a clear voice, "This guy has taken over my grandfather's body. Although he can activate the Vermilion Bird formation, he may not be able to use the Vermilion Bird Dharma body. Even if he uses the Vermilion Bird Dharma body and his body's blood essence, when we are killed, he will be on the verge of death. Such a method of mutual destruction, why not?" Yes, the little girl is right. This old woman will take the gamble. Lei Pu Li, who had been keeping a low profile all this time, roared angrily. Her figure fluttered, and under the enormous might of the Vermilion Bird, she tried her best to fly to Xiao Hua's side. Her head full of white hair fluttered with the wind. This old man will also come. Qi Mingzong Zhu Feng also laughed. Since we are going to die, why not die with a bang? Haha, that's right. We will advance and retreat together with fellow Xiao. Su Mingyu and the others immediately came to their senses. One by one, they shouted and tried their best to activate their magic power, rushing to the top of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. At this moment, everyone's cultivation was immediately revealed. Although they tried their best, not a single person could get close to Xiao Hua. They were all scattered around Xiao Hua. Chapter 1945. Lan Jingming was clearly panicking, but he immediately clenched his teeth and said, "Since all of you want to die, then this old man will fulfill your wish. Either way, I will kill all of you, and this old man's revenge will be considered complete." As he spoke, Lan Jingming waved his hand, and the ring of Vermilion Bird flashed with a brilliant light. A ring of fire enveloped Xiao Hua, and Lan Jingming himself flew to the side. His body shook, and a faint Vermilion Bird celestial body was actually released by him. Seeing the Vermilion Bird celestial body, Huang Tianle's last bit of hope was shattered. No one knew the power of the Vermilion Bird celestial body better than him. With this celestial body, Even the city lord of Haoming City would not force him too much. Xiao Hua and the other Foundation establishment cultivators could only end up being killed. Go! Xiao Hua also didn't hesitate. With a clap of his hand, the Yang Leaf fan appeared from the space. Stirring his magic power, he fanned it over. Although the Yang Leaf fan was only a magic tool, in Xiao Hua's hand, it instantly absorbed a large amount of fire attribute spiritual energy. A fire dragon that was even larger than the vermilion bird ring's fire ring roared as it rushed over. Roar! In the blink of an eye, the fire dragon rushed into the ring of fire. It only paused for a moment, as if it was being suppressed by the ring of vermilion bird. Then, it suddenly expanded, broke through the ring of fire, and flew straight through the ring of vermilion bird. Ah! Lan Jingming's body was slightly sluggish, and his expression was extremely shocked. He originally had two plans. If the ring of vermilion bird could kill Xiao Hua, he naturally wanted to escape with his life. But since Xiao Hua was so fierce that even a treasure like the ring of vermilion bird could not suppress him, Lan Jingming knew that he was definitely not a match for him. Therefore, he resolutely shook his body, and the faint vermilion bird celestial body rushed into the huge vermilion bird formed by flames. Just as the vermilion bird celestial body left Lan Jingming's body, a pale green brilliance flashed from the left side of Lan Jingming's body. Then, it turned into 16 rays of brilliance in the blink of an eye. These 16 rays of brilliance were like the blooming of an epiphyllum. Then, they quickly rushed towards Lan Jingming. It was Xiao Hua's dream executor. At this moment, the execution dream had 16 sword beams. It was very different from the previous 8 sword beams. Although the 8 sword beams were powerful, they were still the power of a single sword beam. It was far from the power of the sword array demonstrated in the sword playing the world. Ever since Xiao Hua's battle with Shang Cheng, he had been pondering and comprehending the sword array. Today, the situation was critical. In order to kill Lan Jingming in an instant, he absolutely could not make the slightest mistake. Moreover, he could not show off too much in front of so many cultivators. Thus, Xiao Hua had released the execution dream from the very beginning. It had been lying in ambush at the side of the great array. See! Lan Jingming felt as if he was unable to escape. He saw the 16 rays of light surrounding him and rapidly stabbing towards him. He didn't know how to dodge them. Protect! Lan Jingming forcefully clapped his hands, and a shiny piece that looked like a talisman appeared in his hand. He slightly activated his magic power and hid it on his body. At the same time, Lan Jingming looked at the celestial body that was about to rush into the flames of the vermilion bird celestial body, and his eyes showed a hint of anxiety. Go! Xiao Hua did his best to activate his sword technique, and the dream executioner became even faster. Poo pu pu. A series of sounds could be heard. A few of the dream executioner's flying swords were blocked by Lan Jingming, and more than 10 extremely sharp Dao laws pierced into his Daoist robes. A faint light flashed around his body, and without any more resistance, they pierced into his body. But at this moment, Lan Jingming's vermilion bird celestial body also entered the flames of the vermilion bird. Everyone in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall suddenly felt an irresistible heat wave, and a pressure that made everyone despair came from the flames of the Vermilion Bird celestial body. Xiao Hua, who bore the brunt of the pressure, felt the true yuan in his meridian solidify. The magic power around him seemed to be unable to move. His body that had been baptized by the lightning tribulation also became weak. The phoenix celestial body hidden within his body was also trembling. 130-200 black dots, whether it was the physical body or the celestial body, were all slightly trembling. They seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The dragon vein that had been driven by the dragon transformation art was also suppressed to the point that it couldn't move at all. Damn it! It's said to be able to kill a nascent soul stage cultivator. Sure enough, your reputation is well deserved. My Jindan stage cultivation base is still not enough. At this moment, Xiao Hua's divine sense was completely suppressed by the flames of the vermilion bird. He couldn't command the execution dream at all. He bitterly laughed in his heart and closed his eyes. He knew that he had no other choice. He felt that the heat that pierced his heart was already in front of him. Xiao Hua didn't have the strength to fight back. Just as Xiao Hua was about to be turned into ashes in the flames of the vermilion bird celestial body, a heart-wrenching scream came from Lan Jingming's mouth. This scream was filled with unwillingness and grief. It was so loud that everyone's ears were ringing and their hearts were shaking. Xiao Hua, on the other hand, felt the heat that was already in front of him. He immediately froze. The pressure that was suppressing all of his divine sense also stopped. When Xiaohua opened his eyes to take a look, that pressure, that suffocating feeling, and that heat that was assaulting his face were like the receding tide of the sea, gradually dissipating. Xiaohua ignored the scattering of the vermilion bird celestial body, and the vermilion bird celestial body that was retracting back to the roof of the vermilion bird celestial body. He ignored the dimming of the vermilion bird celestial body under the fire dragon of Yi Yang's fan. He only looked at Lan Jingming's corpse that had fallen into the air under the 16 rays of light of the execution dream sword formation. Lan Jingming's eyes were wide open and filled with sorrow. This? Whose fault is this? Xiaohua sighed. He waved his hand and the vermilion bird celestial body flew into his hand. The execution dream once again turned into a ray of light and fell to the ground along with Lan Jingming's corpse. The vermilion bird celestial body was a palm-sized ring. There were 9 vivid and lifelike vermilion bird diagrams on it. Inside and outside the diagrams, tiny runes were densely engraved. A layer of flickering flames revolved around the entire vermilion bird celestial body, as if there was a boundless universe inside. Everyone in the vermilion bird celestial body held their breaths. They did not dare to say a single word. They only raised their heads and looked at Xiaohua, who was standing in the air with complicated gazes. After half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoists, continue to detoxify the poison. Prepare the spirit stones and other items." Everyone was happy at first, but then, they were stunned. Huang Tianle smiled bitterly. He originally wanted to let the Huang family disciples take a look at Lan Jingming's corpse and see if there was any antidote on him. However, after hearing Xiaohua's words, how could he let the disciples go? All right, since Xiaohua was willing to detoxify the poison for everyone, then everyone could only do the same as before. They lined up in order and took out spirit stones and other items. They also let Xiaohua detoxify the poison. No one mentioned Lan Jingming's matter. Chapter 1946. After a meal, half of the aura-refining disciples had been detoxified. Huang Mengxiang skipped to Xiaohua's side and said with a smile, "Senior Xiao, detoxifying the poison here alone. Is it too tiring? Do you want me to help you?" Looking at Huang Mengxiang's appearance, Xiaohua felt a headache. He waved his hand and said, "It's fine, hee. Thank you for saving me again." Huang Mengxiang rolled his eyes and said, "Little fellow Taoist Huang, is there something wrong?" Hee. I came to ask on behalf of my grandfather. Lan Jingming, that old bastard, deserved to die. However, his remains belong to my little grandfather. My Huang clan can't let him be humiliated. Senior Xiao. You see," Huang Mengxiang said without any trace of politeness. Xiaohua woke up. Although the one who died was Lan Jingming, his remains were still Huang Tianming's. How could Huang Tianle not care? "I was careless. You can go and tidy up. If you have any antidote, you can take it out and use it." Xiaohua nodded. Hee. Senior Xiao is easy to talk to. Thank you. Huang Mengxiang winked at Xiaohua and quickly ran back. After getting Xiaohua's agreement, Huang Tianle quickly ordered the Huang clan disciples to tidy up. Unfortunately, Lan Jingming was such a cautious person. How could he leave the antidote on his body? Su Mingyu and the others were obviously disappointed. They asked in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Huang, can you open the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's formation? We can go out and get some fresh air." Fellow Taoist Huang can also find someone to go to Lan Jingming's residence to look for the antidote. Huang Tianle took out his vermilion bird statue and activated it. He smiled bitterly and said, "I just used a lot of magic power to detoxify the poison. I don't have enough magic power right now. Please wait for a moment." Soon after, he glanced at the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's flame and said, "Moreover, everyone is poisoned. Aside from me, no one else can open the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. It is an excellent shelter. Wouldn't it be better to wait until fellow Taoist Xiao detoxifies everyone's poison before opening the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall?" Sigh, okay. Su Mingyu and the rest were afraid that something would happen to Huang Tianle. They couldn't even leave the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, so they naturally wanted to urge him. However, seeing that Huang Tianle really didn't have any magic power, they could only wait. 2 hours later, Xiaohua successfully cured every one of the 9-headed doves. He and Mu Du had 2 storage pouches on the table. Ha ha! Xiao Hua waved his hand and threw his 2 storage pouches to Chong Li Hao. He smiled and said, I can't be a guest of Mo Cloud Village for free. Take these. Yes. Thank you, senior brother Xiao. Chong Li Hao was overjoyed. His respect had already turned into worship. Xiao Hua pointed at Mu Du and said, Fellow cultivator Mu, take care of your storage pouch. You deserve it. Yes, thank you, senior Xiao. Mu Du nodded and kept the storage bag. At this time, Huang Tianle left again. He bowed and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, this old man doesn't know what to say. I really didn't think that Mo Cloud Village would have someone as great as you. Haha, you didn't know before, but you'll know in the future. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. He looked around and said, Fellow Taoist Huang, you should open the formation of the Vermilion Bird Palace. I'm afraid everyone here is already worried. Haha, fellow Taoist Xiao, please wait a moment. I'll open it now, Huang Tianle said as he took out the Vermilion Bird statue. I'll tell the disciples to change the banquet and remake the spirit wine and spirit fruits. I'll properly thank fellow Taoist Xiao, and also apologize to everyone here. I'm afraid no one will dare to drink your Huang family's spirit wine anymore. Xiao Hua watched as the Vermilion Bird statue spat out flames once again. The flames on the 4 walls of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall gradually subsided, finally revealing the palace doors. Moreover, under Huang Tianle's intention, 8 huge doors simultaneously appeared in 8 directions of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, all of them open. Gotcha! A sudden clap of thunder resounded. Just as the entrance of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall was revealed, the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall lit up. Immediately after, the pitter-patter of raindrops and banana leaves filled everyone's ears. It's raining, Xiao Hua's divine sense slightly swept and understood. Moreover, it's a thunderstorm with lightning and thunder. Haha, fellow Taoist Huang, we didn't do anything today. Instead, we gave the Huang family a lot of trouble. Now that everything is over, we won't stay here for long. Seeing the Vermilion Bird Palace open, Su Mingyu, Xie Yujiang, and the others all stood up and cupped their hands. We'll thank fellow Taoist Xiao for the following banquet. We'll take our leave. Huang Tianle quickly stood up and said, Fellow Taoists, don't be anxious. It's midnight right now, and there's lightning and thunder. Why don't you wait until tomorrow? I'll arrange for the disciples to prepare a quiet room. Fellow Taoists, you can rest for a while. It won't be too late to leave tomorrow. Haha, no need. Su Mingyu and the others had just escaped from death and had the intention to leave. How could they dare to stay for a moment longer? Moreover, a thunderstorm like this was nothing to a Foundation establishment cultivator. It was no different from a normal day. Fine, I'll send you all off. Huang Tianle understood their thoughts and said, Today, my Huang family indeed didn't receive you well. In the future Haha, I'll bring my son to your sect to apologize. That's easy. Fellow Taoist Huang's body isn't well, so you should stay. If the Huang family needs anything in the future, please send us a message. Su Mingyu's words were clearly a refusal. They definitely wouldn't come to Tianmen Mountain again. After speaking, Su Mingyu and the others looked at each other and actually flew towards the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's 8 doors. It could be seen that their hearts were really full of fear. Sigh, really? Huang Tianle turned his head and looked. He didn't know who to send off, so he could only walk 2 steps and smile bitterly. At this time, a group of Qi refinement cultivators and cultivators from other sects were also restless. They all stood up and wanted to bid farewell to Huang Tianle. Master, why are you? Just as everyone stood up, they heard a plop sound as they fell to the ground. Immediately after, a cry of surprise came from the west side of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. This voice also stopped abruptly and didn't even finish speaking. At the same time, this kind of cry of surprise sounded from all 4 sides of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. A series of plop sounds appeared. What's going on? Xiao Hua was aghast. His divine sense swept over, and he saw that Su Mingyu and the other Foundation building cultivators who flew out earlier had already fallen at the entrance of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Lying next to them were also a few aura refining disciples. Presumably, they were the ones who discovered their abnormal state and cried out in alarm. The remaining people surrounded the entrance of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. They looked at the seemingly normal entrance with extreme fear, and looked at the curtain of rain that poured in from outside the entrance. Their bodies trembled slightly and they didn't dare to fly even half a step further. Which senior is outside? We only came to Tianmen Mountain to help the Huang family. We don't want to get involved in the grudges between the Huang family and the Lan family. Moreover, Lan Jingming was also killed by a cultivator called Xiaohua just now. We don't have any grudges with him anymore. Right now, we only want to return from Tianmen Mountain. Moreover, this junior swears that I won't take half a step within 100 miles of Tianmen Mountain. Zhao Fanling of the Zhao family took half a step forward and said very respectfully with a bow. Outside the entrance of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, there was nothing but raindrops that covered the sky and covered the earth. Although the walalap sound didn't cover Zhao Fanling's voice, there wasn't any echo either. Since senior isn't willing to speak, then this junior will take it as senior's consent. Zhao Fanling's face was indescribably happy and worried. This junior is only a woman. I definitely won't say half a word about today's matter. I hope that senior will raise your hand and let this junior go. As she spoke, Zhao Fanling clapped her hands and took out a jade-like magic tool from her storage pouch. Under the activation of her magic power, a layer of purple luster was produced and completely covered Zhao Fanling. Zhao Fanling didn't dare to fly. She slowly stepped out with one foot. When she saw that there was no movement, she stepped out with the other foot, moving half a foot by half a foot. When she neared the entrance of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, it was precisely where Su Mingyu was lying. Zhao Fanling hesitated for a moment, then slightly stepped out with the tip of her foot. When she saw that there was no movement, she slowly, gently, and carefully moved her foot out again. At this time, there was still no movement. Senior. Junior thanks senior. Zhao Fanling raised her head and shouted towards the pitch-black night sky. Gathering her courage, she passed through the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's entrance. However, at this moment, the instant Zhao Fanling passed through the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's entrance, a strange thing happened. Zhao Fanling's entire body slightly twitched, as if her entire essence, energy, and spirit had been sucked out by someone. Her body went limp and the luster of the magic tool in her hand suddenly extinguished. She laid down next to Su Mingyu. The group of cultivators with divine senses only needed to sweep a glance to understand that Zhao Fanling was no longer breathing. Ah! A few frightened screams sounded in the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Immediately, there was no more movement and it was deathly silent. Rumble! Right at this moment, a burst of thunder seemed to have struck the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. The surrounding scenery was brightly illuminated in an instant. In the night, the originally majestic artificial mountains and flowing treetops looked extremely strange at this moment. They were like night owls and also like ghosts. Xiaohua's heart jumped. The Buddha Saraira faintly emitted threads of golden light, and even the Phoenix Dharma body was slightly trembling. This heavenly thunder. I'm afraid it's not the sound of a normal thunderstorm. Xiaohua, who had experienced the lightning tribulation, smelled something different from the heavenly thunder and slightly frowned. Fellow Taoists, don't be anxious, Huang Tianle hurriedly shouted. Although he told the others not to be anxious, his own face was also filled with panic. Moreover, his forehead was already covered in sweat. This night was truly strange. This person's death was truly inexplicable. Fellow Taoist Huang, what's going on? Xiaohua's eyes were bright as he stared at Huang Tianle. Although the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall was abnormally warm, Xiaohua felt a chill seeping out from his spine. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this old one really doesn't know. Huang Tianle vigorously shook his head. This old one has already lost his sense of propriety tonight. All of this really has nothing to do with this old one. Let this old one go over and take a look first. Afterwards, he walked forward a few steps and raised his voice. Where are the disciples on duty outside the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall? Why didn't anyone come over to report? Chapter 1947. Fellow Taoist Huang, there's no need to shout. Near your Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. I'm afraid there's no one left alive. Xiaohua said quietly. His eyes were looking at the shining water threads outside the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. The sound of water flowing could be heard. What? Huang Tianle's face was pale. His body swayed and he almost fell. Huang Mengxiang quickly supported him. What's wrong? Fellow Taoist Huang Yu. Xiaohua said strangely. Sigh, my divine sense is gradually declining. Huang Tianle said with a bitter smile. Moreover, the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall seems to be covered by heavenly lightning. My divine sense can't penetrate it. Amen. Xiao Hua nodded. His divine sense had only managed to extend about 3 meters out of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall before it was blocked. His Buddhist sense, on the other hand, was barely able to extend 30 meters out. Presumably, with Huang Tianle's early-stage foundation establishment cultivation, he wouldn't even be able to extend his divine sense out of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Cough cough. I'll go take a look first. So many fellow Taoists have died. Huang Tianle actually coughed twice like a senile mortal elder. Grandfather, it's better if you don't go. You're old, your body. Huang Mengxiang advised in a low voice. Xiang I'm just going to take a look. Huang Tianle said in a low voice. As the Huang family's patriarch, how can I not go? Come with this old man. Yes, grandfather. Huang Mengxiang replied in a low voice. Huang Mang and Yang Yu followed behind him. Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and looked around. His Buddhist consciousness swept outside and then looked at the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Just now, when Zhao Fanling went out, his divine sense followed closely. He didn't find any magic power fluctuations at all, and Zhao Fanling fell to the ground. This was really beyond Xiao Hua's understanding. After thinking for a while, he didn't follow Huang Tianle. Instead, he walked to the table where Xueqi and the others were. At this moment, there weren't many people in the center of the hall. All the cultivators were scattered around the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall in a circle, facing the 8 open doors of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Xueqi looked calm, but Chang Yulian and Chang Xuemei were pale. Their lips were slightly black and trembling. The two of them huddled together and hid behind Xueqi. Chang Lihao and the other two clenched their fists. What? Are you scared? Xiao Hua also forcefully squeezed out a smile and asked. Senior brother Xiao. Chang Lihao's voice was trembling. Yes, before although I was afraid, after all, it was a clear opponent. I knew who it was. But now, I can't see who it is. Several foundation building seniors have been killed without anyone knowing. There's not even the slightest sound. How can I not be afraid? If it weren't for senior brother Xiao, I'm afraid we would have left long ago. Perhaps we would have died at the entrance of the hall. Chang Li Min echoed. Senior brother Xiao. It's all my fault. I didn't dare to be greedy and urged my brothers to come over. Chang Yulian said faintly. Chang Xuemei trembled even more. Little sister shouldn't have dragged senior brother and big sister into this. Otherwise, who knows where senior brother and big sister would be now? Why are you saying this now? Xiao Hua widened his eyes and scolded. How can cultivators of our generation have so much to be gentle about? What's done is done. Don't have any thoughts of turning back. Thinking about the past and the future, in the end, it's all empty space. Chang Lihao's heart trembled. He nodded respectfully. Thank you for your reminder, senior brother. I understand. In an instant, the timidity in his eyes lessened by a bit. Although Chang Xuemei and Chang Yulian understood, female cultivators were born timid. They couldn't be enlightened in such a short time. Xiao Hua didn't say much. He looked at Xueqi's clear eyes. There was a kind of fear, but it wasn't timidity. Instead, it was more of concern for him. Xiao Hua frowned slightly. He didn't think much of it before, but after several life and death situations, he saw Xueqi so calm. Her state of mind was even more open-minded than his, as if she had thrown away life and death. How could he not be surprised? According to Xueqi's cultivation, she shouldn't be like this. Could it be? In the fog mountain, Ling Zhengyi said something to her? Xiao Hua pondered. Moreover, Xueqi and Ling Zhengyi didn't seem to mention anything about Xueqi's parents. Xueqi doesn't have the fire ape spirit blood in her bloodline. Instead, she has a thunder physique and is protected by that male thunder beast. Could this be the reason for Xueqi's abnormal behavior? Ah! At this moment, cries of surprise came from the side of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's door. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over, and he was even more shocked. Just now, after Zhao Fanling's rash attempt to survive and her strange death, no one dared to take half a step forward. They all surrounded the door and stared at it with terrifying gazes. At this moment, the area that seemed to be the edge of death actually shrunk. Several low-level cultivators that were closest to the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's door also seemed to have their vitality taken away. They silently lay on the ground. Many people were like headless flies as they rushed into the air. However, something even more shocking happened. The several people who had rushed into the air had only flown a few feet before they fell back down from the sky without making any sound. This time, no one dared to fly anymore. They just ran around the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall like mortals. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed. He hurriedly waved his hand and took out several dozen rabbit spirit talismans. Both of his hands continuously struck them out. In a short moment, he urged his magic power and a rabbit spirit formation was set up, protecting Xueqi and the others within. Senior Xiao. Not far away, Yuchuan didn't dare to stray too far away from Xueqi and the others. Even when there were people rushing to get out, he was still like this. Seeing Xiaohua take out so many spirit talismans all of a sudden, his mouth had long since changed to senior, junior, canned. Seeing Yuchuan use his finger to point at the spirit formation, Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then nodded. Since that's the case, Daoist you and the disciples can also come over. However, I can't guarantee that I'll really be able to protect everyone. It's good that you have this. Junior can't thank you enough. Yuchuan hurriedly walked into the range of the spirit formation, bowed and said, if we can escape alive today, Junior will definitely thank Senior Xiao. Let's talk about it after we escape. Xiaohua waved his hand, pointed at Xueqi and said, if possible, try your best to protect my junior sister. Of course. Yuchuan sat in front of Xueqi, as if he could really protect her. Darling Xiao, be careful. Xueqi faintly said. She knew that Xiaohua definitely wouldn't be like the other cultivators who only cared about their own safety. Because he was Xiaohua. Don't worry, Xiaohua nodded towards her. Everyone retreated about 3 meters, then stopped again. Huang Tianle also retreated with everyone under the support of Huang Mengxiang. However, he still seemed to be struggling, as if he wanted to go forward. Daoist Huang, Xiaohua walked to Huang Tianle's side, frowned and said, actually, I'm the same as Daoist Zhao Fanling. I really don't want to get involved in the grudges between the Huang clan and others. However, tonight, I've really been dragged into the water by Daoist Huang. Now that Daoist Su Mingyu and the other Daoists have died, the various sects that they belong to probably won't let this matter go. In my opinion, if Daoist Huang knows what's going on, it's better for you to have a good talk with the senior outside the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. As long as that senior isn't like Lan Jingming, insisting on taking our lives, we still have a chance to escape this calamity. Chapter 1948. Alas, fellow Daoist Xiao, Huang Tianle's face was almost devoid of color. At this moment, after hearing Xiaohua's reprimand, a trace of redness appeared on his face. He sighed and said, fellow Daoist Xiao, tonight, fellow Daoist has made a great contribution and is the great benefactor of my Tianmen Mountain. This old man won't hide anything from you. My Tianmen Mountain does indeed have many enemies, but since they haven't come looking for us for so many years, perhaps they were exterminated by my Huang clan, or perhaps they declined on their own. This matter of the Lan clan is absolutely beyond this old man's expectations. Other people. I really don't know of such powerful enemies. Senior Xiao, if my Huang clan's enemies had such powerful abilities, they would have already razed Tianmen Mountain to the ground. Why wait until today? Huang Mengxiang said without any trace of politeness. Moreover, this senior's abilities are so powerful, even more powerful than my Vermilion Bird Flame formation. Why do you need to be so sneaky? Just come out and destroy the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. We won't be able to survive, so why is everyone so scared? Ah! Just as they were talking, there was another wave of wailing and howling. A female cultivator in the middle of the crowd suddenly fell to the ground, similarly dying. This was great. Getting close to the palace gate was dangerous, but not getting close to the palace gate was also dangerous. It seemed like there was no safe place in the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. In the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, a crowd of cultivators lost their heads out of fear and fled in disarray. No one knew where to hide. This scene was no different from the usual panicked crowd in the secular world. Clatter, 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 a wave of trembling teeth due to fright rang out. Everyone near Xiaohua's left and right were trembling. A frightening aura pervaded the entire place, and even Xiaohua was no exception. A kind of fear that came from the bottom of his heart flowed along Xiao Hua's blood and quickly spread throughout his entire body. A kind of coldness wrapped around Xiao Hua's entire body. Damn it, which senior is this? Xiao Hua could also be considered to have experienced countless life and death situations, but he had never felt so powerless. Ah! Another 2 screams rang out in succession. 2 cultivators collapsed, and the order in which they collapsed was actually facing Xueqi and the others. This is bad. Xiao Hua didn't know whether his formation could block this strange death or not. He floated in front of the formation. Xiao! Xueqi couldn't help but call out. Shut up! Xiao Hua shouted and locked his divine sense in front of him, hoping that he would discover something. However, after the time it took to brew a cup of tea, his divine sense was completely empty. Just as Xiao Hua thought that the danger had passed, a sudden gust of cold wind gently blew towards Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua didn't hesitate at all and hurriedly retreated. Then, he released his Buddhist sense again. As before, there was nothing abnormal in the place where Lang Feng was. Xiao Hua stopped and his eyes quickly turned. With a slap of his hand, the cloud-suppressing seal flew out. A bronze brilliance sprinkled down from the top of Xiao Hua's head, firmly protecting him. However, just as the cloud-suppressing seal was summoned, the cold wind blew again and actually went past the brilliance of the cloud-suppressing seal. What kind of divine ability is this? Xiao Hua was greatly shocked. He hurriedly retreated, and without the slightest hesitation, he naturally shot out the fireball technique. With a rumbling sound, the area in front of Xiao Hua's eyes was covered in flames. Xiao Hua didn't withdraw his Buddhist sense. Just as the flames were burning, he suddenly discovered that there was a faintly swaying silhouette in the flames. However, this silhouette didn't seem to be afraid of the flames and disappeared in a flash. At this moment, not far from Xiao Hua's side, another cultivator fell to the ground and no longer breathed. Rise! Xiao Hua extended his hand and the Samadhi true fire emerged from his hand. Immediately after, a wall of fire surrounded him. Xiao Hua flicked his hand again, and a wisp of the Samadhi true fire flew towards the faintly discernible silhouette just now. A deep strange sound like it came from the throat rang out. Immediately, a humanoid flame appeared from the Samadhi true fire and screamed. Ah! The group of female cultivators all screamed in fright. Ghost. Ghost, of course it couldn't be seen and could kill without a trace. If it wasn't a ghost, then what was it? Ghost? Although Xiao Hua's heart trembled, since even ghosts were afraid of the Samadhi true fire, what was he afraid of? Therefore, Xiao Hua didn't hesitate and hurriedly waved his hand again. Outside the rabbit spell formation, a wall of Samadhi true fire rose. Senior Xiao, save me! Senior Xiao, save me! When everyone saw that Xiao Hua was actually able to use fire to kill ghosts, they all rushed towards Xiao Hua. Many people even wanted to squeeze into the rabbit spell formation. But at the same time that everyone rushed in, a series of blood-curdling screams rang out again. Several cultivators fell under everyone's feet. It was unknown whether they were killed by ghosts or trampled to death. Seeing so many people rushing over, Xiao Hua coldly snorted. His figure flew into the air and shouted, "All of you, stop! In this kind of panic, even this Xiao will be trampled to death by you. Who can save you?" Fellow Taoists, don't panic. Such panic will only cause more people to die. It won't allow Senior Xiao to save you. At this time, Huang Mingxiang also flew into the air and shouted loudly, "All of you, sit down where you are and leave some space between yourselves. If fellow Taoists have any fireball talismans or the like, you can use them to protect yourselves first. Even if there are ghosts or the like, Senior Xiao will have time to kill them if there's a gap." When the cultivators heard Huang Mingxiang's reminder, they all came to a sudden realization and quickly sat down. One by one, they took out all the fire attribute yellow talismans they could use and used them to protect themselves. Then, they looked pitifully at Xiao Hua. "Do you want to die? Hurry up and get down." Xiao Hua said coldly. Huang Mingxiang didn't seem to be afraid of the others. His figure turned and landed beside Huang Tianle. He even smiled at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua didn't have the time and didn't have the mood to do anything ambiguous with this little girl. He released his Buddhist sense and carefully examined, but obviously, although his Buddhist sense left, it couldn't do anything. A sound echoed. One of the female cultivators cried out in alarm. In front of her, A male cultivator with flames on his body silently lay down. Go! Xiaohua didn't hesitate at all. He waved the Samadhi true fire in his hand and a slender line of fire flew over. However, before the line of fire flew near the male cultivator, it unexpectedly stopped. Then, as if something had been ignited, a silhouette that was half a head taller than an ordinary person appeared. It let out a hee-hee sound and continuously swayed within the Samadhi true fire. Go! Xiaohua waved his hand again. Another 4 lines of Samadhi true fire once again flew to the 4 sides where the male cultivator was just now. With a whoosh sound, as expected by Xiaohua, 3 of the lines of Samadhi true fire missed. The Samadhi true fire on the other side succeeded. Igniting a ghost, however, a new situation appeared. This ghost seemed to be different from the previous ones. It could actually flutter rapidly. Although it painfully rolled on the ground, it still crashed into the cultivators sitting at the side. In merely a breath's time, several cultivators were affected. The Samadhi true fire was so powerful that when these cultivators touched it, their bodies immediately burned. Say, Xiaohua sighed. He flew to the left of these cultivators and reached out to extinguish the Samadhi true fire on their bodies. What should I do? Xiaohua was a little hesitant. These ghosts seemed to be different from the vengeful ghosts Xiaohua encountered in the flame forest swamp. His spiritual sense couldn't see them. But I wonder if the Buddha's Sarira can transcend? The Buddha's Sarira could be considered one of Xiaohua's secrets. At this moment, other than Han Zhu, no other cultivator knew about it. Although the Buddha's Sarira could succeed, the Buddhist sect and the Taoist sect had an inexplicable grudge. Although Xiaohua didn't know much about it, from Han Zhu's words, he could definitely predict the consequences of others discovering the Buddhist sect's divine ability. Therefore, unless it involved his own safety, he didn't plan to reveal it. In addition, Xiaohua forced the spirit-devouring cultivation technique from spirit husbandry sect's Li Dongming in the flame forest swamp. However, it was obvious that the spirit-devouring cultivation technique he obtained was the most basic one. Moreover, Xiaohua didn't have time to comprehend it. Even if he wanted to use it now, he couldn't. I can't see these ghosts. If I can see them, then the Samadhi true fire can be used. Xiaohua frowned. Suddenly, the Samadhi true fire on Xiaohua's body flickered slightly, showing signs of being extinguished. Oh my god! There are ghosts that aren't afraid of the Samadhi true fire? Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly dodged. At the same time, he opened his left hand slightly. He wasn't sure if the delirium dharma eye that could see spiritual energy could see ghosts that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. As the saying goes, the ignorant are fearless. Before Xiaohua saw the ghosts, although he was afraid, he didn't have a creepy feeling. However, when he opened his delirium dharma eye and saw the ghosts, an extremely absurd feeling, as if he had arrived at the Yellow Springs, rushed into his heart. He saw that the ghosts in the delirium dharma eye were light green smoke. They were humanoid. However, some of these humanoid figures were missing arms and legs. Some of them were missing heads and legs. There were even some that didn't have any limbs and were just floating in the air. Not only on the ground, even in the air, there was a lot of light fog flying left and right. The entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall was a place where demons were dancing. Damn it, what's going on? Xiaohua was extremely shocked. Suddenly, he thought of the words of Lan Jingming who was just killed. Today is officially the 15th day of the 7th month. If you all die, then turn into malicious spirits. The 15th day of the 7th month? Is it the ghost festival? As Xiaohua was thinking, he once again heard a series of thunderclaps rumbling outside the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Several dazzling purple lights dazzled his illusion breaker eye, and the ghosts that were slowly pouring into the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall all turned into white mist and disappeared without a trace. Could it be because the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall is a fire-type array? These ghosts entered the palace hall to avoid the lightning tribulation? While Xiaohua was thinking, his hands and feet were not dissatisfied. His left hand was placed on his waist, pretending to move. The flames of the Samadhi true fire in his right hand were like heavenly maidens scattering flowers. Every time a flower fell, a ghost would be ignited. However, correspondingly, Xiaohua was also extremely busy. Many cultivators were affected by the Samadhi true fire of the ghosts. Xiaohua couldn't sit and watch. Moreover, it seemed that only he could control the Samadhi true fire. If he didn't take action, who could? I'll help you. Just as Xiaohua was flustered, a voice sounded. Chapter 1949. Xiaohua raised his head and looked over. It was Huang Mengxiang. Huang Mengxiang's figure flew over like a nimble butterfly, fluttering in front of everyone's eyes. Huang Mengxiang's left hand was waving a wisp of slightly thin true samadhi fire, but her right hand was waving on some cultivators who had true samadhi fire on their bodies. After waving a few times, the true samadhi fire on the cultivators' bodies were all extinguished. Great! Xiaohua came to a realization. This Tianmen Mountains Huang family probably has the true bloodline of the vermilion bird. Huang Mengxiang is the Huang family's daughter of the first wife, and also has outstanding aptitude. Being able to learn true samadhi fire is not considered strange. But how can Huang Mengxiang casually extinguish true samadhi fire of Xiaohua? Every time, she has to wave several techniques to extinguish a wisp of true samadhi fire. But even so, Xiaohua can be considered to have obtained assistance. His thoughts on extinguishing the fire were greatly reduced and he concentrated on killing the hesitating ghosts in the main hall. Just like this, in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the wandering ghosts among the cultivators were almost completely eliminated. Even though there were no more cultivators whose lives were taken by the ghosts, Xiaohua's expression did not appear relaxed. After all, in this short period of time, Huang Mengxiang's face already appeared crimson. Clearly, it was because her magic power was insufficient. And from what he saw with his Dharma eye, outside of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's door, there were still many ghosts slowly swimming in. If I were to set up the true samadhi fire around the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, I would be able to stop the ghosts from invading. However, this is not a long-term solution. My powers are limited after all. These ghosts seem to be inexhaustible. I have to find the reason. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and rubbed his hands. A dozen wisps of true samadhi fire flew out again, igniting the ghosts closest to the cultivators in the main hall. Afterwards, his figure flew and pounced towards the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's door. His right hand raised again and a firewall technique was cast. Soon after, he waved left and right. Following Xiaohua's gesture, the firewall technique quickly spread along the four walls of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Without waiting for the two firewalls to meet, Xiaohua raised his left and right hands again. 3 wisps of true samadhi fire simultaneously appeared in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall and also started to spread along the walls of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Xiaohua's method was quite effective. Although the wall of fire couldn't stop the ghosts, after the true samadhi fire appeared, all the ghosts that rushed into the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall were ignited by the true samadhi fire. They could no longer approach the cultivators sitting in the center of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Alas, it's still a temporary measure. Xiaohua looked at the samadhi true fire that was dimming with every ghost that was ignited. He sighed and flew into the air above the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. At this time, all the ghosts in the air were killed by Xiaohua, so it could be considered safe. Seeing that Huang Mengxiang was still extinguishing the true samadhi flames, Xiaohua pinched his chin and looked at the cultivators below him. After a moment, Xiaohua's eyes lit up and he secretly opened his magic eyes. Among the many cultivators, he saw a cultivator whose body was faintly green in color, similar to that of a ghost, appear within Xiaohua's magic eyes. It's him! Xiaohua's phoenix eyes slightly narrowed. He pretended to carelessly pass by that short cultivator, who looked like he was only around 10th layer Qi disciple. With a wave of his left and right hand, several streams of true samadhi fire flew down together, charging towards that male cultivator whose face was pale and whose eyes were slightly sunken. Ha ha ha, that male cultivator's face was originally filled with panic, but when he saw Xiaohua's several streams of true samadhi flames rushing towards him, his face revealed astonishment. Immediately after, he laughed loudly. His figure swayed strangely for a while, using some unknown spell. Not only did he dodge the true samadhi flames, his own figure also flew into the air. Ah! Xiaohua was slightly shocked, because from what he saw with his magic eyes, a light green smoke floated up from the male cultivator's body, similar to the color of ghosts. Moreover, there wasn't any normal fluctuation of mana. Ah! The cultivators next to the male cultivator were also shocked. They didn't think that the culprit was hiding next to them. They all couldn't help but dodge in all directions. Xiaohua, you really are strong. Not only is your mana profound, you also have insight. That male cultivator saw that he was exposed and no longer hid. His body stood in the air and said with a smile, "Are you really a guest of Mo Yun village?" Insight. Hearing this, Xiaohua slightly clenched his left hand and said coldly, "This Xiao is naturally a guest of Mo Yun village. Of course, this young master is also a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. What? Are you scared of this young master?" Xiaohua didn't dare to lead the calamity to Mo Yun village and clearly stated his identity. Imperial Thunder Sect? Then no wonder. That cultivator had a face of realization. It's not strange for the Imperial Thunder Sect to have a foundation establishment cultivator like you who can control true Samadhi fire. Imperial Thunder Sect disciple? Huang Tianla also had a face of realization and Huang Mingxiang's eyes flickered. As for saying this lord is scared of you, hee, you think too highly of yourself. That cultivator laughed again and said, "You're only a foundation establishment cultivator. This lord doesn't put you in my eyes." This lord? Who are you? Xiaohua berated like spring thunder. Many cultivators have no enmity with you. Why did you order ghosts to come and massacre them? Who is this lord? Hee, how could a little foundation establishment cultivator like you know? That cultivator said with a strange smile, but then calmly said, "If you want to know this lord's identity, then this lord will tell you how you saw through this lord." Obviously, this cultivator was the same as Lan Jingming, very confident in his concealment. He didn't think that he would be seen through by Xiaohua while hiding on the side. "Why are you so curious about Lan Jingming's question just now?" Xiaohua ridiculed. "Do you think that your actions are flawless and others shouldn't be able to see through it? Could it be that you are the person behind Lan Jingming?" "Humph, don't compare this lord with that brat surnamed Lan." The cultivator waved his hand and said disdainfully, "He is just a jumping clown. He actually has the same idea as this lord. Hee, this lord didn't want to make a move. I wanted to wait for him to exterminate the Huang family. Then this lord would take his life. Who would have thought that a distraction would appear?" "What grievances do you have with the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain?" Xiaohua asked. "This isn't something that a little foundation establishment cultivator like you can care about." The cultivator waved his hand. "How about you first tell me how you found out about this lord?" "Should I tell you?" Xiaohua asked thoughtfully. "Of course, as long as you tell me. This lord will also tell you some things that you want to know." "Sigh, it's actually very simple." Xiaohua extended a finger and shook it slightly. "If this Xiao tells you, you may not necessarily believe it." "Are you stalling for time?" the cultivator asked curiously. "I have never heard of an Imperial Thunder Sect disciple being so long-winded. If you don't say it, how do you know this lord won't believe you?" Hee, this Xiao has already used the poison of the green python to detoxify all the cultivators in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. They also gave me their spirit stones, yellow talismans, pills and other things as rewards. Only you didn't give anything. You say this Xiao doesn't remember you? How can I not suspect you?" Chapter 1950. WH. What? The cultivator's face turned green. "There are so many people in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, but only I didn't give you spirit stones, this. You still remember?" "Yeah, what's so strange about it?" Xiaohua said somewhat proudly. "I've always been stingy. Now that I've spent a lot of money to get the Azure Python's poison, there's actually someone who didn't give me spirit stones. I naturally have to remember. This isn't strange at all. Since you don't need to detoxify it, then, you definitely aren't poisoned. But how can a 10th level Qi refinement cultivator not be poisoned? Just thinking about it makes me feel strange. Like this, I can casually use my heal to know you have a problem." The cultivator didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Can't I be like you and not drink the spirit wine? This spirit wine is extremely useful for Qi refinement cultivators. If you don't drink it, doesn't that mean you don't need the spirit wine's spirit energy? Isn't that even more obvious?" Xiaohua spoke frankly with assurance, as if he had a card up his sleeve. "Damn it," the cultivator laughed bitterly. "Of course I drank it. Of course I know there's poison in the spirit wine, but I'm a ghost cultivator. How can I let you detoxify it? With magic power everywhere, you'll naturally be able to see through me." "Ghost cultivator?" Xiaohua was stunned. He'd only heard of soul cultivators, but he'd never heard of ghost cultivators. With a sweep of his gaze, he saw that Huang Tianla was also stunned. Presumably, he also didn't know. "What's a ghost cultivator for?" Xiaohua asked. Hee hee. Do I have to trouble myself to tell you this? The cultivator clapped his hands and took out a palm-sized triangular flag. Won't it be fine if you use your heel to think? Okay, Xiaohua didn't hesitate, the true samadhi fire in his hand flourishing. I'll ask one more question. I don't know what kind of grudge fellow Taoist has with the Huang family that you can't let us innocent cultivators go? Sorry, the cultivator said coldly. I didn't plan on telling you these things. After he finished speaking, the cultivator waved his hand and a faint black-green mist gathered around his body, protecting him. Immediately after, a few wisps of faint green mist were released from the small flag, attacking the firewall at the entrance of the hall. Hee hee, fellow Taoist, do you think I, Xiao, am transparent? Xiaohua waved his hand, and several true samadhi flames flew out, wanting to block that green fog. But contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, when the samadhi true fire flew through the green mist, the flames actually dimmed, as if they were about to be extinguished. This is bad. This guy isn't afraid of the true samadhi fire. Xiaohua immediately understood. Indeed, that cultivator sneered and said, it's merely the samadhi true fire. Even though it's rare in Dawn Rain continent, it's nothing more than firewood against us ghost cultivators. Go, seeing that the true samadhi fire was useless, Xiaohua used his divine telekinesis and a dot of green light flew out from under the cultivator's feet. 16 sword gleams were like 16 shuttles, enveloping the cultivator from top to bottom. Whoosh whoosh. Just as the dream executioner's seemingly random, but in reality, very methodical attacks, the dark green mist around the cultivator's body expanded. His entire body was covered by the mist. After the 16 flying swords pierced through the mist, it was as if they had pierced nothing. There was no obstruction at all as they passed through the mist. Ah! Xiaohua was slightly surprised. He clenched his teeth and said, split. Immediately, the 16 sword gleams once again split into 32. Like swimming fishes, they once again turned around and circled around the cultivator within the mist. Ha ha ha, the cultivator's laughter wreaked havoc within the mist. You're a thunder-controlling school cultivator, and you actually know the flying swords of a sword cultivator. And it's so strange. What a pity. How could you understand the power of a ghost cultivator? What should I do now? Xiaohua couldn't help but think of the Buddha's Saraira again. And at this time, the green mist had already hit the wall of fire. The flames that were still burning fiercely just now were as if they had been doused with water, and were instantly extinguished. The true samadhi fire in the middle that had captured the ghost was also entangled by the mist, and the flames gradually extinguished. Roar, at this time, outside the palace, there was actually a roar. That sound seemed to have come from the outer realms, but it also seemed to be filled with anger towards the world. Motherfucker, what did I encounter today? Needless to say, from this sound, one could tell that the ghost outside was probably even more vigorous. At the same time that everyone in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall was trembling in fear, Xiaohua's eyes looked at the human figure within the black and green mist and thought in confusion. This ghost cultivator wasn't afraid of poison. He saw through the 9-headed dove's poison and even drank it. He wasn't afraid of the dream executioner or the true samadhi fire. Presumably, magic treasures like the cloud-suppressing seal and the sunleaf fan also couldn't do anything. Xiaohua's bottom line had already been approached. Little Yellow. Xiaohua's mind entered the space. Unfortunately, Little Yellow didn't wake up. Go! Xiaohua's mind withdrew. With a wave of his hand, the thunder palm struck out with a cautious sound. Immediately after, his hands rubbed together. The great confinement technique and the freezing technique were all cast out as if they didn't need any magic power. You little cultivator, your magic power is actually not bad. That cultivator was a bit astonished. However, although his tone was somewhat praising, other than the thunder palm dispersing the mist a bit, it didn't have any other effect. Ka-cha-cha! Another thunderous sound rang out, and it seemed to have hit the roof of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. This sound was so loud that even Xiaohua was scared to the point that he trembled. And clearly, the ghost cultivator's fog also trembled a few times. Could it be that this lightning tribulation is related to the ghost cultivator? Xiaohua thought to himself. He's using the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's formation as a lightning tribulation? Or maybe he's using ghosts to block the lightning tribulation. Using the lives and blood essence of the cultivators in the palace hall to set up a formation to block the lightning tribulation? However, the ghost cultivator clearly didn't allow Xiaohua to think any further. He waved his hand in the mist and the small triangular flag flew into the air. Dense mist gushed out from the small flag. This mist once again produced a suction force and sucked in the numerous ghosts that rushed into the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. One after another, blood-curdling screams gradually resounded from the small flag. Xiaohua faintly opened his left and right eyes and saw the miserable scene within. That small flag seemed to be a fist-sized hole. As the green ghosts were sucked in, it gradually enlarged. When it was about a foot in size, a cry came from the hole. Immediately, an evil spirit with a head as big as a bucket and a body as big as an infant crawled out from the rolling black-green mist of the small flag. Wah! That evil spirit let out a cry and a trace of black blood flowed out from the corner of its mouth. A few ghosts screamed as they were sucked into the evil spirit's mouth. And that evil spirit licked its small mouth as if it had eaten something and stood up from the mist. At this moment, not only could Xiaohua see it, even the ordinary cultivators could see it. Everyone was so frightened that their hair stood on end as they looked at the infant standing in the air in disbelief. This infant was only 2 feet in size and its bald head was 1 foot in size. The facial features on its head were actually complete, but they were all dripping with blood. Its pair of eyes only had the whites of its eyes and there was basically no pupil. Both of its arms were broken and seemed to still be dripping with blood. A bleak and cold aura was emitted from the infant's body and the surroundings seemed to be sealed in ice. The white of the infant evil spirit's eyes moved. Although its pupils couldn't be seen, everyone felt as if they had been swept by a poisonous snake and goosebumps gradually appeared on their skin. Wah! The evil spirit let out another cry. It simply didn't wait for the ghost cultivator's instructions and suddenly pounced on the cultivator closest to it. The crowd of cultivators fled while wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, but that evil spirit was unexpectedly extremely fast. It grabbed 2 male cultivators in one go. Those 2 male cultivators were around the 11th layer of the Qi refinement realm. They desperately threw out all of their yellow talismans, but every single one of them turned into talisman paper under the ghost Qi. They were simply unable to injure the evil spirit. Then, the evil spirit opened its mouth and bit on one of the men's arms. The male cultivator let out a blood-curdling scream and fainted from the pain. That arm was actually bitten off by the evil spirit. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It ate it bite by bite, just like an ordinary person eating a lotus root. The reputation of the 5 evil spirits is indeed well-deserved. The ghost cultivator's voice rang out. It sounded very horrifying. That evil spirit was truly formless and flew extremely fast. Xiaohua thought that it was coming for him and was on guard. He didn't expect that the evil spirit would suddenly rush towards ordinary cultivators and was somewhat caught off guard. At this moment, when he heard the ghost cultivator's voice, he raised his eyes to look at Xueqi, who wasn't far from him. Xueqi was still as calm as before. She was within the true Samadhi fire and similarly calmly looking at him. Forget it. If this ghost cultivator isn't eliminated, Xueqi and my lives will be in danger. As Xiaohua pondered, his figure flashed and he pounced towards the ghost cultivator. With a wave of his hand, the great wisdom sword appeared from the space. Although this lord is a ghost cultivator, my strength is equivalent to your Dao Sex Golden Core cultivator. You, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, dare to challenge me? The ghost cultivator laughed wildly within the mist. He pointed his finger and several strands of mist flew out like arms, rushing towards the true Samadhi fire around Xiaohua's body. With a sizzling sound, the true Samadhi fire gradually extinguished within the mist. Xiaohua's physical body began to appear. With a phoenix cry, Xiaohua's phoenix Dharma body flew out. The 200-meter-tall Dharma body protected Xiaohua. It suddenly flapped its wings and the several strands of mist actually became much dimmer from the beating. You actually have the bloodline of the phoenix? When the ghost cultivator saw this, he again asked curiously, but this Dharma body, how can it have the aura of the netherworld? Eat this young master's sword first. How could Xiaohua answer him? Seeing that the distance was about right, he immediately used the bright thunder escape. With a rumbling sound of thunder, he instantly flew to the side of the ghost cultivator's mist. Even that strange flying sword of yours can't stab me. The ghost cultivator was clearly a bit arrogant. With a bang, the great wisdom sword precisely hit the mist. With a blood-curdling scream, a green drop of blood sprayed out from the mist. How can this magic artifact of yours hit me? Eat this young master's sword again. Xiao Hua urged the phoenix Dharma body and grabbed down from the air, while his right hand once again raised the great wisdom sword and struck down. Strange. A sound that made one's teeth clench came from the ghost cultivator's mouth. When the evil ghost that was sweetly gnawing on the cultivator's flesh heard this, it reluctantly took the cultivator's corpse in its hand and rapidly flew over, pouncing towards Xiao Hua's back. Go! Immediately after, the ghost cultivator's explosive shout was heard again. A boundless green mist rushed out, directly hitting the chest of the phoenix Dharma body. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian.com to vote for it. Chapter 1951. With a mournful cry, the phoenix Dharma body was suddenly flipped over and landed far away on the other side of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Hiss! Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time his phoenix Dharma body had been hit so fiercely. His chest also felt a sharp pain. However, the falling momentum of the heavy sword in Xiao Hua's right hand did not change. Humph! The ghost cultivator coldly snorted. A pitch-black round shield that was like a mirror appeared in his hand. With a loud kang sound, the great wisdom heavy sword struck the round shield. Traces of cracks appeared on the round shield, and at this moment, Xiao Hua seemed to have also been struck by a powerful force. His body actually lost its balance, and his entire body was flung out horizontally. But at this moment, the flames in Xiao Hua's hand reappeared, and his palms struck the shrinking mist. With a sizzling sound, as expected, the true Samadhi fire was unable to ignite the green mist. Ha! You really don't give up. Although the ghost cultivator was mocking, he was actually somewhat weak. Clearly, he was injured by Xiao Hua. But just as he said this, the green mist had also just retracted around the ghost cultivator's body. It looked like a green Taoist robe. At this time, Xiao Hua's unbalanced body was facing him. Xiao Hua opened his mouth and a scarlet flame flew out. Once this flame flew out, it immediately cut through the ghost cultivator's green mist like a meteor and rushed into his body. Ah! The ghost cultivator obviously treated this flame without heat as one thing. But when he saw the scarlet flame actually fly into his body, he was immediately shocked. The mist around his body that had already turned into a green Taoist robe quickly rolled and once again wrapped around the ghost cultivator. How can there still be time? Xiao Hua sneered. He waved his hand and activated a secret technique. With a bang, a scarlet flame ignited within the green mist. That green facing the scarlet flame was extremely strange. Behind Xiao Hua, the baby-like evil spirit flew over. It stretched out its fat, palmless arm and strangely grabbed at Xiao Hua. Following the evil spirit's hand gesture, a desolate and sharp aura arrived first and grabbed Xiao Hua's arm. Wah! There was a sound that seemed to be laughter, but before the evil spirit's bloody mouth could reach Xiao Hua's arm, Xiao Hua extended his right hand, and the Prajna heavy sword unexpectedly struck the evil spirit's abdomen. Wah! This was the evil spirit's true cry. A fist-sized hole had actually been pierced through its chest by the Prajna heavy sword. It had been pierced through. Caw! With a phoenix cry, the phoenix battle form regrouped and flew to the top of the evil spirit's head. Its sharp claws slashed down and hit the evil spirit's back. This baby-like evil spirit seemed to only have the intelligence of a baby. It did not know how to dodge, and the phoenix's claws sliced its back in half. Wah! The evil ghost turned its head and opened its small mouth. A long red tongue flew out and pierced towards the forehead of the phoenix celestial body. An incomparably fierce wind and bone-piercing cold air immediately pressed towards Xiao Hua's forehead. Whoosh! Xiao Hua was greatly shocked. The phoenix celestial body flapped its wings, wanting to block in front of it. Moreover, the celestial body also used the style of the Big Dipper god fist to dodge with all its might. With a light sound, the evil spirit's tongue pierced through the phoenix celestial body's wings. At the same time, it also pierced into the side of the phoenix celestial body's forehead. Immediately, a sharp pain came from Xiao Hua's forehead. Ah! Xiao Hua shouted loudly. He raised the Prajna heavy sword and used all the strength in his body to hit the evil spirit's body. It seemed that with every hit, the pain would be lessened by a bit. Wah wah! The evil spirit was also very anxious. Its tongue turned, twisting like a soft sword and also stabbing towards Xiao Hua's forehead. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's main body was not the phoenix celestial body. He only needed to twist his body slightly to dodge the tongue. Moreover, the Prajna heavy sword was lifted upwards. The originally edgeless heavy sword was now like an incomparably sharp sword, easily cutting the tongue in half. Woo! The evil spirit was very anxious. Its small body bent down and opened its mouth. A gloomy and cold wind that could freeze a person to death was produced and blew towards Xueqi. Go! Seeing the samadhi true fire around Xueqi's body dying in the cold wind, Xueqi opened his mouth and was about to spit out another spirit fire. But right at this moment, the triangular flag that the ghost cultivator had raised in the air suddenly shrunk rapidly. A powerful suction force was produced from the fog on the flag. The infant-like evil spirit's 4 limbs moved rapidly, struggling with all its might, but it was still unable to break free. Xueqi did not have the time to look at the evil spirit being sucked back into the small flag. Instead, his figure moved rapidly. As he dodged, he used lightning escape to dodge to another level. But even so, half of Xueqi's arm was still blown by the cold wind. Immediately, it was ice-cold and abnormally numb. Even the protective magic treasure was unable to block this cold wind. Xueqi was greatly shocked. He hurriedly urged his true essence to rapidly flow through the meridians in his right arm, wanting to get rid of this ice. Unfortunately, after several attempts, there was no effect. Only when Xueqi finally urged the dragon transformation art did his right arm gradually regain feeling. Too powerful. Xueqi sighed and raised his eyes to look at the ghost cultivator who was ignited by the spirit fire. At this moment, the scarlet spirit fire had already gradually emitted a green fog. Within the fire, there was still a surge and some heart-wrenching screams. But at this moment, everything had already calmed down. Only the scarlet spirit fire was left burning the green fog, slowly engulfing it. Sigh, it's finally over. At this moment, the magic power in Xueqi's body had already been consumed to less than half. His right arm was slightly drooping as he resisted the indescribable pain on his forehead. He raised his eyes to look at the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. The surviving cultivators were only less than half of the previous ones. Without the ghost cultivators urging, the ghosts could only rely on their instincts to wander around. They were no longer like a swarm of bees from before. Although he could occasionally see 1 or 2 cultivators silently fall to the ground, these ghosts were no longer in Xueqi's eyes. Darling Xiao. The samadhi true fire above the rabbit array was still burning. Not a single ghost entered the array. Xueqi and the others were naturally safe and sound. Seeing Xueqi injured, Xueqi couldn't help but cry out. Hee, I'm fine. Xueqi let out a long sigh and waved his hand as if relieved of a heavy burden. The things that happened tonight really made him feel an indescribable feeling. Strange things happened one after another. Fortunately, he had a lot of methods. Now, he could finally deal with them all. Now, he only needed to use the samadhi true fire to kill these ghosts one by one. Although there was only less than half of the cultivators left in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, it was still better than all of them dying. Ka-cha-cha, a series of thunderclaps struck the roof of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. The entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall slightly shook. The Vermilion Bird Great Blazing Flame array on the roof of the Palace Hall faintly flickered with brilliance. Xueqi was just about to wield the samadhi true fire, but when he heard this thunderclap, he couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. Shang Qinghe died. Lan Jingming also died. The last ghost cultivator that appeared was also killed by the spirit fire. But this lightning tribulation, why hasn't it dissipated? Could it be that this lightning tribulation doesn't belong to that ghost cultivator whose strength is comparable to gold core? Chapter 1952. At this moment, clapping sounds came from not far away. Xueqi looked up and saw that it was Huang Mengxiang. A smile appeared on Huang Mengxiang's face, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said while walking, Xueqi, you are indeed worthy of being a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, really beyond this servant's expectations. Sigh, a little Foundation Establishment cultivator actually killed a Foundation Establishment cultivator, who controlled the Vermilion Bird Formation, and a ghost cultivator whose strength was comparable to a gold core middle stage cultivator. I feel strange. Besides the Dhamma body, flying sword, samadhi true fire, oh, and your strange crimson fire, what other tricks do you have? Xiang. Yang Yu was shocked. She took 2 steps forward and tried to grab hold of Huang Mengxiang, but Huang Mengxiang turned his head slightly and stared at Yan Yu. In the blink of an eye, Yang Yu fell to the ground. Xiang Er. Huang Liang and Huang Tianle were shocked and shouted, Fellow Taoist Huang, don't shout. She is not your Huang Mengxiang. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and said coldly, I'm afraid she is another ghost who wants to take over someone's body. Ah? Huang Liang and Huang Tianle stopped and stood there in shock. Hee, are you surprised? Huang Mengxiang turned around and glanced at them, his eyes glowing with a faint green color. The Huang family of Tianmen Mountain has done too many shameful things. Today, they are here to seek revenge. This is the cycle of the heavenly Tao. They have done all kinds of bad things. When the time comes, they will take revenge. Senior, Huang Tianle said in a trembling and sorrowful voice, when I pursued Lan Jingming, I felt that I had let down the Lan family, so I didn't dare to fight back. I only asked that he let the other innocent fellow Taoists go. Later on, I don't know about this ghost cultivator. After thinking about it, I really don't understand. He is a cultivator whose strength is comparable to a gold core stage cultivator. He can wipe out my Huang family at any time. Why did he wait until today to act? Moreover, I can't see through Senior's cultivation. It must be similar to the ghost cultivator just now. But why did you only act today? What grudge does my Huang family have with Senior? Anyway, I can't escape today. Can Senior explain the matter clearly? Why don't you let this old man die in peace? Ha, Huang Mengxiang laughed, his long hair flying. You want to be a ghost who understands everything? In my hands, the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain can't even be ghosts. Kacha. Another series of explosions rang out, and the heavenly thunder shook the entire Vermilion Bird Palace. The Vermilion Bird flame array on top of the palace rapidly flickered, and then its color dimmed. The runes on top of the array began to fade, and then they gradually fell off. The earth and stones under the runes also began to fall. This lightning tribulation is indeed yours. Xiao Hua was extremely astonished in his heart, but his expression did not change. He coldly said, Looks like you're afraid of this lightning tribulation and want to hide in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall to avoid the lightning tribulation? With my cultivation, why would I need to rely on the Vermilion Bird Flame formation to avoid the tribulation lightning? Huang Mengxiang sneered and said, This slave wanted to hide in Huang Mengxiang's body and see if I could avoid the thunder tribulation. I didn't expect that the Dream Mirage Butterfly's egg would be destroyed by you. If Huang Mengxiang hadn't awakened, maybe this slave would have been able to escape this 10,000-year Great Tribulation. 10,000-year Great Tribulation. Xiao Hua was shocked. Unfortunately, it was messed up by your little foundation establishment for no reason. Tell me, shouldn't this slave properly thank you? As Huang Mengxiang spoke, he didn't seem to make any movements. He only raised his head and opened his eyes. A powerful suction force was generated, and directly rolled towards Xiao Hua. This suction force was very strange. It was sucking in Xiao Hua's divine sense, eyes and so on. Feeling his own divine sense involuntarily break away, his eyes also involuntarily looked towards Huang Mengxiang's eyes, and those eyes seemed to contain endless mysteries and endless charm. Xiao Hua was greatly shocked. The magic power in his entire body surged, and the Samadhi true fire in his hand was waved out, and the phoenix celestial body also broke away from his body. Alas, the Samadhi true fire flew in front of Huang Mengxiang. Huang Mengxiang raised his tender white little hand, and with a pa, he randomly slapped it. As if he was slapping some fireflies, he extinguished them one by one. It seemed like he wasn't injured at all. What made Xiao Hua's heart tremble even more was that just as the phoenix celestial body broke away, the suction force in Huang Mengxiang's eyes increased greatly. That 20-something feet tall phoenix celestial body actually struggled as if it was also going to be sucked into it. Bad, Xiao Hua suddenly thought. His phoenix celestial body was formed by the wind of the netherworld, and there was even the soul essence of the fire ape and Chao Ni within it. Those were all not much different from ghosts. His own divine sense was still being sucked away. Wasn't the phoenix celestial body also being taken away by someone? Withdraw. Xiao Hua hurriedly withdrew the phoenix celestial body. His entire body used the ethereal steps, and strangely slid within the suction force, escaping far away. That's strange. What kind of magic is that? How come this slave has never seen it before? Huang Mengxiang called out strangely. Right at this time, rumble, 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 the sound of rolling thunder fell down. With a series of kakaka sounds, the roof of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall was immediately destroyed. The 1 zhang tall roof fell down with a whoop sound, smashing right in the center of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Following which, a torrential downpour passed through this space and fell inside the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. With a kachub sound, a pile of earth and rocks fell inside the palace hall. Fortunately, there were no cultivators in the center of the palace hall at this time, and no one was injured. With a kachub sound, following the fall of the palace hall's roof, the Vermilion Bird blazing flame formation was completely destroyed. A purple heavenly lightning as thick as a thumb immediately fell down, striking right at Huang Mengxiang. Huang Mengxiang raised her head, and a green brilliance flashed in her eyes. Dozens of green halos flew out in succession, rushed into the air, and blocked the heavenly lightning. ZZZT, ZZZT, ZZZT. With dozens of sounds, the green halos were destroyed by the heavenly lightning, and the heavenly lightning also disappeared at the same time. Sigh, this girl's physical body is still not very useful, Huang Mengxiang said in a low voice. Under this servant's charm, such a genius actually appeared. If another 10,000 years passed, she would be able to become very useful. While speaking, a transparent human figure with black, white, and green flowing on its body gradually came out from Huang Mengxiang's physical body, and Huang Mengxiang collapsed on the ground, unconscious. You! Xiao Hua was stunned. You're actually a ghost? What? Can't this servant be a ghost? That ghost flew into the air, and coldly said. The dark red dot between her eyebrows was especially obvious. Roar! The ghost rushed into the air, and with a wave of her hand, a hurricane surged around her body. The countless ghosts in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall were all swept up by the hurricane, and transformed into wisps of green light that flew into the ghost's body. Following the disappearance of the ghost, the green souls in the bodies of many cultivators were also extracted. They let out horrifying screams, and flew into the ghost's body. For some reason, the souls of Huang Tianle, Huang Mang, and a few other Tianmen Mountains Huang family disciples were not extracted. Following the absorption of the souls, the ghost's body began to show 5 colors, and gradually formed into a young girl. This young girl's facial features were delicate and pretty, and she looked somewhat similar to Huang Mengxiang. This formation of yours is actually quite interesting. Within the hurricane, the true Samadhi fire on the rabbit's formation had already been extinguished. However, the formation still flickered with a weak brilliance, and was barely holding on. The girl said somewhat strangely, You really have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Seeing the ghost float towards the formation, Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. At this time, he already didn't have any more powerful tricks up his sleeve. He didn't dare to hesitate any longer, and opened his mouth, spitting out another spirit fire. He pointed his finger, and the true essence within his meridians rapidly flowed. He stirred up all the remaining magic power in his body to activate the spirit fire. That spirit fire was like a fire snake, and it pounced towards the ghost. What kind of fire is this? That ghost opened her eyes, and unexpectedly, a dark red netherworld fire also rushed out, blocking in front of the spirit fire. With a boom, the netherworld fire was actually ignited by the spirit fire, and following the netherworld fire, it burned towards the ghost. Ouch! The ghost was greatly alarmed, and Xiao Hua's heart was instead filled with joy. Unfortunately, just as the spirit fire flew in front of the ghost's eyes suddenly changed, turning into 7 eyes, forming the shape of 7 stars. Moreover, from those 7 eyes, 7 kinds of flame-like brilliance sprayed out, blocking in front of the spirit fire. With a squeak sound, the 7 kinds of flame-like brilliance almost turned white, blocking the scarlet-red spirit fire. The two entangled with each other, and eliminated each other. In no less than half a cup of tea's time, the spirit fire gradually disappeared, and the 7 kinds of brilliance also died out. Sigh, Xiao Hua's magic power was completely gone, and he stood in midair. Although the earth expansion technique in his body was doing its best to refine the earth crystal Yao milk, it simply couldn't quench his thirst. Ha ha ha, your flame still can't beat this servant's 7 eyes amorous passion fire. The ghost laughed loudly, flew into midair, and stretched out her hand to grab Xiao Hua's forehead. Xiao Hua opened his mouth, and spat out another spirit fire. Ah! The ghost was greatly alarmed, and hurriedly dodged, but Xiao Hua's magic power was completely gone, and he simply couldn't control the spirit fire. That spirit fire could only stop in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. Ha ha ha, so it's because your magic power has been overdraft. The ghost laughed loudly. Like I said, a puny little foundation establishment cultivator can block the servant, So what does this servant's several tens of thousands of years of cultivation count for? Several tens of thousands of years? Xiaohua's eyes stared straight. Kachacha at this time. Another bolt of heavenly lightning fell. The ghost raised her head, and 7 rays of fire flew out from her 7 eyes, forcibly extinguishing the heavenly lightning. Damn it, this is a real lightning tribulation. At this critical moment, Xiaohua still had the leisure to think about the lightning tribulation he went through first. As expected, each bolt of heavenly lightning is more powerful than the last. The ghost faced the sky, looked at the ceiling that was like the mouth of a well, and sighed. Endless lightning tribulation, today is this servant's tribulation. Let the heavenly lightning come even more fiercely. This servant also wants to vent all the hatred in my heart on the Huang family. Immediately the ghost turned her head, looked at the rabbit formation, looked at Xueqi, and laughed. Hee, this is your little lover, right? This servant also wants you to have a taste of the different paths of humans and ghosts, the feeling of being separated by yin and yang. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand. That hand suddenly elongated, and in an instant, it touched the rabbit formation that was several zhang away. What was even more strange was that although that hand was blocked by the rabbit formation, it suddenly turned into liquid, and gradually forced its way into the formation. Chapter 1953. This is bad. Seeing this, Xiaohua was somewhat caught off guard and was greatly alarmed. He himself understood that the rabbit array should have 360 talismans. He only had the ability to refine dozens of talismans and was still far from being able to complete the array. The ghost breaking through like this would definitely reveal a flaw. Xiaohua clearly still underestimated the ghost's cultivation. Just as he sent out his thoughts, the liquid had already entered the array. Once the liquid entered the array, it immediately transformed into a hand again. Although Xueqi's butterfly orchid had already been released, the fluttering butterfly was simply a fallen leaf in that strange hand. The lightning on the lightning whip was even more like an itch. That hand didn't care at all. Without waiting for Xueqi to resist, it grabbed Xueqi's neck. How is it? Is your heart aching? Or are you preparing to escape in your heart? The ghost's 7 eyes once again transformed into 2 eyes. Accompanied by a delicate and pale face, it actually had a bit of a playful appearance. Put Xueqi down, I'll let you do whatever you want with me. Xiaohua opened his mouth and sucked the spiritual fire into his mouth. Ha ha ha, you can still be considered a little cultivator with some affection. The ghost laughed loudly and said, You think you can escape? Do you think your servant will be deceived by your hypocrisy? That I'll let you go? Ha ha ha, in this world, even family affection can be betrayed. What affection can still be real? The ghost sneered and said, If you kill yourself right now, I might consider letting this girl's soul reincarnate as a human. Xiaohua, don't listen to her. At this moment, Xueqi shouted, I've already written everything on a jade slip. You can escape. I definitely won't blame you. Jade slip? Xiaohua naturally thought of that pink jade slip, but how could he leave? Slightly shaking his head, Xiaohua smiled and said, Wife, if you have something to say, just say it. Why bother with a jade slip? Right now, I don't have any magic power in my body. How can I escape from this ghost's evil clutches? What she said was nothing more than watching a play. Sigh. Xueqi knew that Xiaohua wouldn't lie to her. Moreover, she also saw Xiaohua's weakness after using the spiritual fire. She only sighed and said, Husband, this is also good. Although you and I can't dual cultivate, my heart is already yours. Now that you and I can die together, it can be said that we can live in the same bed, die together, and be a pair of mandarin ducks with the same name. She's much happier than Little Cabbage. Husband, can you let me take another look at Little Cabbage? If you and I are no longer around, who knows who will eat its meat? Xiaohua bitterly smiled. He didn't expect that Xueqi would still be thinking about the little cabbage at the moment of death. So, he waved his hand and took out the wooden basin containing the little cabbage from the space. He smiled and said, Wife, don't worry. Even if this husband dies with you, the little cabbage will still be fine. Absolutely no one will be able to eat its meat. Looking at the little cabbage swimming in the wooden basin, Xueqi muttered, Poor little cabbage, I won't be able to see you again. I don't know where your other little cabbage is. I can't let you accompany your Yu Lang Jun. Husband, Do you think the two of us will turn into two little fish after we die? Swimming freely in the cold river? No. Even if we change, we can't change into fish again. We will be eaten by people. Xiaohua quickly said. Then what will we change into? Xueqi and Xiaohua had already put aside life and death and actually talked about it lovingly. Butterfly transformation. Xiaohua shouted. You and I will become two beautiful butterflies. Early in the morning, we will drink the sweet rain, and at night, we will be friends with the fragrant grass. Great! Xueqi clapped her hands and said. Just as husband said. Butterfly transformation. Butterfly transformation. At this time, the ghost's voice was unexpectedly mournful. Her eyes were watery as she muttered, If this servant can transform into a butterfly together with you, Lang Jun, wouldn't that be the best thing in the world? Kachacha, the third heavenly thunder, unexpectedly hit the ghost's head. Ah, you Lang Jun! The ghost screamed. Lightning lingered around her body. The ghost hand that was holding Xueqi's neck immediately withdrew. You're a little cabbage? At this time, if Xiaohua still didn't know who this ghost was, then he was really an idiot. Seeing the dark red on the ghost's forehead, he said in astonishment. Let this servant see your little cabbage. The ghost said in a low voice. Please. Xiaohua put down the wooden basin. Ah, little cabbage. This servant hasn't seen you for many years. The ghost sighed and said, I didn't think that you, who were fighting to be eaten, would be alive today. Such a kind and affectionate couple. How could this servant separate you two? Little cabbage. Senior. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, I didn't think that, senior. Actually what? Isn't it just a lonely ghost? Little cabbage's gaze passed through the hole in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall and looked at the horizon. There, thunder rolled and purple lightning arcs streaked across the night sky. She said in a low voice, a wild ghost that has been struggling at death's door for several tens of thousands of years. Senior little cabbage. At this time, Xueqi also gathered her courage and asked with a smile. Why didn't Senior turn into a fish? What about that scholar? He also didn't turn into a fish? Did he also turn into a ghost? You guys aren't together? Hee little girl, how can the legends of the secular world be true? Little cabbage smiled and said, This servant's name is Huang Yi. There are more than 1,000 legends about this servant on this cold river, but how can they know the truth? They only use their own appearance to make the story go in the direction they want it to go. If eating little cabbage can make lovers get married, then there wouldn't be any heartless people in this world. This legend is nothing but a lie made up by the fishermen on this cold river, a trick to swindle money. Soon after, Huang Yi looked at Huang Tianle, whose face was ashen and whose expression was indescribable. He sneered and said, I'm afraid that there are no real records in the Huang family's ancient records, right? Ancestor. Huang Tianle said ancestor for a long time, not knowing how to address him. This servant has already broken all ties with the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain. You don't need to call this servant anything. Just calling me senior is enough. Huang Yi sneered and said, If you know what this servant did to Tianmen Mountain, I'm afraid that you won't even call me senior. Senior. Huang Tianle said, My Tianmen Mountain's Huang family's ancient records do indeed have such records, but unfortunately, it's not detailed, only a few sentences. However, since Senior is a member of Tianmen Mountain and also has the surname Huang, then Senior will always be an ancestor in this junior's eyes. If it's not detailed, how would they dare to write it in detail? Huang Yi laughed loudly and said coldly, Do you know why the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain hasn't had many children after this servant? Why are there so few of their children with aptitude? This servant can tell you right now. It was this servant who put a curse on your Huang family. Because of this curse, there are no children, and aptitude is limited. Talisman? Xiaohua's heart stirred as he recalled the Zhu clan of Jinghua City. Chapter 1954. Senior, what did my ancestor do to you? Why do you hate the Huang family so much? Huang Tianle's expression suddenly changed as he asked. No matter what, the blood of the Huang family flows in Senior's body. You're right. It's precisely because I have the Huang family's vermilion bird sacred bloodline that I was able to use my sacred blood to refine the seven eyes amorous passion flame and resist the lightning tribulation for tens of thousands of years. I'm not afraid of Xiao Hua's strange flame. Huang Yi first laughed then sighed. If it weren't for that, I would have killed the entire Tianmen mountain with my own hands. Now that I've spared you all, it can be considered a favor. Is the curse so powerful? Xiao Hua's eyes turned a few times, and he said in a low voice, Junior saw a secular family with the surname Zhu in Jingbua City. They were cursed, but it seemed to be cured with this pill. As he spoke, Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out a parasol pill. Jingbua City's Zhu family? Huang Yi waved his hand, and the parasol pill flew in front of his eyes. He seemed to be thinking, why is this family's surname so familiar? I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Your pill is a bit strange. Huang Yi's 7 eyes appeared, and after 7 flames flashed he said, the material used to refine this pill is ordinary, but it seems to contain something rich in vitality. I'm afraid this thing can break the curse. Of course, the curse is a sinister art. It's related to the cultivation of the caster, and the degree of sinister poison of the curse. I'm afraid your pill can't break my curse. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the parasol pill flew into Xiao Hua's hand. This pill is very rare. It's effective against sinister arts, even the poison of the 9-headed dove just now. You could have used this to detoxify the poison just now. There's no need to use the poison of the green python. Junior is ignorant and inexperienced. I really didn't think so much. Xiao Hua scratched his head and said awkwardly as he took the parasol pill. Senior. Xueqi walked out of the rabbit spell formation and accompanied Xiao Hua. She still asked with concern, Senior still hasn't said how you became like this and how you endured for so many years. Also, where is Yu Zhongquan and Yu Shuxing? Looking at Xueqi, Huang Yi smiled and said, Yu Lang is naturally dead. He didn't have the opportunity to become a ghost like me. After so many years, he has probably been reincarnated several times. Senior, does a mortal scholar have such great charm? Xueqi asked curiously, he actually made you give up your cultivation? Young lady, you still don't understand. Huang Yi said, there is no reason for love. No matter if it is an immortal or a mortal, there is no difference in status. I understand. Xueqi hurriedly said, actually, Junior and Xiao Hua are about the same. This Junior just doesn't understand. What does a weak scholar like him have to make Senior fall in love with him? Huang Yi shook his head and said, you are wrong. The people of the world have been confused by the Immortal Alliance and the Huang family. Yu Lang is not a scholar. He is a Confucian cultivator, a ranger. Confucian cultivator? Ranger? Xiao Hua was stunned. He looked at Xueqi, also baffled. Sigh, you all don't know. Early in the ancient times, Xiaoyu continent didn't only have Taoism. There were also Yao cultivators, beast cultivators, Buddhist cultivators, Confucian cultivators, and other different cultivation paths. Huang Yi smiled bitterly. But later, for some reason, Taoism became the dominant sect and blocked all other cultivation paths. Yu Lang only became a ranger because he obtained the inheritance of Confucian cultivators. I understand. Huang Yi suddenly realized and said, Jingbua City's Zhu family was an extremely famous Confucian cultivator family after the ancient times. Their curse was probably left behind by Taoism seniors. Really? Xiao Hua asked in disbelief. Huang Yi said embarrassedly, I can't be sure. Yu Lang told me all this that day. And Yu Lang, because he had the inheritance of Confucian cultivators and cultivated the core of Dan, he was discovered by the Huang family seniors and was discovered by the Immortal Alliance. At this point, Huang Yi was disappointed. She raised her head and saw another thick bolt of heavenly lightning striking down from the sky. The power of the heavenly lightning was stronger than the previous one. Huang Yi was already injured by the heavenly lightning just now, so this time it was even more difficult. She managed to eliminate the heavenly lightning with great difficulty, but her body faded a bit. Yu Lang, it was all this servant's fault. It's a pity that I became a ghost and became a ghost cultivator. I can't see Yu Lang anymore. Huang Yi said sorrowfully, if I wasn't injured and wasn't saved by Yu Lang in the ancient temple, none of this would have happened. Xueqi accompanied Huang Yi in her grief, but Xiao Hua looked pensive. After Huang Yi dodged a bolt of heavenly lightning, he clapped his hands and took out Confucian clothes, core of Dan, and turtle shell. He asked, Senior, is this the core of Dan you mentioned? Ah. Once the core of Dan was taken out, a bright red light shone brightly. Huang Yi hurriedly blocked it with her hands and cried out, This is the core of Dan with overwhelming righteousness. Quickly put it away, I can't bear it. But just as Xiao Hua was about to put the core of Dan away, Huang Yi shouted again, Don't worry, this core of Dan. Why does it have Yu Lang's breath? Yes, this is Yu Lang's core of Dan. As Huang Yi spoke, she floated up and resisted the red light from the core of Dan that was slowly corroding her body. She touched the core of Dan with her hand and said, That's not right, Yu Lang died in the cold river that day, how could he? Seeing that Huang Yi's body was corroding, Xiao Hua didn't dare to be careless. He waved his hand and put the core of Dan into his space. Huang Yi was very disappointed and sad. He stared at the void and no one knew what he was thinking. He didn't care about his body at all. Maybe Senior, you also had other opportunities and practiced Confucian cultivation after reincarnation. Xiao Hua comforted her carefully. Haha, little friend Xiao, if you don't enter the ghost path, you won't know about reincarnation. Huang Yi smiled bitterly and said, Although I don't know the truth, I know that Yu Lang won't be able to. At this point, Huang Yi didn't seem to want to say anything more. He looked at the Confucian robe and tortoise shell in Xiao Hua's hands and said, These are indeed items of Confucian cultivation. The Confucian robe is the same as the Dao sect's magic treasure and can protect the body. The tortoise shell records the Confucian cultivation method. The characters are different from my Dao sects. However, little friend Xiao, I won't tell you. Yu Lang is your predecessor. In the Dawn Rain continent where the Dao sect was at its peak, Confucian cultivation could only be killed. Yes, Junior naturally knows. Xiao Hua nodded and put the Confucian robe and tortoise shell into his space. Rumble in the sky above the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. There was another burst of thunder. Huang Yi's waist was already empty. Obviously, he might not be able to withstand another lightning tribulation. Huang Yi looked up and said, I naturally cultivate the ghost path. 1,000-year small lightning tribulation, 10,000-year large lightning tribulation. I'm always worried about the future. Day and night, I have to think of ways to avoid the lightning tribulation. Today, I'm afraid this will be my last lightning tribulation. In the future, I won't exist in this world anymore. No one will know the real story of Little Cabbage. Since that's the case, I'll tell little friend Xiao the details. Senior, can't you enter reincarnation? Xueqi said anxiously. She really sympathized with Huang Yi. Silly girl. Huang Yi looked at Xueqi lovingly and said, The heavens are fair. Since I entered the ghost path and stayed in this world, I can't reincarnate and become a human again. So it's like that. Xueqi was extremely disappointed, but Xiao Hua's heart was moved. Just as he was about to speak, Huang Yi said again, I remember that it was a bright and beautiful spring day. I met the enemies of the Huang family in the distance of the cold river. I was seriously injured and barely managed to escape to the cold river. They blocked me in the sky above the ancient temple. Just as I was about to lose my life, Wandering Man wore a Confucian robe and held a long sword in his hand. He was like an immortal descending to this world. Although he knew his cultivation was insufficient, he still risked his life to save me, a person he had never met before. Sigh, little friend Xiao, your actions today are very similar to Xiao Lang's from that day. This is also the reason why I haven't made a move on you yet. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Huang Yi said again, Under Wandering Man's protection, the two of us escaped from the cold river for several thousand li and finally threw off the strong enemy. However, the two of us were also seriously injured. Sigh, what a miserable couple. It wasn't easy to find a secluded valley with beautiful spring flowers to recuperate. That was the beginning of the most beautiful memories in my life. Hee, Little Cabbage was the name I made up to deal with Wandering Man at that time. I remember clearly that for a total of 104 days, I didn't know why I didn't send a summoning talisman. However, after I returned to the Huang family, I didn't stop thinking about the days in the secluded valley. I didn't stop thinking about Wandering Man. It was only at that time that I realized that I had already fallen in love with Wandering Man. I fell in love with that Wandering Man who saw no evil, heard no evil, spoke no evil, moved no evil, was cautious and even somewhat inflexible. It was also because of him that I didn't want to send a summoning talisman for a long time. After that, I thought for a long time. I even paced back and forth in front of the ancient temple for a long time before I went to look for Wandering Man again. Huang Yi's tone revealed a trace of shyness and happiness. Fortunately, Wandering Man seemed to be the same as me. He was also absent-minded in the ancient temple and recited Guan Guan Ju Do on the river's continent. A gentle and graceful lady, a gentleman's good mate. When he saw my arrival, he was actually surprised and happy. It was as if our hearts were connected. We began. We thought it was a love destined by the heavens. However, a few years later, when I was discussing the matter of dual cultivation with Wandering Man, I found out that Wandering Man was actually a Confucian cultivator that I had never heard of before. Furthermore, Confucian cultivators were the great enemies of the Taoist sect. I would never be able to openly dual cultivate with him. However, I didn't care at all. As long as I could stay by Wandering Man's side, everything else was not a problem. Huang Yi continued. It's a pity that this servant's cultivation did not improve. In the end, the family head, who is also this servant's father, found out. I was too naive. I thought that I could narrow the gap between the Taoist sect and the Confucian cultivators with a love between father and daughter. I thought that I would be able to complete my beautiful dream of growing old together with you. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qi. Chapter 1955. However, I never expected that for the sake of the Huang family's future, my father would report this matter to the Immortal Alliance. In order to destroy the inheritance of the Confucian cultivators, the Immortal Alliance actually set a trap in the cold river. They used my name to lure Yu Lang here and tried to kill him with the strength of several people. However, I knew that the situation was not good. When I arrived, Yu Lang was already dying. I knew that it was because of me, so I severed all ties with the Huang family and even the Dao sect at the bank of the cold river. I swore that I would live and die with Yu Lang. But this servant's cultivation is really too shallow. Seeing Yu Lang die in this servant's arms, this servant was helpless. The people from the Immortal Alliance were even more ruthless. They didn't care about the consequences and killed me. Huang Yi said hatefully, however, that day was the same as today. It was the 15th day of the 7th month, the day of the 100 Ghosts' journey. A malicious ghost was in the same situation as me today, avoiding the tribulation on the cold river. Unfortunately, he couldn't avoid the tribulation. When he couldn't avoid the tribulation, he saw my soul. I inherited the true blood of the Huang family's vermilion bird. Although it hadn't been awakened, my soul was different from ordinary souls. That malicious ghost wanted to devour my soul to refine the seven-eyed amorous flame to resist the tribulation. Unfortunately, he was devoured by my soul. However, it was because I devoured that malicious ghost that I was forced to cultivate the Ghost Tao. However, there were also experts from the Immortal Alliance who understood the Ghost Tao that day. They actually used their divine ability to destroy my soul. In desperation, I divided my soul into thousands of pieces and placed them in the bodies of the fishes in the cold river. Huang Yi recalled, I wanted to use this to escape. However, after the experts from the Immortal Alliance killed all the fishes in the cold river, they were afraid that my soul would escape, so they made up a touching story. Alas, it wasn't really a story. They only told the story of the cabbage. They said that couples who ate the cabbage would grow old together. The fishermen on the cold river also added fuel to the fire. They worked even harder to catch the cabbage, which led to the scarcity of the cabbage. Over the past tens of thousands of years, who knows how many cultivators and mortals have consumed my soul? Seeing Xueqi's confusion, Huang Yi added, that day, after my soul escaped, I endured the pain of being steamed and devoured by others. I cultivated the Ghost Tao diligently, and when I achieved great success in the Ghost Tao, I immediately wanted to take back all of my soul. However, at that time, I realized that my soul had already merged with the fish and could not be taken back. I could only take back all of the imprints on my soul and let it perish on its own. As soon as this servant mastered my divine ability, I wanted to avenge Yu Lang. Unfortunately, this servant's cultivation base couldn't catch up to the experts of the Immortal Alliance, so I could only vent my anger on the Huang clan. This servant cast the curse technique of the ghost cultivator on the Huang clan's ancestor. Didn't this servant's greedy father want to plot against the Huang clan's future? This servant will not let him have his way. This led to the decline of the Huang clan of Tianmen Mountain. When Xiaohua heard this, he didn't know how to comfort Huang Yi. The pain that Huang Yi suffered was far beyond his imagination, so he definitely couldn't persuade him. However, the Huang clan suffering for tens of thousands of years still can't resolve this servant's resentment. Today, this servant has made 2 preparations. If this servant can't survive the heavenly tribulation in Huang Mingxiang's body, then this servant is prepared to take a risk and see if I can seize Huang Mingxiang's body. Although it's almost impossible, Huang Mingxiang and I both have the Suzaku sacred blood, so there's a glimmer of hope. If this servant can't survive the heavenly tribulation, then the Huang clan of Tianmen Mountain, from today onwards, it won't exist in the Xiaoyu continent. Alas, who knew that fate makes fools of people? This servant actually met fellow Xiao. Then, Huang Mengxiang's dream experience can be considered as a little compensation to the Huang clan. As he spoke, Huang Yi glanced at Xiaohua. Although he didn't say anything, Xiaohua naturally knew the meaning of this gaze. His face slightly reddened, and he felt unnatural for a while. Alas, actually, when this servant reached out to attack Huang Tianle and the others just now, I already couldn't bear it in my heart. Huang Yi sighed and said, "After all, they are of the same lineage, and they are all this servant's juniors. When I was casting the charm earlier, I felt that it was satisfying, and I was happy to take revenge. However, to really kill them, I still can't. To tell you the truth, fellow Xiao, when this servant saw that Huang Mingxiang's talent was outstanding and that he wasn't affected by this servant's charm, I also felt that this was the will of the heavens and that it was time for this servant to stop. Unfortunately, this servant's charm technique is easy to cast, but difficult to remove. This servant is powerless." Alas, forget it, forget it. After Huang Yi finished speaking, he looked up at the sky and shouted, "Wandering man, a wandering man, this servant is going to leave. Saying that we will meet again in the next life is just a luxury." Kachacha, there was another burst of thunder, and the heavenly thunder descended. At this moment, Huang Yi no longer had any resistance. He only stared at the heavenly thunder with his 7 eyes, and gave up after a little resistance. Seeing the heavenly thunder rolling, Huang Yi's body was suffused with bits of lightning, and his entire body was gradually melting. Xiaohua understood that Huang Yi had resisted the heavenly thunder tribulation for tens of thousands of years and was already exhausted. Moreover, at this moment, she had revealed everything. The hatred in her heart had already been eliminated, and she no longer had the desire to live in this world. This heavenly thunder tribulation might be her release. Let this servant turn into dust, dissipate in this Tianmen mountain, and become an eternal legend above the cold river. Huang Yi said sadly, "I also hope that all the lovers who have eaten this servant's body will be married." Xueqi couldn't help but cry, and her expression was sorrowful. "Senior," Xiaohua bowed and said, "Junior has something that I don't understand. There's no harm in speaking." At this moment, the heavenly thunder tribulation had already passed, but the heavenly thunder tribulation was forming again. Clearly, it was not giving Huang Yi any time to breathe. But even if the heavenly thunder tribulation just now had already greatly damaged Huang Yi's vitality, most of his body had already disappeared, leaving only a badly damaged upper body and a very complete head. Junior wants to know, Senior has cultivated the ghost path for tens of thousands of years. Is it the same as a normal soul or soul essence? Is it possible to reincarnate after being reincarnated? Xiaohua asked carefully. Huang Yi was shocked and said thoughtfully, "Little friend Xiao, ghosts are originally formed by powerful souls, which is the so-called condensation of 3 souls and 6 spirits. It is not fundamentally different from the so-called soul essence. According to this servant's knowledge, there are devil path methods that can suck away the servant's soul, or increase cultivation, or refine devil tools. Little friend Xiao is not a person of the devil path, so you will not have devil path methods. But little friend Xiao's dharma body seems to be somewhat strange, and somewhat related to soul essence. Little friend Xiao is not thinking of sucking away this servant's soul, right?" No. Xiaohua said anxiously, "Junior." Seeing that Huang Yi had misunderstood, Xiaohua hurriedly patted his forehead and circulated the exquisite leaf scripture. When the Buddha Saraira in Xiaohua's Naiwan palace shone brightly with golden light, he immediately chanted the incantation, Lin. The hidden swastika symbol on his forehead gradually appeared, and then it quickly spun, and then projected a tiny swastika symbol of golden light in front of Xiaohua's head. That golden light gradually expanded with the circulation of Xueqi's Buddhist mantra, and a Buddha Sarira with one hand pointing to the sky and the other pointing to the ground gradually formed. Chapter 1956. And this Buddha relic continued to grow until it was 1 foot tall before it stopped. The 1 foot tall Buddha relic shone with golden light, and a pair of blurry eyes looked at Huang Yi with compassion. Although his vision was blurry, Huang Yi could clearly feel the look in his eyes, as well as the compassion within them. Ah! Huang Yi instinctively dodged and called out naturally, Buddha, Buddhist sect? Lin. Xueqi used the Buddhist technique again, and the golden Lin word spat out from the mouth of the Buddha relic and spun towards Huang Yi's body. Ah! Huang Yi's voice was pleasantly surprised at this time. Little friend Xiao, since you have this technique, why didn't you use it earlier? This is the nemesis of those wandering ghosts. Senior knows. Xueqi saw that the Buddhist technique was effective and said with a smile, Junior doesn't want to follow in Senior Yu's footsteps. Moreover, with Senior's technique, this Buddhist relic, is Senior's delicacy right? Hee, little friend is right. Huang Yi said with a smile, if you had used this thing earlier, your life would have been long gone. I definitely wouldn't have let you live a moment longer. Senior, please wait a moment. Since this technique is useful, Junior will lend Senior a hand and help Senior transcend and enter the cycle of reincarnation. Many thanks, Venerable One. Huang Yi put his hands together very sincerely and bowed to thank him. Kacha! Thunderous sounds rang out as the entire roof of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall was ripped open. A purple ball of heavenly thunder flew down, and its sharp heavenly might suppressed the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Before the heavenly thunder even landed, Huang Yi's body had already begun to collapse. Sigh, Venerable One, I'm afraid I don't have this fortune. Huang Yi saw Xueqi using all his strength to urge the Lin word of the exquisite leaf scripture to fly out. Although it hit his body, the Buddhist power was limited and it was difficult to completely transcend. He couldn't help but say sadly, even if I become the endless world, I will still be grateful for Venerable One's grace. Ha, Huang Yi, since you call me Venerable One, how can I not help you? Even if I have to give up this relic, I will still help you transcend. Come, I'll give you this relic. Hurry up and swallow it. Xueqi laughed heartily. The originally blurry eyes of the Buddha relic suddenly became clear and opened. His feet also took half a step forward. Just this half step caused the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall to suddenly resound with the sound of Sanskrit. Countless heavenly flowers descended from the sky. This was the heavens and earth lamenting Xueqi's act of sacrificing oneself for justice. Venerable One, Venerable One, Venerable One. Huang Yi's heart trembled. He prostrated himself on the ground and cried, I know I was wrong, I was really wrong. You are not in the wrong, it is the people of the world who are in the wrong. Since the people of the world have been eating your flesh and eating your soul for several tens of thousands of years, I will repay your debt on behalf of the people of the world. I will repay your affection and use my body to repay the evil that the people of the world have done to you. Xueqi's Buddha Sarira actually opened its mouth. It was so compassionate and so kind. Thank you, Venerable One. Huang Yi expressed his gratitude, and the scarlet mark on his forehead became brighter. Senior, hurry. There's not much time left. The heavenly lightning is about to strike. Xueqi was very anxious. He also didn't know why his Buddha Sarira suddenly spoke the words in his heart, so he hurriedly urged. Okay. Huang Yi's figure fluttered and pounced towards Xueqi's Buddha Sarira, completely covering it. Ah! Intense pain emerged from Xueqi's mind and deeply pierced into his soul. This was a pain that Xueqi had never experienced before. Even when the heavenly tribulation descended last time and tore his body and meridians apart, he didn't feel this kind of pain. This pain was the pain of Huang Yi's loneliness for several tens of thousands of years. The pain of his body being eaten and his soul being eaten for several tens of thousands of years. At this moment, all of this pain was directed towards Huang Yi's body. Living a life worse than death, this was Xueqi's only feeling. He was about to collapse. He definitely didn't expect that he only wanted to abandon his Buddha Sarira and help Huang Yi enter the cycle of reincarnation. How could there be such a great pain? How could he know that his thinking was too simple? What he was doing was a great wish of the Buddhist sect. This kind of great wish had great fortune, But since it was great fortune, it naturally had a great burden. Otherwise, the heavenly tribulation wouldn't have appeared in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. It was as if several tens of thousands of years had passed. At every moment, there was loneliness and desolation. At every moment, there was the boiling of his body and the tearing of his soul. However, Xueqi couldn't do anything. His body couldn't move. His mind was also clear, and he wouldn't faint. In the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, time and space seemed to have stagnated just like that. Amitba, so sad, so good. Suddenly, a Buddhist chant resounded from Xueqi's Buddha Sarira. Xueqi's Buddha Sarira was completely swallowed by Huang Yi. Xueqi's entire body became light, and all of the pain disappeared. Many thanks, Venerable One. At the place where the Buddha Sarira disappeared, Huang Yi's entire body completely disappeared. Only a wisp of white smoke remained. Venerable One's Niwen Palace seems to have been sealed by a powerful existence. Even when this servant's cultivation was at its peak, I still couldn't remove it. This servant just discovered it, but after hesitating for a while, I decided to inform Venerable One. Venerable One's enemy's cultivation is very high, so you have to be careful. Moreover, this servant has recorded all of my knowledge in this imprint. I hope Venerable One can be merciful and save all living beings. As he spoke, the scarlet mark that was originally on Huang Yi's forehead flew into the swastika mark on Xueqi's forehead. This servant has to leave. Oh right, this servant's imprint contains a secret method to erase memories. Venerable One's Buddhist sect cultivation is the same as Yu Lang's Confucian sect cultivation. Both of them aren't favored by the Tao sect. Although Venerable One sacrificed himself and his Buddhist sect cultivation isn't present, if Huang Yi still wanted to say something, but the wisp of white smoke gradually disappeared. Faintly, only a few words were left. Yu Zhongquan, Yu Lang Yu. Where are you? It seemed to resound in Xueqi's heart. Kachacha, the ball-shaped heavenly lightning quickly fell like a meteor that streaked across the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. It smashed into the place where Huang Yi's wisp of white smoke disappeared. However, at this time, Huang Yi had already been saved by Xueqi and entered the cycle of reincarnation. Who could the heavenly lightning strike? Boom! A loud sound resounded in Xueqi's mind. Although Huang Yi disappeared, the aura of swallowing the Buddha Sarira was still present. Huang Yi's lightning tribulation naturally fell on the location of Xueqi's Buddha Sarira. Whoosh! That ball-shaped heavenly lightning was like a mystical brush that touched Xueqi's Niwen Palace. In an instant, the dazzling golden Buddha's Sarira rapidly formed from Xueqi's Niwen Palace. Moreover, Huang Yi's lightning tribulation was the lightning tribulation of a 10,000-year ghost cultivator. It far surpassed the lightning tribulation that Xueqi's phoenix body experienced last time. After the 1-foot-tall Buddha Sarira was formed, it only paused for a moment before it once again grew upwards like a bamboo shoot after the rain. It only stopped when it was about 2 feet tall. But even so, the heavenly lightning still lingered above the Buddha's Sarira. Between each lightning bolt, there was a golden liquid that formed and spread over the Buddha's Sarira. Thus, as the golden liquid increased, it gradually flowed and gathered at the foot of the Buddha's Sarira. It was also the place where Xueqi had obtained the 2 Sariras. When the golden liquid gathered enough, a second-rank golden lotus throne gradually formed under the Buddha's Sarira. Ah, this time, Xueqi couldn't help but moan. However, the moan this time wasn't a moan of pain. Instead, it was a kind of itchy and comfortable moan that made his entire body feel like it was about to float. This kind of carefree and unrestrained comfort was something that none of Xueqi's previous joys could compare to. Perhaps it could really describe Xueqi's current feelings. When the 2-foot-long Buddha Sarira was formed, the second-rank golden lotus throne was also formed. That purple heavenly lightning also disappeared. Because Huang Yi's aura had already completely disappeared, the lightning tribulation naturally also dissipated. The roof of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall was facing a part of the sky. In that part of the sky, the dark clouds were disappearing and the dawn was gradually appearing. Even the pouring rain was gradually stopping. Xueqi's Buddha Sarira, at this moment, had already appeared. Its eyes were filled with indescribable benevolence, as if it had seen through all the sufferings of the world and the hardships of the human world. Moreover, the golden color of the entire Buddha Sarira was clearly thicker than before. However, this thick golden body still had many areas that were not clear. Xueqi knew that this was the reason why he still hadn't completely cultivated the exquisite leaf scripture. Bing! The Buddha's sarira slightly opened its mouth and spat out a large Bing word from its mouth. It was precisely on the corpse of a cultivator. However, a wisp of green smoke could be seen gradually coming out from the corpse. Immediately after, from outside the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's door, another soul suddenly and leisurely flew in. It was precisely the soul of that cultivator that was scared away by the evil spirit that was controlled by the ghost cultivator from before. Excellent. Xueqi sighed. The Buddha's sarira opened its mouth again and hit that soul. Many thanks, Venerable One. That soul turned into a wisp of white smoke. It put its palms together and once again entered the cycle of reincarnation. The second divine ability of Buddhism, so that's how it is. It's soul summoning. The corner of Xueqi's mouth contained a smile. His eyes also contained a faint benevolence. All of you wait a moment. Xueqi flew up and looked at the dumbstruck Xueqi and the others. He took out the Buddha's sarira and summoned the souls of all the cultivators that had died in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Only after he transcended did he descend. Many thanks, Venerable One. Huang Tianle's face was abnormally respectful. He brought Huang Mang, Yang Yu, and the surviving disciples of Tianmen Mountain's Huang family to all kneel on the ground. Excellent. Xueqi blurted out. You all don't need to call me Venerable One. Although I have Buddhism's divine ability, I am still a cultivator in front of you all. You can just call me fellow Taoist. I don't dare. Huang Tianle didn't get up. Tianmen Mountain's Huang family has been cursed for several tens of thousands of years. Moreover, it was just about to be exterminated. Now, it is in the hands of Venerable One. Venerable One is my Tianmen Mountain's Huang family's eternal benefactor. We don't dare to neglect our benefactor. Hee, Xueqi laughed and said. Didn't Senior Huang Yi say it clearly? She wasn't willing to exterminate you all because of her benevolence. Don't put this merit on my head. Chapter 1957. Huang Tianle smiled bitterly. He knew clearly that Huang Yi had the intention of exterminating the Huang family today. If he couldn't avoid the lightning tribulation, the Huang family would disappear. If Xueqi didn't appear, the Huang family would have already ceased to exist. Not to mention what Huang Yi would do before he disappeared. The ghost cultivator alone was enough to turn Tianmen Mountain into a ghost town. Even if Huang Yi's resentment didn't dissipate, Tianmen Mountain wouldn't be peaceful in the future. I naturally know. In the future. Fellow Xiao. Forget it, this is an act of gratitude from Tianmen Mountain. There's no need to tell fellow Xiao in detail. Huang Tianle smiled apologetically. All of you get up. Xueqi waved his hand and said, the fact that I have a Buddhist cultivation cannot be revealed. I will have to trouble everyone to let me cast a spell to eliminate it. I understand. Huang Tianle stood up and nodded calmly. He waved his hand at the Huang family disciples and everyone sat down cross-legged. We will also wait for fellow Taoists to cast the spell. Senior Brother Xiao, please do it. Everyone said in unison as they sat upright in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Xueqi. Xueqi also smiled and said, I will also ask Xueqi to cast the spell. You don't need to do it, right? Xueqi was stunned and said, I didn't plan to hide it from you. I just didn't have the chance to use it. I believe in Xueqi, and Xueqi will also believe in me. Xueqi smiled and said, however, Xiaoyu continent is where the Taoist sect is at its peak. Many seniors have wonderful spells. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will protect this secret. But sometimes, even if I lose my life, the secret may not be able to be protected. Yes, I understand. Xueqi nodded silently. It was just as Xueqi said. The soul-searching technique could easily find his secret from her soul. Rather than letting Xueqi bear this risk, it was better to directly eliminate it. Moreover, whether it was Lan Jingming or Huang Yi, it was because of hatred. That hatred could actually last for tens of thousands of years. Xueqi absolutely wouldn't allow his slight negligence to bring any trouble to Xueqi. Fortunately, although hatred can be engraved in people's hearts for 10,000 years, love can also be engraved in the bones. Huang Yi's love for Yu Zhongquan has lasted for so long, it really makes people sigh with emotion. Xueqi's heart was somewhat indescribably glad. Inside Huang Yi's crimson mark, other than her experience as a spectral cultivator over the past tens of thousands of years, There were also a lot of strange and vicious secret arts. Not all of them belonged to her. Most of them had been cultivated by the wraiths in the past, including spells and techniques to erase memories. Xueqi was a Dao sect member and a cultivator. Therefore, there was a 99% chance that he wouldn't be able to use these things. Therefore, he first looked at the memory-erasing secret technique. After pondering for a long time, he began to use it on the people in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. By the time he finished using everyone, it was already close to noon. Although Xueqi's cultivation wasn't shallow, he still felt somewhat exhausted. Looking at everyone who was sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed, Xueqi bitterly smiled and clapped his hands. A clear clap rang out, and everyone in the hall was startled awake. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Huang Tianle was the first to jump up from the ground. It seemed like he didn't want to die at all. He stepped forward and bowed. Fellow Taoist, thank you for helping my Huang family's ancestor. If it wasn't for your help, my ancestor would have definitely been devoured by the wraiths and wouldn't have been able to protect my Tianmen Mountains Huang family. Alas, it's a pity that this Zhao's cultivation isn't enough. Xueqi sighed. Killing that wraiths was all due to your ancestor's strength. This Xiao could only help a little. Furthermore, your ancestor was seriously injured and has already dissipated. Even so, this Huang is already extremely grateful. Huang Tianle anxiously said, I really didn't expect that Ancestor Huang Yi would actually throw away all of her previous hatred towards my Huang family, and even protect my Tianmen Mountain. Now, she even gave up the opportunity to enter the cycle of reincarnation and perish together with the wraiths. My Huang family has really let her down too much. Yes, she's truly a great woman. Xueqi sighed emotionally. And she's also a rarely seen infatuated woman. Xueqi also echoed, I hope that the fishermen on the cold river will stop fishing for cabbages in the future and let her live leisurely in the cold river. Alas, Tianmen Mountain's Huang family has experienced so many calamities. In the future, they'll probably be able to once again display their elegance on the Xiaoyu continent with a new appearance. Xueqi looked up at the roof of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall and sighed emotionally. Let's borrow fellow Taoist Zhao's auspicious words. That should be the case. Huang Tianle was in a great mood, however. This matter was done by the younger generation. I'm afraid I won't be able to see it. Soon after, Huang Tianle's heart moved and he cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist Zhao's kindness towards my Tianmen Mountain is truly as great as a mountain. In the future, my Tianmen Mountain will definitely erect a merit tablet for fellow Taoist and offer incense to him day and night. There's no need. Xueqi stared blankly and hurriedly waved his hand. This Xiao seems to be living very well. If I don't do this, this Huang would be ashamed to face fellow Taoist and my ancestor. Huang Tianle said resolutely. Do as you wish. Xueqi was helpless. In addition, fellow Taoist Xiao, this Huang has a presumptuous request. If it was a normal day, Xueqi would have already said, since it's a presumptuous request, then don't say it. However, at this time, Huang Tianle had just mentioned the merit tablet. How could he refute? He could only smile bitterly and say, Fellow Taoist Huang, this is a trap for this Xiao. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this Huang is doing this for the sake of Tianmen Mountain. At the same time, it's also beneficial to fellow Taoist Xiao. Huang Tianle said in a low voice, Fellow Taoist Xiao, please stay for a few days. This Huang will discuss it with Jin Er later and then tell fellow Taoist Xiao in detail. All right. Xueqi flicked his sleeves and said, Just prepare a quiet room for this Xiao. Yes. Huang Tianle nodded and ordered the Huang family disciples standing beside him. Just as Huang Tianle was talking to Xueqi, Huang Mang had already arranged for the surviving Huang family disciples to gather the other Tianmen Mountain disciples and clean up the mess in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Xueqi had already removed the rabbit array. Yu Qian, Chong Lihao and the others were together. At this moment, Yu Qian stepped forward and bowed. Fellow Taoist Xiao, it was all thanks to fellow Taoist's protection last night that I was able to survive. Hee, you are too polite. This is all fellow Taoist Yu's fortune. Xueqi laughed. However, Yu Qian insisted. I understand very well. Furthermore, I have already promised fellow Taoist Xiao last night. Today, I will tell fellow Taoist Xiao everything I know to thank fellow Taoist Xiao for saving my life. After that, he turned around and said to Huang Tianle, Fellow Taoist Huang, please use the quiet room. Fellow Taoist Yu, please wait for a moment. This old man's body is no longer the same as before. After this disciple is ready, this old man will personally lead you there. Huang Tianle smiled bitterly. No rush, no rush. Yu Chen smiled and said. Xiaohua took this opportunity to wave his hand at Chong Li Hao and the others, indicating for them to come over. Senior brother Xiao. Chong Li Hao and the others really admired this person who called himself senior brother. This was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, and his divine ability was so powerful. This is the token of your Mo Cloud Village. Take it. Xiaohua flicked his hand and took out the token of the guest elder of Mo Cloud Village. He smiled and said, This matter is already over. This Xiao has also given you the artifact. This is the end of my position as a guest elder. What are your plans? Are you going to stay here for a few days or go back directly? Chapter 1958. Senior Marshal Brother Xiao. Chong Li Hao took the token and said with a bitter smile, Since you have taken the token, you will be the guest elder of Mo Yun Village. If I take it back, I will be scolded by the patriarch. Haha, Xiaohua said with a smile. If this Xiao takes your Mo Cloud Village to heart, then even if I don't have this token, I can still help. If I don't take your Mo Cloud Village to heart, then isn't having this token the same as not having it? Little friend Chong, fellow Xiao is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Without the permission of the sect, he can't be a guest elder of other families. Fellow Xiao took your token as a game. Because of this token, he gave Mo Yun Village the sparrow drink of the Huang family. If you are too entangled, not only will it be bad for Mo Yun Village, it will also be bad for fellow Xiao. Huang Tianle quickly explained. There is such a thing? Xiaohua was surprised. He naturally didn't know about this. However, he didn't want to be a guest elder of Mo Yun Village. Yes, I understand. Chong Li Hao's face turned red. He naturally remembered that Xiaohua reported his origin last night, and was afraid that Huang Yi would cause trouble for Mo Yun Village. Then, Chong Li Hao took the token and looked at Chong Li Min and the others. He said, We have received benefits from Sky Gate Mountain. Naturally, we can't go there easily. Also, we are juniors. We will stay at Sky Gate Mountain for a few days. Sky Gate Mountain may have a shortage of disciples, but we will follow Senior Huang's orders. Great. Huang Tianle clapped and said, Mo Yun Village is lucky to have disciples like you who know when to stop. Sky Gate Mountain will join hands with Mo Yun Village. While they were talking, a disciple came over to report that the quiet room had been prepared. So Huang Tianle personally led Xiaohua and the others to the quiet room. Before Xiaohua left, he used his divine sense to look at Huang Mingxiang who was still sleeping. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with her, he felt relieved and left. After arriving at the quiet room, Yu Chen and Xiaohua went in first. After the time of a meal, the two of them came out. Yu Chen's face was filled with excitement while Xiaohua had a slight frown. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is my greatest wish, and also my hope. I've never told anyone about this before. If fellow Taoist is interested, I hope you can lend me a hand. My request is just a little bit. Fellow Taoist you, please be at ease. This Xiao has always been a man of his word. Just as I said earlier, if this Xiao has the chance, I will definitely send you a message. Xiaohua said with a slight nod. Many thanks, fellow Taoist Xiao. Yu Chen was overjoyed. He actually bowed and expressed his thanks. Soon after, Yu Chen bid farewell to Xiaohua and the others and left Tianmen Mountain with his disciples. All right, fellow Taoist Xiao, fellow Taoist Xue, you can rest here. Huang Tianle smiled apologetically and said, Tianmen Mountain is in chaos now. I still have to do this one last time. Please go, fellow Taoist Huang. Xiaohua straightened his face and cupped his hands. I await fellow Taoist Huang's summons. Alas, fellow Taoist Xiao is truly righteous. Huang Tianle couldn't help but say this again. Tianmen Mountain had undergone a great change, so there were bound to be thieves who coveted it. Furthermore, Xiaohua displayed his invincible might last night. Since he wasn't in a hurry to leave, those thieves definitely wouldn't dare to rashly come to Tianmen Mountain. For Tianmen Mountain, which only had peak stage aura refining cultivators, this was definitely another favor. Although Xiaohua didn't say it, how could Huang Tianle not know? After Huang Tianle left, Xiaohua and Xueqi entered the quiet room and activated the restriction on the quiet room again. After looking at it again and again, they still weren't at ease, so they set up their rabbit formation again. Only then did they sit down and look at Xueqi, whose face was serene but whose eyes were filled with exhaustion. Xiaohua smiled and said, "Wife, what is written in this jade slip of yours? Why can't you let your husband know now?" Xueqi's face reddened and she whispered, "If I let you know, then I will definitely let you know. If I don't let you know, then what? Then it's not time yet. It's useless for you to ask too much." Xiaohua shook his head slightly. "Although you and I haven't dual cultivated, our hearts are connected and our feelings are deep. What is there that can't be said? You're making your husband suspicious by hiding things like this." Xueqi's face became flustered. She lightly gritted her teeth and said, "This lowly concubine will swear a heart oath right now. There's absolutely, don't." Xiaohua was also flustered. He quickly clapped his hands, and a gust of wind blocked Xueqi's mouth. He quickly said, "There's no need to swear a heart oath. I'm just casually asking. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it." "Don't worry, darling Xiao." Xueqi smiled and said, "You'll know the contents of the jade slip sooner or later." "And I know." Xiaohua looked at Xueqi with a smile. "You're also tired. If you want to sleep for a while, then sleep. With your husband here to protect you, you'll be safe." Huh. Xueqi was really tired. Last night was really too exciting. Wave after wave, until Huang Yi appeared in the end. Xueqi's body was in the middle of it all. Whether it was her mind or body, she was exhausted. At this time, when she heard Xiaohua mention it, she couldn't help but yawn. She walked to Xiaohua's side and lay down. She muttered, "If this lowly concubine sleeps, I won't sleep forever like Huang Mingxiang, right? How can that be? Even if you don't wake up, your husband will definitely wake you up in your dreams." Xiaohua couldn't help but pinch Xueqi's nose and said, "And then darling Xiao, go ahead and cultivate. This lowly concubine will sleep for a while." Xueqi whispered a few words. She felt her face become stiff and she gradually fell asleep. "Ai, it's been hard on you." Looking at Xueqi's sleeping appearance, Xiaohua naturally knew that Xueqi was worried about him last night. He couldn't help but feel guilty. But if he wasn't here last night, if he didn't step forward bravely, who would know the final outcome? How could a pitiful female ghost like Huang Yi reincarnate? Xiaohua's space rumbled. Under the starry sky of the heavenly Tao, the hand of karma shook again. Xiaohua's face was filled with joy. He immediately entered his space and carefully comprehended the way of karma. This continued for more than 10 days. Xiaohua sat cross-legged, his face devoid of joy or worry. He seemed to be cultivating, but there was not the slightest fluctuation of magic power on his body. It was the same situation as when he comprehended the heavenly Tao. The only difference was that Xiaohua's body did not fade away. He sat there like a mortal, breathing normally. In the way of karma, everyone was an ant, but it was also real. All cultivation, all realms were void. Whoosh! A summoning talisman flew in from outside the quiet room. It hovered outside the rabbit array for a long time before quietly stopping in midair. Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes and smiled at Xueqi, who was looking at him curiously, and said, "Hee, you actually took more than 10 days to send a summoning talisman. Fellow Taoist Huang is really patient." "I didn't disturb your cultivation, did I?" Xueqi carefully asked. Since the last time she used her hand to touch Xiaohua's body while he was cultivating, although it didn't bring any trouble to Xiaohua, Xueqi still felt uneasy in her heart. At this time, she couldn't help but ask in a low voice. No." Xiaohua pulled Xueqi's hand, removed the rabbit array, and opened the restriction of the quiet room. Outside the quiet room, there were only 3 people. One was Huang Tianle, one was Huang Mang, and the last one was naturally Huang Mingxiang. Xiaohua's gaze fell on Huang Tianle. He couldn't help but feel a bit sad. Huang Tianle had been gone for more than 10 days, and he seemed to have completely changed. Not only was he all skin and bones, his face was full of wrinkles. His white hair, his trembling body, and the walking stick in his hand all showed that he had already reached the end of his life. "Fellow Taoist Huang," Xiaohua quickly cupped his hands and said, "I've been waiting for several days. Does fellow Taoist Huang have any instructions for me?" Huang Tianle quickly returned the greeting. It was very difficult. Xiaohua quickly supported him and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Huang, you don't need to be so polite. Alas, I'm already an old man without any magic power. I'm indebted to Taoist Xiao for thinking so highly of me and even calling me fellow Taoist." Huang Tianle sighed and said, "How would this old man dare to order Taoist Xiao? Fellow Taoist Huang. Just call me fellow Taoist. Don't call me Taoist, I can't afford it." Xiaohua said very sincerely. "And since it's like this old man will still call you fellow Taoist." Huang Tianle nodded. "I've called you that my whole life. I really can't change it all of a sudden. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please." Seeing that Huang Tianle actually didn't talk in this quiet room, Xiaohua knew that the matter Huang Tianle wanted to talk to him about was very confidential. However, after thinking about it, he was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. Although the magic power he displayed was very profound, his opponent was at most at the early stage of foundation establishment. Huang Tianle couldn't possibly covet him? Or perhaps, thinking of this, Xiaohua unconsciously slanted his eyes slightly and looked at Huang Mengxiang, who was supporting Huang Tianle. He secretly said, "This little girl couldn't have told Huang Tianle everything that happened in her dream, right? But what happened in her dream? Even I don't know. She can't just blame me because of this, right? Perhaps she wants to entrust Tianmen Mountain to me?" Xiaohua made an even bolder guess. However, he knew that this was impossible. After all, he was an outsider. 10 days ago, Huang Tianle still didn't know who he was. He was also a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Entrusting Tianmen Mountain to him was the same as gifting Tianmen Mountain to the Imperial Thunder Sect. This young master is only at the early stage of foundation establishment. I can't bear such a heavy responsibility. Xiaohua shook his head slightly and stopped thinking about it. Huang Tianle was now an old man with one foot in the grave and couldn't fly. Moreover, it seemed that because he wanted to see more of Tianmen Mountain's scenery and stay here for a while, Huang Tianle didn't urge Huang Mang, Huang Mengxiang, and the others to fly. He just wandered around the beautiful scenery bit by bit. The Huang family's foundation was indeed extraordinary. 10 days ago, only the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall was destroyed by the lightning tribulation. The other places were safe and sound. Moreover, Huang Yi and that ghost cultivator only killed the people around the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. The ordinary disciples of the Huang family, and even the family members who didn't have any magic power, were not hurt. At this time, what Xiaohua and Xueqi saw was different from the first time Huang Tianming led them. After passing through several gardens and avoiding people, they came to an extremely barren place. Chapter 1959. Lush green grass flourished in this barren land, reaching the height of half a person. All kinds of withered old trees could be found everywhere, all of them lying horizontally, with withered branches sticking diagonally into the air. A wave of gloomy and cold air blew towards the face. "Fellow Taoist Xiao," Huang Tianle said slowly, "I've been cultivating since I was young. Although I'm not as outstanding as Tian Ming, I'm still considered one of the few people in the withered Huang clan. Once I was able to fly with the help of the yellow talisman, I no longer walked peacefully. Whether it was leaving Tianmen Mountain or inside Tianmen Mountain, I always flew and never walked. Presumably, fellow Taoist Xiao is also like this, right?" Xiaohua was very surprised by Huang Tianle's words. He smiled and said, "I'm also like this. Why would I walk when I can fly?" Hee, fellow Taoist Xiao, I used to think like this too. However, since I couldn't fly and could only walk a few days ago, I realized that sometimes people still have to have their feet firmly planted on the ground. Walking on the ground more often, that kind of steadfast feeling far surpasses the carefree feeling of flying. "Grandfather." Huang Mengxiang smiled and said, "Senior Xiao is now unsheathing his flying sword and showing off his sharpness. I can't compare to you who's experienced the vicissitudes of life for more than 100 years. When people get old they talk too much. They always feel that their own understanding is a treasure and hope that others can share it with them. If there's anything wrong with what I said, fellow Taoist Xiao, please don't blame me." Huang Tianle smiled and pointed at the barren land. There was a courtyard near the foot of the mountain and beside the river. He said, "This is Ancestor Huang Yi's old residence. This is Senior Huang Yi's old residence?" Xiao Hua said in surprise. It's been several tens of thousands of years, but it's still here. This place is protected by a formation. Every 4 or 5 years, someone comes to clean it. Huang Tianle stood still and said in disappointment. Moreover, there's often a cold wind here. Apart from the person who cleans this place, very few people come here. To be honest, this was the first time I came here a few days ago. I really didn't expect this place to still be so intact. However, thinking about it, I'm afraid that ancestor has always been here. Xueqi looked at the pavilion in the distance, but her eyes were blurred. She would rather believe the touching legend she had heard on the cold river than believe the tragic story Huang Yi had told her that night. Fellow Taoist Huang, could it be that you want this Xiao to see Senior Huang's old home? Xiao Hua said with a beaming smile. Huang Tianle shook his head and said, Of course it's not that simple. Please explain, fellow Taoist. Hee, fellow Taoist Xiao, what do you think of the formation protecting Senior Huang Yi? Of course it's good. Xiao Hua said curiously, it's already been several tens of thousands of years, yet this place is still protected so well, practically unaffected by the erosion of time. This Xiao has never seen such a formation before. Hee, fellow Taoist Xiao must already know some of the origins of my Huang family. Huang Tianle said with a smile. Back in the day, my Tianmen Mountains Huang family was an all-powerful cultivation family in the Xiaoyu continent. This kind of array can't be considered rare. Yes, exactly. Xiao Hua nodded and said, This Xiao has tasted the might of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's Vermilion Bird Blaze Grand Array. I nearly died without a burial ground. Fellow Taoist Xiao? Don't tell me you don't want to know why an array controlled by an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator can eliminate a nascent soul cultivator? Huang Tianle suddenly said. This. Xiao Hua suddenly had a bad feeling. Fellow Taoist Huang, this is, fellow Taoist Xiao, this Huang invited you to take a look at Ancestor Huang Yi's old residence. On one hand, this Huang wants Ancestor Huang Yi's spirit in heaven to bear witness to this Huang's sincerity. On the other hand, this Huang wants you to know the power of my Tianmen Mountains Huang family's array. Huang Tianle said in all seriousness, Fellow Taoist Xiao saved this Huang and even the Tianmen Mountains bloodline on the night of the lightning tribulation. Don't. Fellow Taoist Huang. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and said, Senior Huang Yi has already made it clear that he has already given up on the Huang family's grievances. This Xiao is just adding fuel to the fire. The more Xiao Hua evaded, the more satisfied Huang Tianle was in his heart. He said with a smile, Then this Huang will be frank. This Huang wants to make a deal with fellow Taoist Xiao on behalf of my Tianmen Mountains Huang family. Yes, fellow Taoist Xiao, it won't involve the Imperial Thunder Sect. Xiao Hua's eyes turned rapidly. He couldn't think of Huang Tianle's words. He asked curiously, This Xiao is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. What kind of deal can't involve the Imperial Thunder Sect? It's actually quite simple. Huang Tianle said with a smile. Previously, fellow Taoist Xiao has already seen the power of the Vermilion Bird Flame Array in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. It's also because of this that many small sects don't dare to have any ideas about my Tianmen Mountain. Of course, the 7 major cities such as Haoming City, the 3 major cultivation sects, the Imperial Thunder Sect, and the Rinsing Flower Sect, these large sects don't put the declining Huang family in their eyes at all. This array isn't something they can absolutely rely on. However, on the day of the lightning tribulation, that array was completely destroyed, and there's no possibility of it being repaired. This way, my Tianmen Mountain has lost its reliance on fat meat, and everyone wants to take a bite out of it. Moreover, this old man is about to leave this world, and my Tianmen Mountain no longer has a foundation establishment cultivator. I'm afraid that any cultivation family will want to take advantage of us. Xiao Hua frowned. If they wanted to rely on the Imperial Thunder Sect, why would they make a deal with him? They can't let him marry into their family. They want him to support Tianmen Mountain? Could it be that Huang Mengxiang said something? Xiao Hua really had a guilty conscience. He couldn't help but think of those things again, and he looked at Huang Mengxiang slightly. Huang Mengxiang's expression didn't change, but he looked a little sad. Obviously, he was reluctant to let Huang Tianle pass away. On the day of the lightning tribulation, I saw that fellow Taoist Xiao also knows the Tao of Array, and his attainments are extremely high. Even my ancestor had to spend some effort to crack it. Therefore, I'm bold enough to ask fellow Taoist Xiao to help repair the defensive array of my Tianmen mountain. Ah? Xiao Hua thought for a long time, but he didn't expect Huang Tianle to make such a request. Fellow Taoist Xiao, the spirit stones used to repair the array are all provided by my Tianmen mountain. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to worry. Huang Tianle hurriedly said again. Also, all the Tao of array in my Tianmen mountain can be comprehended by fellow Taoist Xiao. In other words, my Tianmen mountain absolutely doesn't guard against fellow Taoist Xiao. This. Xiao Hua was a little hesitant. He came out to experience and accompany Xueqi to see the sea, but he was actually asked to repair the array. He wasn't a array master. Huang Tianle saw Xiao Hua hesitating, and he was delighted. Since Xiao Hua could save Tianmen mountain, he naturally didn't worry that Xiao Hua would covet anything from Tianmen mountain. Moreover, he hoped that Xiao Hua would covet it. At least he still had a beautiful granddaughter. He was afraid that Xiao Hua would flatly refuse, or his Tao of array wasn't enough. Now that Xiao Hua was hesitating, what did it mean? Naturally, he had the confidence to repair the array. He was thinking. Chapter 1960. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Huang Taoist said again, actually, it's just repairing my original formation. It's enough to defend against the enemy. It's not too difficult for fellow Taoist Xiao. In addition to my Tianmen Mountains formation, the Huang family also has some. Huang Tianle quickly winked at Huang Liang. Seeing this, Huang Liang transmitted his voice. Senior Xiao, my Huang family used to control a spirit stone mine. Although it's now abandoned, we still have our own collection. Not to mention the spirit stones, we even have the jade essence for making jade talismans, and even the most basic jade talisman method. Of course, these jade talismans are incomplete. If Senior Xiao is willing, this junior is willing to give it to Senior Xiao to comprehend. Ah? Jade talismans. Xiao Hua stared blankly. He had absolutely never thought that this ruined Huang family would actually have such a rare and attractive item. However, after thinking about it, it was possible. Since they controlled a spirit stone mine, they were considered rich. Since they had the jade essence, it was possible to obtain the jade talisman refining method. Xiao Lang. Xueqi spoke. Senior Huang Yi was alone for tens of thousands of years, but the main culprit was the Immortal Alliance. We can't criticize the Immortal Alliance, but for the innocent Huang family, shouldn't we make up for Senior Huang? In this way, won't Senior Huang Yi's sin be reduced, so that she'll suffer less in the underworld? Amen. Xiao Hua nodded. Although he had suffered a lot when he transcended Huang Yi, the returns were also remarkable. Not to mention that he had cultivated 2 feet of Buddha Sarira. Just the scarlet imprint that Huang Yi had given him already contained many things. That was an inheritance that was similar to the path of ghost. If he could do something more for the Huang family, he would also be happy. Haha, as I said, Senior Xiao will definitely agree. Huang Mengxiang, who had always been gentle, couldn't help but reveal his true colors. He jumped up and clapped his hands. Cough, cough. Huang Tianle smiled apologetically and said, "Thank you for your kindness, fellow Taoist Xiao. However, if possible, when fellow Taoist Xiao is repairing the formation, can Xiang or watch from the side?" Huang Tianle's foxtail finally showed itself. He took out the Heavenly Gate Mountains array, and even took out the jade talisman refining method that was almost extinct in the Dawn Rain continent. Naturally, it was impossible for him to just help Xiao Hua repair the array. His true purpose was to let Huang Mengxiang practice the array. Of course, if there's anything Xiang or doesn't understand, I hope fellow Taoist Xiao can give me some pointers. Huang Tianle smiled apologetically. Of course, if it's the secret inheritance of the Imperial Thunder Sect, fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't need to pay attention to it. However, according to what this Huang knows, the Imperial Thunder Sect doesn't seem to specialize in formations. So this Huang made this deal with fellow Taoist Xiao in private. Seeing that Huang Tianle had considered everything clearly, Xiao Hua didn't refuse anymore. He nodded and said, "Since it's a deal and fellow Huang has taken out such high sincerity, I really can't think of any reason to refuse." Great. Huang Tianle clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiao is indeed a straightforward person. It is my great fortune to have met fellow Taoist Xiao. Please, while I still have some time, quickly explained the general situation of the Tianmen Mountains formation to fellow Taoist Xiao. Fellow Taoist Huang, please. Xiao Hua didn't hold back and raised his hand. As if he already knew that Xiao Hua would agree, Huang Tianle had already prepared a quiet room in a very secretive place in the Tianmen Mountain. Inside the quiet room, the same jade slips, formation plates, formation flags, and other things were all prepared. When Xiao Hua entered the quiet room, Xueqi, in order to avoid arousing suspicion, cultivated in another quiet room. Huang Tianle very familiarly picked up a jade slip and handed it to Xiao Hua, saying, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is the general outline of the Tianmen Mountains array." The Tianmen Mountains array was set up by a gold core realm ancestor when the Tianmen Mountain was at its peak. He spent a lot of money to invite another great master who was proficient in formations to set it up. These jade slips were all left behind by the great master. Unfortunately, the talents of my Huang family have withered, and no one can understand them, let alone repair them. This Huang originally wanted to wait a few days until little Jean reached the foundation establishment stage before making arrangements. Who knew? I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Xiao first. As he spoke, Huang Tianle bowed and saluted. Huang Tianle couldn't be so serious. This move of his was to hand over all of the Tianmen Mountains assets to Xiao Hua, and then let Xiao Hua transfer them to Huang Mingxiang. If Xiao Hua had a little bit of selfishness in this, then Huang Mingxiang's gains would be greatly reduced. This was also what Huang Tianle couldn't decide for so many days. Although Xiao Hua did a lot of things on the night of the lightning tribulation, that was a critical moment. If Xiao Hua didn't save himself, he wouldn't have been able to survive. Who could guarantee that Xiao Hua wouldn't be disloyal after gaining his freedom? However, Huang Tianle's time of death was approaching, and he could not make arrangements. Xiao Hua just happened to come at the right time, and he also understood formations. If he didn't let Xiao Hua pass them on, then these jade slips could only be dead objects, and Huang Mingxiang would probably never understand them in his lifetime. Xiao Hua had already used a secret technique to erase Huang Tianle and the others' memories of him transcending Huang Yi. He had even erased the flying swords. Therefore, Huang Tianle's trust in Xiao Hua had decreased by a bit. That was why he used the formation and the incomplete method of refining the jade talisman to lure Xiao Hua. If he still had his previous memories, he was afraid that he would only take out the formation and not the method of refining the jade talisman. Xiao Hua took the jade slip and immersed his divine sense in it. At first, it was still easy, but the more he read, the tighter his frown became. Although he had studied formations before, such as the rabbit formation and the fire formation, after all, he hadn't studied formations systematically. He still had very little understanding of the daybreak continent's formations. How could he completely understand such a profound general outline of formations all of a sudden? Naturally, he had to ask questions one after another. How is it, fellow Taoist Xiao? Seeing Xiao Hua's frown, Huang Tianle was also apprehensive. Do you not understand? I'll let fellow Taoist Huang know. Xiao Hua didn't hide it in the slightest. I really don't understand. This general outline looks very simple, but if you carefully examine it, there are many parts that are very difficult to understand, such as. Then, Xiao Hua pointed out the parts of the general outline that he didn't understand at the beginning. Good. Huang Tianle nodded. He clapped his hands again, and took out another jade slip from his bosom. He said with a smile, "That was left behind by a great formation master. This jade slip was recorded by my ancestor, and it also contains the parts of the general outline that my ancestor didn't understand. I wonder if fellow Taoist Xiao has any use for it." That's great. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Your ancestor is very meticulous, and his preparations are very complete." After he finished speaking, he took the jade slip, looked at it for a moment, and said with a bitter smile, "There is a lot of content inside. I'm afraid it's not something that can be comprehended in a short time." No hurry. Fellow Taoist Xiao just needs to know. Huang Tianle then picked up a jade slip from the table in the quiet room, and took out another jade slip from his bosom. He said, "This is the detailed explanation of the Heavenly Gates water-cutting formation, and some of my ancestors' records about this formation." Xiao Hua took it, looked at it casually, and put it aside. Then, Huang Tianle actually took out nearly a dozen different jade slips and the records of the Huang family's ancestor. Xiao Hua was a little dumbfounded. He knew that the Huang family's foundation was very deep, but he didn't expect it to be so deep. The entire Heavenly Gate Mountain was actually protected by a dozen different formations of different sizes. Moreover, these dozen formations formed a large formation, and it was said that it could withstand the attacks of nascent soul and spirit-severing cultivators. After roughly explaining these dozen formations, Huang Tianle's spirit was already exhausted. He said tiredly, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is all I can say for the time being. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you can comprehend here first. If there is anything you don't understand, you can come and call me. Xiang Er will accompany you here. What I'm thinking isn't necessarily to completely repair these array formations. Just focus on protecting the Heavenly Gate Mountain's lineage according to the priority. After all, everything still depends on Xiang Er and the others." "Yes, I understand." Xiao Hua nodded. He didn't send Huang Tianle off. He frowned and looked at the jade slip in his hand. According to Xiao Hua's thinking, wasn't it just laying down some formations? How long could it take? A few months. Half a year would be enough. Who would have thought that he would repair the formations in Heavenly Gate Mountain for a whole 3 years? Huang Tianle had already passed away more than 20 days after Xiao Hua agreed to repair the formation. Xiao Hua was originally somewhat puzzled, because after all, the Dharma body was only a kind of divine ability. Even if it was destroyed by other people's great transcendence energy, it might not necessarily die. However, after asking Huang Tianle in private, he found out that he didn't just put his avatar into the vermilion bird blazing formation. He also put in blood essence and other things along with the avatar. This was one of the strange things about the vermilion bird blazing formation. It was Huang Tianle's last resort to protect the Huang family of Heavenly Gate Mountain. During these 3 years, Xiao Hua's main focus was naturally on the art of formations. While he was comprehending, he had also repaired nearly 10 of the dozens of large and small formations. Naturally, he told Huang Mingxiang in detail about the details of the repairs. Xiao Hua even told Huang Mingxiang about the reasons behind the repairs and the things that Huang Mingxiang did not understand. During this process, Xiao Hua recalled many things about the rabbit talisman. Although these talismans did not match the formations of Tianmen Mountain, as long as they were involved, he would tell Huang Mingxiang about them. Huang Mengxiang did not know the inside story and only thought that he had passed it on to her, so she just listened to him. There were also several other formations. First, they were too damaged. Instead of repairing them, it was better to set up new formations. Moreover, if the formation exceeded Xiao Hua's ability, he wouldn't be able to do it. Second, those formations were all local formations of Heavenly Gate Mountain. They were considered secondary, so Xiao Hua didn't put them on the schedule to repair them. As for cultivation, to be honest, Xiao Hua didn't focus on the cultivation of the earth expansion technique. Instead, he focused on comprehending the tens of thousands of years of pain and loneliness that the Buddha's Saraira had obtained from Huang Yi. Although he had already experienced this feeling when he reincarnated Huang Yi, the unforgettable pain remained in Xiao Hua's heart. Xiao Hua was very sensitive to the preciousness of this pain. He couldn't fully comprehend it during the short period of time when he reincarnated Huang Yi. Therefore, he slowly comprehended it in his spare time while repairing the formations. Although this didn't directly improve Xiao Hua's cultivation, its effects were very far-reaching. Chapter 1961. Of course, while Xiao Hua was experiencing Huang Yi's pain, he also took a look at the ghost cultivation inheritance she left behind. This inheritance was really huge, so Xiao Hua didn't examine it carefully at all. He only picked out the things he was interested in and could cultivate, such as the art of talismans and so on. In particular, he also found a secret technique that could attack divine sense, the soul thorn, which was the same as the Taoist sect's secret technique that Qian Diheng and the others said. 3 years. Although it was a long time for mortals, for cultivators like Xiao Hua, it was really short. He only had a simple understanding of some spells and had even just begun to cultivate. As for Xueqi, Xiao Hua was really puzzled. The reason Xiao Hua couldn't build his foundation was because he had to cultivate to the 18th layer of qi refining. It wasn't that he didn't make any progress. However, although Xueqi had been cultivating in the quiet room next to Xiao Hua every day for the past 3 years, she couldn't build her foundation. If Sun Shu and Qian Diheng did indeed have an opportunity to build their foundation, Xueqi didn't lack it. She had already taken the Zhongyao milk and even made some progress in the hibernating thunder escape. So why couldn't she build her foundation? Perhaps building foundation was really a threshold for cultivators. Even if all the preparations were complete, without an opportunity, it was still in vain. Compared to Xueqi, Tianmen Mountain had changed a lot. Not to mention that those damaged formations were repaired by Xiaohua. Huang Liang and Yang Fan were suddenly attacked by an inexplicable cultivator one day. Under the pressure of a worn-out demonic spear shaft, they suddenly built their foundation, and that cultivator was inexplicably forced back by Huang Mingxiang's appearance. The appearance of two early-stage foundation establishment cultivators greatly increased the strength of Tianmen Mountain, and also covered up the fact that Huang Mingxiang easily stepped into the 10th layer of qi refining. Huang Mengxiang was just as Huang Yi had said. He was a genius who had broken away from the art of charms. Not only did his cultivation far exceed Xiaohua's expectations, but his understanding of formations also left Xiaohua flabbergasted. Although Xiaohua was able to set up formations when he was in the qi refining stage and had his own understanding of formations, it was clear that Xiaohua had dabbled in formations before he lost his memories. However, this was Huang Mingxiang's first time coming into contact with formations. The speed of his comprehension and the precision of his formations could only prove that he was a genius. On this day, Xiaohua was standing on top of a pavilion with a triangular formation disc in his hand. Most of the runes on the formation disc were old. Only about 30% of them were newly repaired. Xiaohua smiled and said, "Miss Mingxiang, if this formation disc is effective, then this 3 stars thunder formation will be repaired by us. This Xiao can be considered to have done his best." "Hee, Senior Xiao, let's not talk so much. We'll know once we try putting it in." Huang Mengxiang's face was full of joy. This formation disc was personally repaired by her under Xiaohua's guidance. She naturally wanted to see if she could succeed. Seeing Huang Mengxiang's joy, Xiaohua also faintly smiled. This girl had been following Xiaohua for the past 3 years. Perhaps because of the dream, she had a kind of attachment to Xiaohua from the bottom of her heart, a kind of emotional dependence. However, Xiaohua no longer made it clear. Although at the beginning, Huang Mengxiang had a lot of intimacy, but as time passed, Xiaohua's indifference, as well as Xiaohua's intimacy with Xueqi, had all been seen by her. Those seemingly frivolous actions had lessened by a lot. As for whether she understood the difference between reality and the dream, or tried her best to be a dignified person, Xiaohua didn't know. "Do it yourself." Xiaohua waved his hand and the formation disc flew into Huang Mengxiang's hand. "Humph, I'll do it myself." Huang Mengxiang seemed to be in a fit of pique. Her left hand formed a seal, and magic power gradually condensed in her hand. "Go!" Huang Mengxiang lightly shouted. The seal hit the formation disc, and the formation disc emitted a fiery red brilliance. Then, Huang Mengxiang pointed again, and the formation disc slowly flew down, gradually landing on the foundation of the pavilion. The foundation flashed with fluctuations of spiritual power, and the formation disc was about to merge with it. But at this moment, the fiery red brilliance on the formation disc extended, and the spiritual power became somewhat chaotic. The formation disc, which had just disappeared halfway, was completely revealed again. "Senior Xiao." Huang Mengxiang pouted and said with dissatisfaction, "Xiang'er's magic power is insufficient. I can't embed the formation disc." Xiaohua pointed his finger and sent out his magic power. The formation disc slightly shook, and effortlessly merged with it. Following a wave of spatial fluctuations, the entire foundation returned to its original appearance. "Senior Xiao, it's not that Xiang'er's cultivation in formations is insufficient, but that my magic power is insufficient." Huang Mengxiang was still a little angry. If this junior also built his foundation, this formation would definitely be easy to fix. What you said makes sense. How could Xiaohua argue with her? He only smiled and said, "This Xiao wants you to try it yourself because I want to tell you that all kinds of array formations rely on magic power, and magic power relies on cultivation. For tens of thousands of years, the Huang clan has had some seniors who only had magic power but didn't understand array formations. There were also seniors who knew array formations but didn't have magic power, so no one has been able to repair this array formation. Now that you have learned the way of formations, but your magic power is still insufficient. This is your weakness, and it is also the weakness of the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain. You must not throw away your magic power and focus on the details just because you have a rough understanding of formations." After Xiaohua finished speaking, he suddenly laughed involuntarily. Why did this statement sound so similar to his master's nagging in his ears? Senior Xiao, how can Xiang forget? Huang Mengxiang pouted and said, before my grandfather died, he repeatedly told me that if Xiang didn't build his foundation, Xiang must not be allowed to leave Tianmen Mountain. Besides, my Tianmen Mountain Huang family has a gold core stage master. Hee. It's not as bad as Senior Xiao said. Okay. I'm just saying, you know. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Tianmen Mountain was glorious, and it had a deeper foundation than Shang Huaming and 100 Herbs Gate. He didn't need to know so much. Okay, the formation disc has been placed. This is the formation flag. In addition, I have also passed on the chant to control the formation without the formation flag. You can activate this formation. Xiao Hua said again. He patted his hand, took out a small red flag from his storage bag, and handed it to Huang Mengxiang. Yes. Huang Mengxiang took the small flag and said with a smile. The chant is based on magic power. I'm afraid Xiang can't do it. It's better to use the formation flag. With that, Huang Mengxiang closed his eyes and chanted in the air. He held the small flag in his left hand and made a gesture with his right hand. First he hit the small flag, then he hit it in the air. Then, he shook his hand as if he was lifting something heavy. With the wave of the small flag, a wisp of flame was born from the tip of the small flag and shot into the air. On the top of the pavilion, there was its swish sound, like the spring breeze blowing through the willow branches. Layers of magic power spread from one pavilion to another, and then from that pavilion to a rockery, and then from the rockery to the distant lake. Chapter 1962. Rise. Huang Mengxiang lightly reprimanded. A few drops of sweat seeped out from the tip of her jade-like nose. She poured all of her magic power into the formation flag. With a rumbling sound, it was as if a layer of clothing was peeled off in front of her. A layer of tiny flames the size of a thumb suddenly appeared where her magic power extended. Then, it suddenly disappeared, and a wisp of flame was quickly absorbed into Huang Mengxiang's formation flag. Pop pop pop. Xiao Hua's clapping sound came from beside Huang Mengxiang. Not bad. This formation should be completely repaired. Miss Mengxiang's contribution cannot go unnoticed. Hee, Xiao Hua, just call me Mengxiang. Huang Mengxiang giggled. Suddenly, she blinked and said with a smile. Xiao Hua smiled slightly and ignored her words. He just said now this. Just as Xiao Hua was speaking, a communication talisman flew over and stopped beside Huang Mengxiang. Ha! Huang Mengxiang glanced at Xiao Hua and said with a smile. Xiao Hua, please speak. Maybe it's a communication talisman from my father. Take a look first. Xiao Hua stood with his hands behind his back and no longer spoke. Huang Mengxiang was helpless. She pinched open the communication talisman and heard Huang Mang's voice. Xiang Jing Qifeng, Jiang Yu School Chang, and Qi Mingzong each brought their own disciples and a few early-stage foundation establishment cultivators to help. They are challenging in front of Tianmen Mountain's formation. You should come with Senior Xiao. Sigh. Hearing this, Xiao Hua was somewhat speechless. Long before Huang Tianla died, he had already sent out disciples to explain what had happened in the Tianmen Mountain to the deceased cultivator sects and families. He had also brought corresponding gifts to them. In fact, Tianmen Mountain didn't need to prepare an explanation, but Huang Tianla had to be so careful in order to prevent some sects from using this as an excuse to make things difficult for the Huang family. But in this world, there was no shortage of people who would kick a man when he was down. In the first year, the sects and families were still watching. Later, when they saw Huang Tianla's death, some cultivation families couldn't sit still. In the next 2 years, such things happened several times, but they were all dispersed by Xiao Hua and driven away one by one. Everyone didn't know Xiao Hua's origin, and when Xiao Hua faced the enemy, he also used befuddlement, so he was very mysterious. These families couldn't figure out the details and began to watch again. Now that the cultivation families didn't dare to make a move, these cultivation sects came out. Aunt Huang Mengxiang was a bit. She looked at Xiao Hua with a bitter face. She said, Xiao Hua, Senior Xiao of course. Cough. Cough cough. Xiao Hua looked at the formation in front of him and said, You go by yourself. This formation doesn't look right. I'll stay here and carefully repair it. I can't fail fellow Taoist Huang's trust. This. Huang Mengxiang was at a loss for words. She understood that Huang Tianle's arrangements before his death didn't include Xiao Hua helping Tianmen Mountain to defend against the enemy. In the previous few times, because Tianmen Mountain's formation hadn't been completed, and Huang Liang and Yang Fan hadn't reached the foundation establishment stage, Xiao Hua volunteered to go out when the Huang family was at their wits' end. Huang Mengxiang had seen Xiao Hua's means before, and he was definitely more powerful than Huang Tianle. Now that she saw Xiao Hua refuse, she naturally had nothing to say. All right, then this junior will go and help father and mother. Huang Mengxiang sniffled, as if she was about to cry. The people who came this time didn't come with good intentions. They are all cultivators from cultivation sects, and their means are more powerful than my father's. Senior, please repair the formation here first. When junior and mother are killed by them, please help us collect our corpses. It's best to bury my father, mother, and grandfather together. Let Junior be buried near ancestor Huang Yi's old residence, so that Junior can accompany my ancestor after death. Let her see that the senior Xiao she spared actually didn't help Junior. Okay. Xiao Hua waved his hand angrily, patted his hand, and took out a few formation flags from his storage bag. He said, I'll go now, okay? Hee. I knew Xiao Hua was the best. Huang Mengxiang immediately had an expression that turned from tears to laughter. Remember, if you call me that again, I'll leave immediately. I definitely won't make a move. Xiao Hua scolded with a straight face. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's face was only 18 or 19 years old. Even though he had been experiencing the pain that Huang Yi had inflicted on him for the past 3 years, these changes couldn't completely change Xiao Hua from the inside out. Looking at Xiao Hua's face that was even younger than her own, Huang Mengxiang slightly stuck out her tongue and coughed twice. Yes, Junior will follow Senior Zhao's orders. Seeing the secret joy in Huang Mengxiang's eyes, Xiao Hua knew that this girl wasn't really obedient. He snorted from his nose and waved his hand, causing a few formation flags to fall in front of her. First, take some medicinal pills and restore your magic power. The great formation of Tianmen Mountain has already been set up. You go and give these formation flags to your father and mother. I have already taught them how to use it. The 3 of you should be able to block those cultivators outside Tianmen Mountain. Yes, Huang Mengxiang replied crisply. She patted her hand and a few medicinal pills were also sent into her mouth. Soon after, Xiao Hua and Huang Mengxiang flew over many pavilions and flew out of Tianmen Mountain. However, the current Tianmen Mountain was somewhat different from the Tianmen Mountain that Xiao Hua and Xueqi came from. The originally beautiful scenery that could be seen at a glance was now covered by an extremely thin mist. This mist covered both sides of Tianmen Mountain, making it look like an immortal mountain. However, it was this light mist that blocked the group of Foundation Establishment cultivators above the cold river. This group of cultivators was about 6 or 7 people. Each of them didn't look young and all of them had a heroic appearance. The one in the lead was wearing a white Taoist robe and even had a horsetail whisk in his hand. His face was like a full moon, and he looked like an expert. Senior brother Yun, junior brother Xie was killed in Tianmen Mountain. A cultivator wearing a navy blue Taoist robe next to this cultivator whispered. Although Tianmen Mountain's Huang Tianle later returned junior brother Xie's storage bag and other things to my Jingqi Peak, it is obvious that junior brother Xie's cultivation was at the early stage of Foundation establishment. He was far from being killed by a ghost. What Huang Tianle said is definitely not true. Besides, even if what Huang Tianle said is the truth and a disciple of my Jingqi Peak died in Tianmen Mountain, even if the sect master doesn't say anything, we disciples who have a good relationship with junior brother Xie can't just let it go. We have to get justice for junior brother Xie. That's right. My River Jade sect's senior brother Chong is also like this. He died here without knowing why. The sect leader can't say anything. After all, senior brother Chong came out because of something. We can't ignore this matter. Otherwise, senior brother Chong, fellow Taoist Xie, and fellow Taoist Zhu will die in vain. Humph. Huang Tianle has a good plan. He only used some spirit stones to send us 3 sects away. Does he really think that we are those cultivation families who haven't seen the world? Another cultivator with a red face who was obviously from the Qiming Zone said fiercely. And I don't know where he found a Foundation Establishment cultivator with a bewitching soul to drive away the provocation of the cultivation families. He wants to use such means to scare us disciples of the cultivation sects? Junior brother Hong Qianfei, the message talisman has been sent out for a long time. Why haven't we seen any disciples of Tianmen Mountain come out to greet us? They don't put us in their eyes, but don't they put fellow Taoist Yun Shangshan in their eyes? A thin cultivator couldn't help but complain. Fellow Taoist Yun is a cultivator at the middle stage of foundation establishment. Yun Shangshan was the cultivator from the Xueqi peak. At this time, he was a little angry when he heard this. He snorted and said, Tianmen Mountain is a famous cultivation family tens of thousands of years ago. Except for the 3 major sects and the 7 major cities, they don't put any other sects in their eyes. What's the big deal about letting us be left out for a while in Tianmen Mountain? Senior brother Yun, the light fog of Tianmen Mountain is a little strange. The cultivator who instigated just now was Li Ming from the Zhongyu sect. At this time, he frowned and said, I heard that Tianmen Mountain will be covered by a thick fog in the morning or before the rain. It can even affect the travel of the riverboats on the cold river. However, I have never heard of such a large area of light fog. It almost covers the entire Tianmen Mountain. Senior brother Li is right. Ji Shiping from the Qiming Zone also nodded and said, I came to Tianmen Mountain dozens of years ago. At that time, I flew directly into Tianmen Mountain and didn't see any light fog here. Tianmen Mountain has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. This should be their gatekeeping array. Yun Shangshan frowned slightly and said in a low voice. Hee, senior brother Yun, we have seen the gatekeeping array, but Tianmen Mountain shouldn't have one at this time, right? Gao Fu from the Zhongyu sect smiled apologetically and said, Their foundation establishment master has died long ago. Tianmen Mountain is full of Qi refinement disciples. How could they repair the broken array? Oh no! Yun Shangshan suddenly realized. Could it be? Tianmen Mountain has turned to that major sect? That cultivator in camouflage is also from the 3 major sects? Of course. Gao Fu was also dumbfounded. I'm afraid it's the 5-element sect, the mechanism sect, or even the Qiqiao sect that can repair all the arrays of Tianmen Mountain, right? It could also be Haoming City. Another person said in a low voice, I heard in private that Haoming City has been interested in Tianmen Mountain for a long time. Before senior brother Zhu came, he came because he heard that no one from Haoming City came. Even if Tianmen Mountain has turned to the major sects, we won't offend anyone by asking about the details of our senior brothers, right? Yun Shangshan suddenly laughed and said, Besides, if the person in the camouflage is from the 3 major sects or the 7 major cities, would he need to upload the camouflage? I guess Tianmen Mountain can't wait to take off his clothes and write the details of this person's background on it so that others can know, right? Yes. Everyone nodded. At this moment, there seemed to be a gust of wind blowing in the faint mist above the foothills of Tianmen Mountain. A dozen cultivators flew out of the mist and bowed at the edge of the mist from afar, but they didn't go up. I'm Huang Liang of Heavenly Gate Mountain. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Huang Liang, who was the first to greet them, bowed and said, What can I do for you? Chapter 1963. Fellow Taoist Huang, you've built your foundation? Ji Shiping of Qimingzong had obviously seen Huang Mang before and said in surprise. Then he saw Yang Fan and said, Fellow Taoist Yang has also built his foundation. Haha, fellow Taoist Huang, you and your wife are really lucky to have 2 foundation building cultivators in Tianmen Mountain. I wouldn't dare. My Tianmen Mountain has been in decline for too long. Now that we have 2 cultivators in the foundation establishment realm, fellow cultivator Ji, it really makes me feel bad. Huang Mang said with a smile, but there was a hint of pride in his tone. Ji Shiping scanned the area again with his divine sense, only to see Huang Mengxiang standing behind Huang Mang and Yang Yu, as well as a group of aura-refining disciples. He didn't see any other unusual people, especially the one they already knew was bewitched. What's wrong? Fellow Taoist Huang, aren't you going to invite us to Tianmen Mountain? Ji Shiping said with a smile. Of course, I'm here to invite you in for a chat. Huang Liang said calmly, cupping his fist and bowing. His calmness made the others hesitate. Even Yun Zhishan glanced at Ji Shiping with slight displeasure. He stepped forward and said with a smile, We won't go to Tianmen Mountain to nag fellow Taoist Huang. This is? Huang Mang smiled apologetically. Haha, this is senior brother Yun Zhishan of Jingqi Peak. Don't you know him? Ji Shiping said with a sneer. So it's senior brother Yun. Forgive me for not recognizing you. If we come to Tianmen Mountain, I'll hold a banquet to apologize and meet all of you in person. Huang Mang said with neither arrogance nor humility. These are. Ji Shiping knew Huang Mang, so he introduced them to him. Huang Mang pretended not to know and greeted them one by one. When he finally raised his head, he was very surprised and asked thoughtfully. Fellow Taoist Ji, Jingqi Peak, Jiangyu Sect, and Qi Mingzong came together. Is there an urgent matter? Before Ji Shiping could speak, Bai Huachu of Qi Mingzong sneered and said, You keep calling me fellow Taoist Ji. Do you have any respect for Qi Mingzong? Don't you know why we're here? Tell me, how did senior brother Zhu Feng die? What about senior brother Xie and junior brother Chong? Were they going to die in vain at Tianmen Mountain? If you don't tell me the truth, don't even think about returning safely today. Hee, fellow Taoist Bai, you sure talk big. Huang Liang sneered and said, Fellow Taoists from the 3 sects have come to Heavenly Gate Mountain for this? Our Tianmen Mountain has already explained this matter in detail to your sect leader 2 years ago. The Taoist friend who died in Tianmen Mountain came here to treat my daughter. But it was not Tianmen Mountain's intention to have an accident in Tianmen Mountain. Besides, Tianmen Mountain offered a reward with a magic weapon, which was dangerous in itself. The Taoist friend who died must have been prepared in advance. The responsibility of this matter is not necessarily Tianmen Mountain's responsibility. Furthermore, Tianmen Mountain will return all the storage bags, corpses, and other things of your Taoist friend. I can't think of anything that your esteemed sect is dissatisfied with. Ha ha ha, of course our sect leader is satisfied. Who can blame Tianmen Mountain? Bai Huachu laughed and said, However, your Tianmen Mountain dismissed us by saying that it was done by an old ghost. The sect leader didn't say anything because he was magnanimous. We are good friends of senior martial brother Zhu. If we don't come out to uphold justice, wouldn't there be no justice in this world? Would people die in vain? What my Huang family said is completely true. Many of Tianmen Mountain's disciples died, and my father and uncle also died because of it. Isn't this enough to explain the problem? That old ghost is from Tianmen Mountain. Who knows where he came from? Tianmen Mountain is dead. How can you drag others into it? Seeing that Bai Huachu began to pester endlessly, Huang Liang knew that it was useless to continue talking. He sneered and said, What do you mean, fellow Taoists? You don't come to Tianmen Mountain to sit down and talk, but you want to find justice that doesn't exist here. You're really putting me in a difficult position. I don't know what to do to make you understand. Do you still not understand what to do, fellow Taoist Huang? Bai Huachu glanced at Yun Shishan and saw that there was no special expression on his face. He simply took half a step forward and said with a smile, Either show us some sincerity from Tianmen Mountain and satisfy us so that we know that what you did was not done by Tianmen Mountain, or let us take you down. At this point, Bai Huachu clapped his hands, and a rope-like magical item was thrown into the air. With the activation of his magic power, it went straight toward Huang Liang. He then shouted, Senior brother Yun, if not now, when are you going to do it? This. Yun Shishan seemed to be a little hesitant, but at this time, when the others saw that Bai Huachu was the first to shed all pretense of cordiality, they threw away the little scruples in their hearts and clapped their hands. In fact, each of them had prepared a magical item long ago, and they threw it toward Yang Fan, Huang Mengxiang, and the others. Say, why can't we talk nicely? Yun Shishan smiled bitterly, but his hands did not slow down much. He rubbed his hands together, and rich water-based spiritual energy quickly gathered around him. Dozens of thumb-thick water swords stabbed toward the people of Tianmen Mountain. This group of sanctimonious people. How dare they call themselves disciples of a cultivation sect? They're worse than itinerant cultivators. Huang Mengxiang cursed. Itinerant cultivators don't even look for a reason to attack directly. They're really despicable. These shameless people even dare to make up a reason. They're too hypocritical. Rise! Without waiting for Huang Liang's order, Huang Mengxiang raised the small flag in his hand and shouted, Disciples, listen to my command. Yes. The several disciples behind Huang Mengxiang clapped their hands and took out their own small array flags. Go! Huang Mengxiang activated his magic power, and the small flag in his hand glowed red. On the flag, a small vermilion bird fluttered in the wind. Go! The disciples also began to chant and wave the small flag. As their magic power was rapidly absorbed by the small flag, the disciples opened their mouths and spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the small flag. After the small flag absorbed the blood essence and magic power, it gave birth to an even smaller vermilion bird. They flew out with the small flag and flew toward Huang Mengxiang's small flag. Swoosh! Huang Mengxiang saw several vermilion birds flying toward him. He waved the flag even more fiercely, and the small vermilion bird also flew out. With a soft boom, the several vermilion birds merged together. Go! Huang Mengxiang pointed his finger, and the vermilion bird flew into the air. The surrounding spiritual energy was absorbed by the vermilion bird. When the vermilion bird grew several times bigger, it let out a cry and returned to Huang Mengxiang's array flag. Return! Huang Mengxiang's face lit up with joy. He quickly waved the small flag, and several clusters of fire suddenly appeared on the cold river that was originally sandwiched between Tianmen Mountain. Chapter 1964. Huang Liang was infuriated when he saw Bai Huachu unleash his magical item, which was flying toward him like a snake. Just as Huang Mengxiang had said, Bai Huachu's behavior was no different from slapping Heaven Gate Mountain in the face. Wasn't it the same as Shang Qinghe's behavior in Haoming City? While the magical item was flying, it was absorbing the surrounding natural energy. Before it could even get close, Huang Mang felt a faint restrictive force. Not daring to be careless, Huang Mang slapped his hand and took out a small flag from his storage bag. With a wave of his hand, a few wisps of pale white smoke emerged from the small flag. As soon as the smoke appeared, it quickly spread out, and in the blink of an eye, it had enveloped Huang Mang and the others. Bai Huachu's flying magical item twisted a few times, but was unable to land on the ground. However, the magical instruments of Ji Shiping and the others had also arrived. Yun Shirshan's magic also fell and smashed into the white smoke. Bang! 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 It sounded like boulders rolling down. Wife, help me quickly. Although Huang Liang could control the formation, his magic power was limited. When everyone attacked the formation, he also suffered from the backlash. Husband, don't worry. Yang Fan had already taken out the array flag. They had practiced this array many times under Xiao Hua's guidance. When he saw that Huang Liang could not hold on any longer, he immediately waved the array flag, and a faint mist flew out from her array flag. However, the areas that were produced were different, and when the mist from these areas connected, they were able to block the attacks of the 6 or 7 people. Oh, this formation is really powerful. Yun Shirshan was slightly surprised. But at that moment, a few wisps of flame controlled by Huang Mengxiang appeared above the cold river. This formation can attack and defend. The Huang family of Tianmen Mountain really lives up to its reputation. Ji Shiping was also stunned when he saw the wisps of flame. However, the flame looked very small. Besides, they were above the cold river, where the spiritual energy of the water was abundant. Moreover, Yun Shirshan had a water physique and was very good at water magic. Ji Shiping and the others invited Yun Shirshan here to deal with the Huang family's fire physique. However, the development of the situation was beyond everyone's expectations. The flame controlled by Huang Mengxiang was like a spark that could start a prairie fire. As soon as it appeared, it immediately ignited the air and the ground under everyone's feet. It quickly spread and enveloped everyone from all directions. How dare you! Yun Shirshan was enraged. He didn't think that the 2 foundation establishment cultivators would only dare to defend, but Huang Mengxiang, a qi refining junior, would actually dare to attack. Yun Shirshan waved his sleeve and a layer of white mist appeared. Like a ball of water, the mist spread out with him as the center. He did not believe that a little girl who was only at the qi refining stage, even with the help of a formation, would be able to compete with him, who was only at the foundation establishment stage. However, what happened next easily crushed his disdain. It was like a snowflake being roasted by a flame. The mist of Cloud Shroud Mountain was ignited the moment it came into contact with the flame. Boom! The flame became even more ferocious and directly rolled over. Ah? This is Samadhi true fire? Yun Shirshan was shocked, but he never thought that even if it was Samadhi true fire, with Huang Mengxiang's cultivation, it would be impossible for her to ignite his spell. Run! Yun Shirshan knew how dangerous the situation was and did not dare to delay any longer. He waved his sleeves and a strong wind appeared. He did not dare to mix in any water element spiritual energy. Within the strong wind, a wheel-shaped magical artifact spun rapidly and flew towards the place where the flames had not yet closed. Yun Shirshan's body also flew along with the strong wind. He wanted to seize the opportunity to strike first. With a sizzling sound, the water-blue wheel of the magic tool spun vigorously in the fog, as if all the fog was sucked into the magic tool. However, the fog did not seem to be light at all. Pooh! Yun Shirshan's body flew over, and his face changed slightly. He opened his mouth and spat out a light blue bead, which quickly hit the wheel of the magic tool. Gotcha! The bead seemed to be extremely cold. When it hit the mist quickly froze, and under the attack of the magic tool, it shattered into pieces. Great! Yun Shirshan scanned the area with his divine sense and found that there was a flaw in the array. He was overjoyed and flew towards the frozen fog. But at this time, there was a boom as the Samadhi True Fire's flames came from behind the layer of ice. How dare you! Yun Shirshan was furious. He slapped his forehead and spat out a mouthful of profound qi onto the light blue bead. There was a buzzing sound, and the bead suddenly expanded and turned white. A natural water essence, smaller than a thumb, flew out from the bead. As soon as it appeared, it immediately turned into a net and rushed towards the oncoming flames. I don't know where you got this Samadhi True Fire from, but you dare to be so arrogant? Who doesn't know that the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain has the bloodline of the vermilion bird? Yun Shirshan was furious. He was actually forced to use his Xiantian water essence by a little girl who was only at the qi refining stage. Even if he managed to escape from the array, he would still lose all his face. Boom! Yun Shirshan's natural water essence was also ignited by the flames. Yun Shirshan's face turned pale as he murmured, How is this possible? While he was hesitating, the flame that could burn anything jumped from the water essence to Yun Shirshan's body. Ah! Yun Shirshan couldn't do anything and screamed like a mortal. He waved his sleeves left and right as if he wanted to stop the flames. However, a strange thing happened. The flames that were about to ignite Yun Shirshan suddenly froze and floated in front of him. It was as if a powerful cultivator was trying to stop the tragedy from happening. Phew! Yun Shirshan was stunned as he looked at the flame. It was as if it was right in front of his eyes. He let out a long sigh. But in the blink of an eye, the flame jumped up again like a frightened snake. It bared its fangs and pounced on Yun Shirshan's defenseless body. Ah! Yun Shirshan let out a heart-wrenching scream. The flame was extremely overbearing. Although Yun Shirshan had a protective magical item and a few layers of light, it was almost extinguished upon contact. Boom! 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 Yun Shirshan only had time to scan the area with his divine sense. Other than Yun Shirshan, the other 6 cultivators were all covered in flames. The flames were pure blue with a tinge of crimson red. Huang Mengxiang is too cruel. This was Yun Shirshan's last thought. Miss Mengxiang? What Yun Shirshan didn't know was that the moment the flame touched him, Huang Mengxiang heard Xiaohua's voice. These people. You don't have to kill them all. Just teach them a lesson and let them know the power of Tianmen Mountain. They won't dare to come again. Senior Xiao. Huang Mengxiang naturally didn't use telepathy. She wasn't afraid at all. She turned to the source of the voice and said, Senior, you seem to have done a lot of vigilance in the past 2 years, right? But what's the effect? The number of cultivators harassing Tianmen Mountain hasn't decreased at all. Moreover, the behavior of these so-called famous sects is not as good as that of the previous cultivation families. If we don't teach them a lesson, they will probably go back and bring more powerful senior brothers. The cultivation of these people has reached the critical point of our Tianmen Mountain's resistance. If they bring out some martial uncle, how can our Tianmen Mountain deal with it? Senior Xiao, are you going to stay in Tianmen Mountain forever? Even if Senior Xiao stays in Tianmen Mountain, what about their sect masters? What if the sect masters of the 3 sects gather? What will Senior Xiao do? Senior Xiao, you might not know what Tianmen Mountain looks like in the eyes of other sects. Seemingly afraid that Xiaohua would be angry, Huang Mengxiang immediately explained, We are now a toothless tiger. They can kill and take as they wish. If it weren't for my ancestors scattering all the things that might cause covetousness, leaving only Tianmen Mountain, I'm afraid we would have been devoured by them long ago. Now that Tianmen Mountain has a formation, what's the point of not teaching them a lesson? Senior Xiao, haven't you seen the Lan family? It's been tens of thousands of years, but they still want to kill the descendants of my Huang family. If we had paid more attention earlier, how could granduncle have been killed? Looking at the determination in Huang Mingxiang's eyes, Xiaohua seemed to see the ghost of Huang Yi again. He couldn't describe the feeling in his heart. Forget it. Xiaohua sighed and said softly, "This is your Tianmen Mountains formation. You are the person in charge of the formation. You decide everything." "Thank you, Xiaohua," Huang Mingxiang said softly. No one else could hear it, but Huang Mingxiang knew that Xiaohua must have heard it. Just as Huang Mingxiang was speaking, the small flag in her hand danced again. The flame controlled by Xiaohua jumped up again and rushed toward Yun Shishan and the others. Although it was not as powerful as the Vermilion Bird Flame formation in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, which could instantly kill Yun Shishan and Shang Qinghe, this small flame was like a bone-chilling pain. It was impossible to get rid of it. It swallowed Yun Shishan and the others bit by bit. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the howling stopped. "Disciples, go and take the storage pouches of these cultivators." The flame controlled by Huang Mingxiang was very small. It only destroyed the cultivators' physical bodies, but left the storage pouches intact. Yes, the Huang family disciples were overjoyed. They activated their flying talismans and entered the formation. They took the storage pouches that were supported by the formation. "Father, Mother, stop the formation," Huang Mingxiang said loudly. "Okay." Huang Mang looked at Yang Fan with a helpless expression. The two of them put away the small flag, and the thick fog above Tianmen Mountain gradually dispersed. Behind the thick fog, Xiaohua's tall and thin figure appeared. "Senior Xiao." Huang Mang and Yang Fan didn't show any disrespect to Xiaohua because they had already reached the foundation establishment stage. They still called him Senior and bowed. "Thank you, Senior. The formation can be considered complete today." Chapter 1965. Yes, that's true. I didn't expect that these dozens of great formations would be so interconnected. If I don't repair the many formations in Tianmen Mountain, this Tianmen Great Formation won't be able to form. Xiaohua said indifferently, however, since such a formation can stop a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator, it can also trap a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Tianmen Mountain should be safe. My promise to fellow Taoist Huang can be considered fulfilled. Yes, fellow Taoist Xiao is indeed a man of his word. As Huang Liang spoke, he glanced at Yang Fan. Yang Fan reached out his hand and took out a small storage bag from his chest pocket. Then, he stepped forward respectfully and said with a smile, "This is what my father promised Senior a long time ago. My husband said that he would give it to Senior, but I was afraid that Senior would take it. Alas, it's all my fault for measuring the heart of a gentleman with my own mean measure. I hope Senior can understand." "Haha, it's fine." Xiaohua reached out and took it. He didn't look at it and put it in his arms. "I've been comprehending formations for several years and didn't have time to look at this thing. It's just right for me to give it to you. Senior Xiao, I'll hold a banquet in Vermilion Bird Palace tonight to thank Senior for your merit. Please be punctual." Huang Mang smiled apologetically. "Haha, Vermilion Bird Palace has also been repaired? Unfortunately, the Vermilion Bird Flame Formation is a fierce formation that can kill nascent soul cultivators. It's not something I can set up with my current cultivation." Xiaohua chuckled and said indifferently. Huang Mang was slightly disappointed and smiled apologetically. "If Senior Xiao can repair it, my Tianmen Mountain will be safe for 1,000 years. "Father, you're wrong," Huang Mingxiang reminded. Previously, Vermilion Bird Palace had a formation that couldn't be exposed to the outside world. Now that my Tianmen Mountain's mountain defense formation has been completed, let alone 1,000 years, even 10,000 years won't be a problem. Yes, Junior is a little greedy," Huang Mang said self-deprecatingly. "Senior Xiao has worked hard. Junior will invite Senior to the banquet later." "Okay," Xiaohua flicked his sleeves, nodded slightly, and flew away. After Xiaohua left, Huang Mang frowned and said, "Xiang was it Senior Zhao's idea to kill Jing Qifeng's cultivators?" "What?" Huang Mengxiang raised his eyebrows and said, "I made the decision. It has nothing to do with Senior Xiao." "Sigh, I knew it. How could Senior Xiao be so decisive?" Yang Fan also shook his head. Killing the cultivators of the three sects will probably cause a lot of trouble. So what? Huang Mengxiang sneered, if one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill a pair. Let's see who dares to come. You may leave. Huang Liang sighed. Perhaps father is too conservative. Our Tianmen mountain has been wronged for too long. Humph. As long as Senior Xiao is here, I may not be afraid even if the Haoming city comes. Huang Mengxiang didn't admit that she was wrong and sneered. All right, I didn't say you were wrong. Yang Fan said with a smile. It's rare for Tianmen Mountain to be so proud and elated. Why do you have to be so conflicted? Let's invite Senior Xiao for a drink. He has done too much for our Tianmen Mountain. If it weren't for... As she said that, she turned to look at Huang Mengxiang, seemingly thinking about something. Senior Xiao doesn't like spirit wine that is too spicy. I've just found a very bland one. I don't know if it will suit his taste. Huang Liang apparently did not notice Yang Fan's gaze, nor did he notice Huang Mengxiang's slight uneasiness. However, when night fell and Huang Mengxiang came to the quiet room again to invite Xiao Hua to the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, he was stunned. There was only a jade bottle and a jade slip on the futon that Xiao Hua often sat on. Xiao Hua was nowhere to be seen. Xiao Hua. Huang Mengxiang's heart suddenly felt like it was being torn apart. It was as if something that he felt he had suddenly disappeared. His heart was so empty that it was frightening. Huang Mengxiang grabbed the jade bottle and saw that there was only a pill without any fragrance in it. It looked inconspicuous. Huang Mengxiang didn't have divine thoughts, so he couldn't see the jade slip. He waved his hand and the jade slip flew into his hand. Then, he suddenly turned around and ran out of the quiet room. Father, mother, father, mother. Huang Mengxiang's tone was almost crying. Senior Xiao is gone. What do you mean Senior Xiao is gone? What's going on? Hearing Huang Mengxiang's voice and seeing that he didn't use a flying talisman or a messaging talisman, Huang Liang was shocked. Has Senior Xiao left? There is no trace of Senior Xiao in the quiet room. This is the jade slip and pill left on the futon that he usually sits on. Huang Mengxiang handed the jade slip over. Hurry up and see what Senior Xiao said. When Huang Liang took the jade slip, Yang Fan also asked with a pale face. Xiang, didn't you go to the quiet room next door to take a look? If Xueqi is still there, Senior Xiao will definitely not be far away. Yes, I forgot. Huang Mengxiang suddenly realized. Let me go and have a look. Then she turned her head and said, Hurry up and have a look, no need. Huang Liang waved her hand and said, Senior Xiao has already left Tianmen Mountain. When did Senior Xiao leave? I'll go after him. Huang Mengxiang was almost crying when she heard that. She was no longer the decisive female cultivator just now. Seeing Huang Mengxiang take out the flying talisman, Huang Liang sighed, grabbed her arm and said, Senior Xiao has already left after coming back from the formation. You don't know where he has gone. Where are we going to find him? The Imperial Thunder Sect. I'll go to the Imperial Thunder Sect to find him. Huang Mengxiang said anxiously. He must be angry that I didn't listen to him and didn't let those cultivators go. Huang Liang had never seen Huang Mengxiang so anxious, so how could she not know what she was thinking? She sighed and said, Xiang, don't go. Senior Xiao doesn't blame you. He said clearly in the jade slip that this is your choice, and he won't blame you for it. He just has something else to do. He has been in Tianmen Mountain for too long, and he can't wait any longer. Really? Senior Xiao didn't say where he was going? Huang Mengxiang asked again with a relieved look on her face. Haha, of course not. If he had said, how could I not tell you? Huang Liang said lovingly. Huang Mengxiang stretched out her hand and said, Father, give the jade slip to me. When I have a divine sense, I'll check it myself. Haha, no problem. Huang Liang handed the jade slip to Huang Mengxiang with a smile. Huang Mengxiang took it and hid it as if it was a treasure. Husband, the Suzuka ring seems to still be with Senior Xiao, right? And, what's with this jade bottle? Seeing Huang Mengxiang's behavior, Yang Fan looked at the jade bottle in Huang Liang's hand and reminded her. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.